Under Her Skin, a Bad Boy Billionaire Romance. By Michelle Love. Chapter 1.
Arturo Bacci smiled at his guests as he raised his glass. Tomorrow, the final apartment in the Villa Patrizzi will go up for auction, and I've been assured by the seller that it will finally be mine. So friends and fellow investors, let's drink to Lake Como's finest and most exclusive hotel, the future Hotel Bacci. His friends cheered and applauded him, and Arturo stepped off the stage to talk with his guests. After an hour where it seemed he'd shaken hands with everyone in northern Italy, he was relieved when his best friend Peter spirited him away. Fortitude and strength, Peter grinned at his friend as they sat down at the edge of Arturo's estate, overlooking Lake Como's gentle waves. Further across the water, an alpine town nestled into the mountains softly lit up the night. Peter had snagged a bottle of scotch for them, and they lit cigars. Peter smiled at his friend's satisfied expression. So close now, Turo? Can you see it coming together quickly after the sale is settled? Arturo nodded. I can. Everything is in place, the construction teams, architects. Everyone is just waiting for my go order. Gosh, Peter, it seems like finally my dream is coming true. His green eyes shone with excitement. I was rethinking the name though. Hotel Bacci seems a little self-indulgent. Peter shrugged. Not necessarily, but I take your point. The main thing is, we're close. Do you think the apartment will sell for much? Arturo shook his head. It's tiny, only 4 rooms. I'm going to turn it into a suite, with the adjoining apartment. I think I'll get it for a steal. The board has set a price limit, so after we secure it, we'll be able to afford to go ahead with every design feature as planned. He sighed as he continued. A part of me wishes that I'd used my own money, then I wouldn't have to answer to anyone about budgets. But my accountant wouldn't let me. He shot a mock scowl over to his friend, who shrugged good-naturedly. I just didn't want you to go broke, buddy. With this and your other hotels around the world, you're stretching yourself and you know it. You can't rely on your trust fund to keep you afloat. Filippo could withdraw it at any moment. Arturo sighed. His uncle Filippo had been made executor of Arturo's father's will because Arturo was too young to take over the company after Federico died. Soon after, the grieving teenager had tumbled into alcohol and illicit substances, and since then, Filippo had handed out Arturo's inheritance in regulated increments. Arturo would inherit the bulk of his inheritance, nearly €1 billion, at age 40. He both admired and resented his uncle for his decisions, but his caution had forced Arturo to leave the wild life behind and work towards his own fortune. Property had been Arturo's chosen career path, and with his natural talent and flair for it, he had earned his first €1 billion by the time he was 30. Now at 39, he was on the cusp of adding this inheritance to his own fortune and becoming one of the world's richest men. Arturo lived for his work, but he also enjoyed the trappings of his wealth, and it didn't hurt that he was considered one of Italy's, perhaps even one of the world's, handsomest and most eligible bachelors. A face that could look warm and friendly one moment and dangerous and brooding the next, his teenage beauty had matured into a more masculine and sculptured face. His large green eyes ringed with thick midnight black lashes, his brows dark and heavy, his beard trimmed but not overly fussy, his sensual mouth just a hint too full, his wild black curls untamed. It had to be said, Arturo Bacci was sensational and he knew it. He had no time for relationships and was always honest with his many conquests, but Arturo never slept with the same woman twice. Not since Flavia, his sweetheart in college. He had loved Flavia with all his heart. She was his future, his true north, his love. And Flavia had loved him for himself, not the rich, handsome boy born into wealth and opportunity, but the goofy, fun-loving boy with the big heart and poetry in his soul. They were inseparable until that one fateful night when Arturo had been 10 minutes late to the party. And in that brief window, Flavia crossed paths with the wrong man. A man driven by something dark and twisted. A week later, they found Flavia by the lake. Arturo rushed there the moment he heard the news on the radio, arriving just in time to see her being pulled from the water. Her long dark hair clung to her still form, her complexion pale and lifeless. The lake had erased the visible traces of what had happened to her, but the truth was written all over the faces of the rescue crew. Arturo collapsed to his knees and cried out in anguish until his friends Peter and George came to pull him away. Arturo thought of Flavia now, her kind brown eyes shining up at him. As usual, her image turned his mind to imagining how scared, how terrified she must have been as her killer took her life. Gosh! An involuntary groan slipped out, and Peter glanced at his friend. You okay? Arturo nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Peter, who had always been able to read Arturo's mind, looked at him with sympathy. Flavia? Arturo nodded. Maybe, Hotel Flavia. Peter sighed. Arturo, as sweet as that gesture would be, it's not going to help you allow her to rest in peace. It's been 20 years, buddy. Arturo nodded, knowing Peter was right. His eyes slid across the lake to George's villa. George Galliano, his other friend on that night. A friend no more. Hey. Peter nudged his shoulder. Stop wallowing. Let's get back to your guests. Arturo threw back the rest of his scotch, his gaze returning to the almost empty villa across the lake, Villa Patrizzi that he owned 99% of right now. Tomorrow, it would belong to him entirely. He couldn't wait. Hero Donati looked around the tiny apartment. She had persuaded the realtor to let her in, even this late at night, so she could be prepared for tomorrow. This place was perfect, tiny, compact, but with a balcony that looked out over the lake where she could sit and sketch or read or just be. Peace. Serenity. How often she had wished for that feeling over the past 2 years. Here she could imagine regaining at least some of it. Back at her hotel, she checked her bank account for the 100th time, making sure the money was transferred and ready for the auction tomorrow. Then she went to soak in the tub. She wound her long dark hair up onto her head. I really ought to get this cut, she thought. Her hair hung down past her waist now. She hadn't been to a hairdresser since she didn't know how long. She risked a glance in the mirror, but then looked away again. Her dark eyes still had that haunted look she had grown accustomed to, but she could no longer bear to look at herself for long. Hero Donati had been adopted at birth by an Italian-American businessman and his wife who already had one daughter, Imelda. Hero's birth mother had been a young Indian student at one of Milan's colleges who had become pregnant by her Italian romantic partner and had given her child up for adoption, unable to care for the baby herself. From her mother, Hero had inherited a dark beauty, a beacon for so much male attention that Hero learned to deliberately downplay her appearance. She became intentionally tomboyish, wore thick-rimmed spectacles, and had remained resolutely single until she met Tom. Tom, with his merry gray eyes and blonde hair, hadn't put the moves on her at all. Instead, they routinely sat together in classes at their college in Chicago and made fun of all the rich kids. Tom, working class from Wisconsin, had become her best friend and then one night her romantic partner. They married the day after graduation, and Beth had been born a year later, the family settling in Chicago. Hero had become a mother and wife, and to her shock she loved it. Hero worked on her doctorate while raising Beth, and she and Tom had been blissfully happy together. Even Hero's sometimes fraught relationship with her adoptive family had improved. Beth was a radiant ball of utter joy and love, and even Hero's sister Imelda, who didn't have a maternal bone in her body, adored the young girl. 3 years, 4 months, and 6 days later, it all came to a brutal end. The family had been driving to Wisconsin to spend Christmas with Tom's family, when a drunken driver slammed into their Volvo at high speed. Though 3-year-old Beth was killed instantly, Tom lingered in a coma until pronounced brain dead on day 5. His parents had made the decision to turn off his life support because Hero couldn't. She was also in a coma and not expected to survive. When she woke 3 months later, she wished she hadn't. Not one word could describe the depth of her heartbreak. Both her worried parents and Tom's bereaved parents tried to reach her, but no one could. On her behalf, they sued the drunk driver's employers and secured Hero a settlement just shy of $11 million, but even so, Hiro couldn't even begin to think about starting again. For months, she stayed at home in the apartment she had shared with her husband and daughter, and let life go on without her. Eventually, it took 2 incidents to shake her out of the fugue. The first episode still seems unbelievable to Hiro. One night, rather than sit home wrapped in Tom's sweater with Beth's favorite blankie nuzzled next to her face, something snapped inside Hiro. She put on her tightest dress and all her makeup and went out to a nightclub in the city. Drinking herself into a manic mood, dancing, making out with strangers, she fully intended to sleep with someone just to numb the pain, but she chose wrong, so wrong. As soon as the man got her into his car, he turned violent, and Hiro fought for her life, quickly escaping only after punching her attacker hard in the groin. She caught a cab home, and inside her apartment, Hiro spent the rest of the night alternating between sobbing and screaming. One of her neighbors had called Imelda. "I think Hiro needs you." Imelda, who had never been an overly warm person, stripped Hiro off and put her in the shower. Feeding her oatmeal, strong coffee, and sleeping pills, she put her adoptive sister to bed and stayed with her while she slept it off. The next day, Hiro dutifully listened to Imelda's harsh pep talk. Imelda didn't mince her words. "I don't care what you do, Hiro, but do something. Go off on a world trek, open an art gallery, go teach in China. But you need to snap out of this. Tom and Beth are dead." Hiro had turned on her sister. "Do you think I've forgotten, Melly? I know they're dead. I wish I were too. Geez." Imelda regarded her coolly. "Then do it. End your life. Be that selfish. Mom and Dad need that on top of losing Beth. Do it." Hiro had stared at her sister, dumbfounded. She knew Melly was just trying to shock her out her funk, but at that moment, she hated her sister. Hated. "I have to get out of this damn country." "Good. Do it. Bye now." Imelda had walked out, calling back over her shoulder. "And if I see you again, it'll be too soon." What a nightmare. Hiro was angry now, but her anger had become a cold, silent thing that ate away at her soul. She would escape. She would go back to Italy. She still held citizenship there after all. Maybe she would try and find her mother or her father, her birth parents. Maybe. She just knew she couldn't stay in Chicago a moment longer. Banishing those thoughts of the past as far as she ever managed to, Hiro climbed out of the tub and headed to bed. Tomorrow she would bid for that small apartment in the Villa Patrizzi. She would win it. And then she would move into it. And maybe then she could restart her life.
Chapter 2.
The great terrace of the Villa d'Este in Cernobbio was packed with Lake Como's elite, the women gorgeous, the men handsome in their designer suits, as they drifted around, champagne in hand, socializing before the auction began. There was only one lot in this auction, and as Arturo arrived, he went to find the auctioneer and to shake his hand. "I'm looking forward to this, Claudio." The older man nodded. "It certainly has the feel of an event, Signore Bacci. I have a feeling you will be a very happy man by the end of today." As Arturo started toward Peter, who he could see across the room, he was frequently stopped by both attractive women and admiring men, all wanting a few moments of his coveted attention. By the time he finally reached Peter, who was rolling his eyes and smirking, Arturo's confidence was sky-high. "Peter, my friend, this is a good day." "Cautious optimism, Turo," Peter said, his Canadian stoicism at full power. Arturo grinned at his friend. When they'd met at Harvard, they quickly found they had the same irreverent sense of humor. Peter had been the ladies' man of the college, and he relished his role. Arturo had Flavia and was deliriously happy. It had been only after Flavia was murdered that Peter showed his serious and loyal side. He never left Arturo's side during the funeral and the subsequent murder investigation, within which Arturo was a natural suspect. Luckily for him, he had a strong alibi. The reason he was late to the party that day was he had been helping a young mother change a burst tire in the pouring rain. The woman happened to be the daughter of the local newspaper owner, and when Arturo was questioned, she came forward immediately. Peter Armley was a year older than Arturo, already 40 and still resolutely single. Unlike Arturo, he was picky about who he slept with and always called them back, even if just to say goodbye. He was on good terms with most of his former girlfriends, and had even dated a couple for significant periods of time. A tall man, an inch shorter than Arturo's 6'6", Peter could easily pass as a Roman citizen wearing a toga and laurel wreath in the Colosseum. His handsome face looked to be hewn from rock, but when he smiled his blue eyes shone with warmth. His close-cropped brown hair was always neat and his suits were Savile Row. A math genius, he was recruited by Filippo to be the company's financial director, and to look after Arturo's finances. Arturo teased his friend about being his accountant, but it really was down to Peter's handling of the finances that Arturo was the man he was now. "Listen," Arturo told his friend, "I just want you to know that if everything goes well with this auction, it's entirely down to you, Pete. You picked me up out of the sinkhole. I love you, brother." "My pleasure." Pete smiled and looked at his watch. 20 minutes. Arturo nodded. "Gotta go pee before it kicks off. Hold my champagne." He made his way into the villa and found the restroom on the second floor. It was quiet up here, and Arturo relaxed in the moment's peace before the auction started. Stepping out of the restroom, he made his way back towards the stairs and then stopped. At the far end of the hallway, a woman was staring out of the window, her features in profile, and Arturo's heart nearly stopped. Her long dark hair falling in soft waves was pulled over one shoulder, and she looked so sad it made Arturo's chest hurt. Her resemblance to Flavia was so uncanny that everything in Arturo's body screamed at him to go to her. She was wearing a white dress that ended just above the knee, the dress molded to her body, the soft curve of her belly, the long legs. Seeming to sense his scrutiny, she suddenly looked up at him, and Arturo's chest tightened at the depth of sadness in her lovely dark eyes. He wanted to know what was making this beautiful woman so unhappy, and how to make her smile again. "Buongiorno," he said softly. She blinked up at him, those wide doe-like eyes briefly startled by his voice. "Buongiorno," she replied, her voice soft and touched with an American accent. Her lips were slightly parted, full and pink, and something about her presence, gentle, unexpected, sent a quiet thrill through Arturo. He felt an unmistakable pull toward this mysterious stranger, a sudden spark of curiosity he couldn't ignore. They stared at each other for a long moment before she turned away. "Scusi?" She disappeared back into the hotel, and Arturo stepped forward, ready to pursue her, but then he heard Peter's voice from the stairs. "Turo? They're ready. Let's go." Arturo hesitated, his heart still thumping hard against his chest. Gosh, what a beautiful woman, he had to know who she was. "Turo? Come on. Hotel Bachi awaits." A half hour later, Arturo was no longer thinking of the beautiful woman, nor was he in a good mood any longer. How did that happen? It did happen, right? He'd been outbid. He, Arturo Bachi, had been outbid. The apartment was sold, and not to him. He could feel the stares of his friends, colleagues, and investors as he tried to process what had just happened. Bidding had started off as expected, somewhere in the low 100,000s, and had quickly shot up to almost 1 million. Arturo had shot a smug look at Peter, then at George Galliano, who raised his champagne glass at him, somewhat sarcastically. Then it had all gone to hell. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, there was a new bid. 2 million. A hush ran through the crowd. Arturo rocked back in shock, and scanned the attendees to see who the new bidder was, but he or she wasn't giving themselves away. 2.5, he shot back. 3 million. Peter was looking alarmed, shaking his head at Arturo. The top end of their budget for the apartment was only 1.5 million, and in any case, the apartment was only worth 1/10 of that. 4 million, Arturo called it, and Peter made a disgusted noise. "Turo, no." 5 million. Another, louder gasp in the crowd, and a hum of astonishment. Peter grabbed Arturo's arm as the auctioneer looked at him. Signore Bacci? Arturo, if you do this, I'm out. I mean it, I quit. You cannot do this. It's reckless, and you'll be humiliated. Whoever this is, obviously money is nothing to them. Let it go. We'll figure out something else. Arturo stared at his friend helplessly. Peter wasn't kidding, but it was Arturo's dream that was slipping away. Signore Bacci? Everyone was staring at him. Peter's eyes were fierce, and finally Arturo shook his head, his heart sinking. No. Another hum of gossip, and then the hammer came down. Sold for 5 million euros. To whom? Yes, to whom? Who bought it? The questions came thick and fast. The auctioneer held his hands up. I'm sorry, my friends. This is a buyer who wishes to remain anonymous. Arturo felt a rising anger. They won't be anonymous for long, he said grimly, and Peter sighed, mostly from relief. Let's get out of here, Arturo. I'll buy you a drink. On their way out, and despite his anger, the thought of the beautiful woman drifted through his mind again, and he looked around, disappointed when she was nowhere to be found. He needed something physical, something to burn off the frustration. Even as he thought it, he felt a wash of shame. No. She wasn't someone he could forget the next morning. Something about her spoke to him in more than just desire. He felt connected with the deep sadness in her lovely face. He was still thinking about her as he got into Peter's Lamborghini, who drove them back to the bar in Como he and Peter owned, and he found, strangely, his anger had dissipated quicker than he would have thought. He had to see her again, that much Arturo knew. He had to see her again, and soon. Because more than anything now, on this day of disappointments, he wanted to see her smile.
Chapter 3.
Hiro's hand shook as she signed the documents which would make her the owner of the Villa Patrizzi apartment. 5 million euros. Holy hell! She'd had no idea she would go that high for what was essentially only 4 small rooms, but as the bidding went higher, it had become imperative that she secure it. It seemed impossible that she wouldn't. Of course, that was when she saw who she was bidding against. Him. The man she had seen upstairs, the man whose physical beauty had sent her body into a frenzy of arousal after just one look. His green eyes, brooding and dangerous, his dark curls, his incredible body in that exquisite suit. Geez. As they had stared at each other, all Hiro could think about was the space between them, and how badly he wanted to close it. Her thoughts tangled with curiosity and craving, her cheeks warm as she imagined the man beneath the suit. And immediately, she was ashamed. She'd never felt that way about anyone, even Tom. She had loved Tom with every cell in her body, but they had been best friends before they were romantic partners. But the look in the man's eyes had mirrored her own desire, intense and spoken, undeniable. She knew if she gave the smallest signal, if she so much as whispered that she wanted him, he wouldn't hesitate. And she wanted to punish him for making her feel like that, making her feel so disloyal to Tom's memory, for taking that away from her. So she bid a ridiculous amount to beat him to the apartment. And won. It was a Pyrrhic victory at best. 5 million was a massive chunk of her settlement, and the apartment was definitely not worth it. She pushed the thought away as she shook hands with the auctioneer. Would it be possible for you to call me a cab, please? Of course, madam. Please wait here and make yourself comfortable. Hiro sat back and tried to steady her shaking hands. Maybe she'd go out to eat tonight, walk through the town, mingle with the tourists, try to feel like a human being again. The paperwork on the apartment would go through quickly now, and she would be able to move in by the end of the week. Not that she had anything to move in apart from her clothes, her art supplies, and her books. She would have to find a record player somewhere and some vinyl. Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday, maybe some Paolo Conti. She could see herself sitting out on the balcony overlooking the lake, her watercolor paints in front of her, listening to Billie. That, to Hiro, was her idea of heaven. Maybe lunch, fresh bread, some cheese, a bag of sweet, juicy peaches. Cold white wine. The image was so appealing she found herself smiling to herself. And when the auctioneer came to tell her the cab was waiting, she found herself shaking his hand far more enthusiastically than she meant to. Back at her hotel, she changed out of the form-fitting dress and back into her usual uniform of a gray marl t-shirt and jeans. She glanced in the long mirror, noting that she should really try to dress better. "You look beautiful no matter what you wear." Tom's words came back to her. Her eyes filled with easy tears, and she dashed them away impatiently. Stop wallowing. She should go out into the city now, do some window shopping or maybe actual shopping. I have a new home. Time to get to know it. She grabbed her bag, slung it across her body, and left the hotel room. It was late by the time Peter left Arturo at the bar and went home. Arturo, buzzy on a few vodkas, sat outside at one of the small tables, smoking a cigar and people watching. People watching and brooding over his loss today. Damn it. Peter had talked him down from bribing the auctioneer to tell him who had purchased the Villa Patrizi apartment. Dude, don't be dumb. Wait a couple of weeks until the person moves in, then knock on the door. What if they have no intention of moving in? What if they just bought it to mess with me? An idea struck. I bet it was George. Peter sighed. Don't even start, man. This feud between you two, it's gone on long enough. Arturo's eyes narrowed. He slept with Flavia, Pete. He got involved with my girlfriend, and then threw it in my face after she was murdered. Peter nodded, his blue eyes serious. I know, Turo. But we all lost Flav too. You knew he had feelings for her, and admit it, you did flaunt it in front of him. Arturo looked away from his friend's gaze. I was young and stupid. And so was he. Arturo shook his head. It's gone too far now, Pete. Why did he have to tell me? I already had the image of Flavia dead, gutted, and then he gave me another of the two of them together. His pleasant buzz wavered dangerously at the memory. Turo, stop, Peter warned. Move on. George didn't buy the apartment. I saw him leave before the auction began. Arturo sighed. Fine. But he could have sent a proxy. His friend's dark look finally broke through his moody, drunken haze. Okay, I'll stop. Peter looked at his watch. Man, I have to go. I'll come over in the morning. We'll talk about what we do next. So now Arturo rose from the table, throwing down money for the drinks, and took off into town. He wandered aimlessly around the side streets for a time, but as he turned down an alleyway to double back to his car, he caught sight of a woman walking in front of him. He enjoyed the sway of her hips, the curve of her waist, her rounded, perfect butt. She only wore a gray t-shirt and jeans, but the way she moved. She stopped and turned to look into a bright shop window, and Arturo felt his pulse quicken as he saw her profile. It was her. His white dress girl from the Villa d'Este. For a moment, he just watched her. Gosh, she was beautiful, achingly, heartbreakingly so. He walked up behind her, and met her gaze in the reflection in the window. He read so much in her lovely eyes, sadness, resignation, heat. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. Then Arturo gently slid his arm around her waist, his fingers brushing lightly over her stomach through the thin fabric of her t-shirt. Her eyes widened, and he hesitated, unsure if he'd crossed a line or misread the moment entirely. But then she leaned back against him, her hand finding his with quiet certainty. Arturo let out a soft breath and drew her closer. He swept her hair over one shoulder and pressed a tender kiss to the side of her neck. She turned in his arms and gazed up at him, her eyes wary but full of desire. He stroked her cheek with his thumb. Bon noche. She cut him off with a swift, hard press of her lips to his. No names? Her voice was a low, gruff whisper, but it sent thrills through his body. He nodded and offered her his hand. She took it, only hesitating a little, and slowly he led her back to his car. He turned to her, confirming. Yes? She nodded, and he opened the passenger door for her. What are you doing, man? You don't even know her name." But he hushed the inner voice and slid into the driver's seat. He gently brushed a lock of her hair over her ear. "Guess what we're going to do?" A smile. At last, a smile. Small, hesitant, but a smile. He couldn't take his eyes off her exquisite face. He leaned in to kiss her again, lingering over it before starting the car and heading towards his villa.
Chapter 4.
Hero, for the second time that day, couldn't stop trembling. "What are you doing?" she asked herself, over and over. Confusion. Longing. Adrenaline. All of it rushed through her, but none of it compared to the pull she felt toward the man beside her. When he appeared behind her earlier, and their eyes met in the mirror, something shifted. Something unspoken but undeniable. And when his hand had gently touched her stomach, how had he known that was the place that made her feel most alive? Her resolve had vanished like mist. Now, as he parked in front of his villa and stepped out to open her door, she could barely register the grandeur of the place. Her focus was entirely on him, on the way he laced his fingers through hers as they walked silently through the foyer, up the stairs, and into a room that felt both unfamiliar and inevitable. When he kissed her, it wasn't rushed or possessive. It was deep, intentional, like he'd been waiting for this moment just as long as she had. Her breath caught as the world faded around them, the weight of her thoughts replaced by the warmth of his presence. "I've wanted to know you," he murmured, his voice low and rough with meaning. She nodded, words caught in her throat. And then there were no more questions. No more doubts. Just the quiet surrender of two people letting go of everything they thought they'd been holding on to. Time melted away. Later, as Hero lay there in silence, the quiet pressed gently around her like a cocoon. She didn't feel exposed or uncertain. She felt known. He returned after a moment, his presence grounding her again. She felt his hand find hers, his thumb brushing gently along the back of her knuckles. "You're incredibly sensitive," he said with a soft smile. She laughed quietly, her eyes shining in the dim light. "Gosh, what you do to me." Something in her chest opened at the look in his eyes, tender, curious, unguarded. He leaned closer, brushing a loose strand of hair away from her cheek. "Tell me your name, lovely girl." But she shook her head. "No names? This is perfect just the way it is." "Then, let us call each other." He cast around for two names, then spotted the book on his nightstand. Beatrice and Benedict. From Much Ado About Nothing. He was surprised when her face flamed red. "What?" "Nothing. You like Shakespeare?" He nodded. "Very much." "You?" "Some. I studied him at college, but I have to say I prefer more modern writers." Arturo smiled. "Such as?" "McCarthy, Angelo, Arundhati Roy. Haruki Murakami." Arturo smiled. "I'm also a fan of Murakami." "Favorite book of his?" "Kafka on the Shore." "Same." She looked skeptical, and he held his hands up. "I swear, Principessa." "I'll believe you." They gazed at each other for a long time, then she raised her hand to his face and cupped his cheek. "You're really beautiful." Arturo grinned, inclining his head. "Thank you." She giggled at his confidence. "I forgot Italian men had no time for false modesty." Arturo propped himself up on his elbow next to her. "Forgot? You don't live here?" "I didn't. I just relocated here. I was born here, but I've spent most of my life in the States." "Whereabouts?" "Chicago." He smiled. "Nice town?" But he noticed the sadness was creeping back into her eyes. He bent his head and kissed her. "Beautiful girl, what is it? Why do you look so sad? What is your pain?" She stared at him for a long time, then sat up. "I have to go." She reached for her clothes and began to put them on. Arturo was bemused by the sudden change in atmosphere. "Did I say something wrong? Or do something wrong?" She shook her head, looking as if she were close to tears. No. She stopped, hesitated, and then pressed her lips to his for a second. You're perfect, she whispered, leaning her forehead against his, closing her eyes. But that's why I have to go. He felt her tears on his cheek, and cradled her face in his hands. Don't go. Stay. Stay with me. She shook her head. I can't. Arturo felt an ache in his chest. He didn't want this night to end, didn't want her to go away from him. At least let me drive you back home. She hesitated, those dark brown eyes wary, but then nodded. Thank you. They didn't speak as he drove her back to her hotel, but Arturo held her hand, and she didn't pull away. At her hotel, he walked her to the door. Can I call you? I don't think that's a good idea. Tonight has been a revelation. Please, let's leave it as perfect as it has been. Unhappy, he took her in his arms and kissed her. I will never forget you. If you change your mind, my name is Arturo Bacci. Everyone here knows me. You only have to call. She kissed him again, lingering as if to memorize the feel of his lips against hers. Goodbye, Arturo Bacci. I'll never forget you either. Reluctantly, he let her go, watching her walk into the hotel and out of his life. He got back into the car and felt utterly bereft, even, he was astonished to find, a little heartbroken. She was the most amazing, sensual woman, and he wanted to know everything about her, and never let her go. He hadn't felt like this since Flavia, and maybe not even then. Guilt crept in, but he couldn't deny his feelings. His white dress girl, his Beatrice had woken something in him he didn't think he'd ever felt before. Arturo shook himself and started the car. As he drew away from the hotel, every meter he drove further away from her hurt more. But she had been clear, it wasn't meant to be. Forget it, he said miserably, and pressed down hard on the gas pedal. He'd seen the girl at the auction, and his breath had been taken away. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. Flavia, but no, this girl was petite and curvy, whereas Flavia had been tall and willowy, and although he hated to admit it, this girl was even more achingly beautiful than Flavia. He'd been absorbed in the auction at the time, and hadn't seen her slip away. Imagine his surprise when he'd followed Arturo through the streets of the town and watched as they'd found each other. Following Arturo's Mercedes, he watched them go into the Villa Bacci, saw Arturo's bedroom light go on. They were being intimate. Of course they were. There wasn't a woman in Como that Arturo hadn't been with intimately. Why would this girl be any different? Because she was a newcomer. He could tell by the way she walked through the town, studying everything as if it were new. He wondered if she had family close or friends. When Arturo had driven her back to her hotel, he followed her into the hotel, heard her ask the receptionist for the key to room 45. Room 45. That was good to know. He wondered how long she was staying, how much time he had to carry out his plan. He so wanted to see Arturo's face when they called him to tell him his beautiful one-night stand was dead. To see his grief when they told him she'd been killed in the exact same way as his beloved Flavia 20 years ago.
Chapter 5.
Where the hell are you? Imelda's already strident voice echoed through the speakerphone in Hiro's room. Hiro, dressing, rolled her eyes. What do you care, Melly? You told me to go off by myself. I didn't mean it, you know that. Gosh, Hiro, we've been worried sick. Hiro had to raise her own voice to make Imelda listen. I'm in Italy. Lake Como. There was a pause on the end of the line, and when Imelda spoke again, her voice was calmer. Oh. Good. I'm doing what you told me, going wild like Reese Witherspoon, but instead of hiking, I'm hanging out with the Clooneys. Satisfied? You've met George and Amal? No, doofus, I'm just saying. I picked a place on the map and it's here. She paused for effect. I bought an apartment. What? Hiro was smugly satisfied with her sister's stunned response. Tell me you just did a comedy jaw drop, Melly. Please tell me you did that. Stop messing around, Hiro. Did you really buy a house, or are you just yanking my chain again? Hiro sighed. No, I really did. I think I ticked off some rich muckety-muck, who had his eye on it too. I outbid him. That rich muckety-muck, by the way, Imelda, is the one who had me tangled in his sheets last night, and whose kiss I still can't stop thinking about. Again, Imelda was silent. Hiro, tugging on her socks, listened to the sound of her sister's breathing. Mel? Well, her sister's voice was softer now. That's very positive. Nesting. Making a home. What are you going to do there? Read, write, paint, enjoy the view, eat everything in sight, get as fat as all get out. All good things. Hiro's eyebrows shot up. Usually, if Mel saw Hiro had put on even a pound, she had her in the gym before she did anything else. Lots of carbs, Mel. I know you're just trying to make me crazy, but seriously, I think this will be good for you. Another long silence. You know, you could always come visit Melly. Hiro waited for her sister's response and was surprised when she said, You know what, Hiro? I might just take you up on that. Hiro was stunned. She and Imelda had never been close, never been the sort of adoptive siblings who hugged each other or visited regularly. Imelda's visits had been even less since Beth died, although she still managed to harangue Hiro by phone regularly. Hiro felt a strange shift in their relationship now. You are always welcome, Melly. Always. Her sister cleared her throat. I'll call you soon. Don't disappear again. And the phone went dead. And goodbye to you too. Hiro dumped her phone in her bag. Today she was going to spend all day out of the hotel, not because she had any particular place to go, but because she was terrified that Arturo Bacci would turn up at the hotel to find her. And she didn't have the strength to resist him. She closed her eyes and let her thoughts drift back to the night before, his hands moving over her body, the warmth of his lips against her skin, the way he seemed to know exactly how to touch her, as if he'd memorized every reaction. A soft shiver ran through her. There was no denying he was confident, attentive, and in tune with her in a way that left her breathless. She could lose herself in those eyes of his, in the way he made her feel like she was the only woman in the world. Stop it. She opened her eyes and took a deep breath in, pushing all thoughts of Arturo away. She knew men like him. Arrogant, rich, thinking they could buy anything they wanted. Yes, he'd clearly wanted her, and yes, he'd had her, but only because she had wanted him too, at least for a night. Those wild dark curls, that hard body. Nope. Besides, when he found out it was she who'd outbid him at the auction, he'd certainly lose any desire to be friendly towards her. Hiro pulled on her Chuck Taylors and grabbed her purse, strapping it across her body, and grabbed the room key. She would go out, find somewhere to buy art supplies, and have a look around for furniture for the apartment. She would not, she told herself, not think of Arturo Bacci for one more second. She wouldn't. She really wouldn't. Arturo sat in the meeting with Peter and the board members, but his mind kept drifting. He couldn't stop thinking about her, her soft hair, the curve of her smile, the light floral scent that lingered whenever she was near. Everything about her had a way of pulling his focus. Peter nudged him. Turo? What do you think? Arturo blinked. Of what? Peter gave him a pointed look. Ludo is making a proposal. Arturo looked apologetically at the older man. Ludo, forgive me, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? Ludo, an old friend of Arturo's father, smiled kindly at him. The hotel. I'm proposing we renovate the apartments in the Villa Patrizzi, and then sell them as separate units. We should see some profit, and then we can use that to seek out another property to turn into the hotel. Arturo shook his head. No. I want the Patrizzi. We need to get that apartment. Peter sighed. Turo, we simply do not have the budget to buy the purchaser out. Mio Dio. Arturo exclaimed in frustration. It's only 5 million. I'll put it in myself. No. Arturo narrowed his eyes at his best friend. And you'll stop me how? Peter met his friend's gaze steadily. I can't. But if that happens, I'm gone. Turo, I mean it. This is not what this conglomerate agreed to. We all put in the same amount of cash, we all take the same risks, we all reap the same rewards. That agreement is watertight. 5 million for one apartment is nonsense, and we don't have to make the same mistake as that buyer. What Ludo is proposing is the best way forward. Arturo sat in silence before glancing around the room. He could tell the others agreed with Peter, and he knew his best friend was right. Still. Fine. I'll begin the search for some new premises. He saw Peter visibly relax. Good. Let him think he'd won. But Arturo knew in his bones, Villa Patrizi would one day be the site of his dream hotel. If the apartment's buyer wouldn't sell to him, then there were other ways to force them to sell or to quit the place. Arturo hid a smile. He was going to make their life hell, and his business partners were going to help do that, whether they knew it or not. Hiro was aware of the man gazing at her, as she sat outside the cafe. She shot a look at him, and he smiled at her, friendly and warm. She looked away, and then sighed as she saw him out of the corner of her eye get up to approach her. Just leave me alone. But she had been raised to be polite, and when he was by her side, she looked up and gave him a pleasant smile. Hello. Buono giorno, signorina. George Galliano. She shook the offered hand. Hiro Donati. George indicated the other seat at her table. May I sit for a moment? Hiro stifled a sigh and nodded. Please. He was tall, not as tall as Arturo, but broad-shouldered and slim-hipped. His brown hair was short and neatly styled, his beard trimmed and shaped. His dark brown eyes searched hers. I hope you don't think I'm intruding, but I believe I saw you at the auction yesterday. For the Patrizi apartment? Yes, I was there. George chuckled lightly. It was quite the scandal. That apartment was expected to go to Arturo Bacci. We all expected it to go to him, but then, as you saw, a mysterious buyer swooped in and snapped it up. After the auction, I saw you going into the auctioneer's office. Coincidence, yes? Hiro sipped her coffee. Mr. Galliano, do you have a question you want to ask me? You bought the apartment. Yes. She didn't see how it was his business, but she wasn't going to lie. George's handsome face split with a wide grin. Then, Miss Donati, I owe you a drink. That stumped her. I take it you and Mr. Bacci are not friends? Not any longer. Excuse me. He addressed the nearby waiter. Could we have some champagne? George Galliano was charming to be certain, but Hiro wouldn't trust him in any situation. Still, as far as a pleasant acquaintance went, he was certainly easy on the eye and amusing to talk to. His rancor towards Arturo, she discovered, went deep. We were friends, he said, a long time ago. He sighed regretfully. We were in the unfortunate position of being in love with the same woman, and it didn't end well for any of us. So now you hate each other? For my part, it isn't hate. Only too much has passed between us for us ever to go back. Hiro felt a little uncomfortable. But you're glad he lost the apartment? Call me petty, but yes. Arturo has had too much influence in this town for far too long. It was time he was taken down a peg or two. That's not why I bought the apartment. I had no idea Arturo Bacci even existed before yesterday. Although I sure found out who he was last night. A giggle bubbled up, and she hurriedly covered it with a cough. George didn't seem to notice. So you are staying in our lovely town? He asked. For the foreseeable future, yes. He smiled. Then perhaps you would allow me to show you around sometime? Hiro hesitated, then nodded. Perhaps. Good. He drained his champagne, and reaching for her hand kissed the back of it. If you will excuse me, lovely lady, I have a meeting to get to. It was good to meet you. You too. Hiro watched him walk away, getting into a chrome-clad Bentley. Flashy. That was the sense she got from him, and although Arturo also flaunted his wealth, Hiro got the impression that he was a little less, what? Ostentatious? She sighed. Who cared? It wasn't as if she had any reason to be involved with either of these men anymore. She drained her coffee, left her untouched champagne on the table, and rose to walk around the town. She had absolutely no idea of the effect she had on men, he decided. He walked a few yards behind her with other people strolling between them, but he could see male heads turning as she passed by. Her long hair was pulled up into a messy bun at the nape of her neck, and her outfit was an obviously well-loved fraying t-shirt and blue jeans that clung to her shapely hips and legs. She was stunning. Flavia had been equally beautiful, but far younger, only 18 when he'd killed her. He still remembered everything about that night, and how perfectly he planned it. It was a costume party at the Villa Charlotte. She'd agreed to meet him outside at the gate leading to the lake. She had been dressed as a wood nymph, her dress floating around her and her beauty enhanced by the moonlight. The perfect O of her mouth as he slid the knife into her. The horror and pain in her eyes. He'd held her as she bled out in his arms. SSH, SSH, my pretty one. It's all over now. She hadn't spoken, but the why was in her eyes. Because you loved him. Her eyes had closed for the last time, her breath gone as life slipped away. He had carried her to the water and set her gently adrift on the lake. The surface was eerily calm, too calm, like a painting frozen in grief. Her hair fanned out around her like a halo, the stillness of the water betraying nothing of the pain that had come before. She looked almost peaceful, as if the lake itself had chosen to cradle her sorrow in silence. He forced himself to breathe, to remain in control. It had been 20 years since Flavia. 20 years of waiting, watching. And now, it was time to remind Arturo Bacci of the truth, that every time he dared to love he would lose everything. Sooner or later, he'd learn the lesson. He didn't know yet if Arturo truly loved this new woman, but there was something different about her. Something vibrant. Something dangerous. And that made it all the more satisfying. Because when the time came to take her away, it would hurt Arturo in a way he'd never recover from.
Chapter 6.
As she was drying off after her shower, Hiro heard a soft knock on the door and knew instinctively who it was. She'd been imagining him as she'd stood in the steamy heat, picturing his hard, naked body wrapped around her from behind. Wrapping the towel around herself, she walked over to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Arturo, Principessa." "Forgive me. I couldn't stay away." Smiling, Hiro opened the door and looked up at him. "Hello again." He was wearing a navy sweater and blue jeans, and looked boyish and beautiful. For a second she just stared at him, then stood aside to let him in. As he moved past her, she closed the door behind him, and then deliberately let her towel drop. Arturo groaned. "Bellissimo." He dropped to his knees and gripped her hips, pulling her directly into him, and Hiro went willingly. "Bella, Bella, Bella." Arturo's voice was low, almost a whisper, and the way he looked at her made Hiro's heart race. He reached for her hand and brought it to his lips, his touch warm and grounding. There was something about the way he held her gaze that made her feel like she was the only person in the world. He led her gently to the bed, brushing a strand of hair from her face. His kisses were slow and tender, reverent almost, like he was memorizing her. She clung to him, overwhelmed by the rush of feelings that had nothing to do with reason and everything to do with the way he made her feel, seen, cherished, wanted. They curled into each other, letting the silence speak for them. Their closeness was comforting, their embrace lingering as the night wrapped around them like a blanket. Time passed softly, measured by the sound of shared breaths and quiet laughter. When he finally pulled back to look at her, he smiled. "Tomorrow?" She nodded, heart fluttering. It was the only word she could manage. Hours later, when she was alone again, she found herself staring at the ceiling, lips still tingling from his goodbye kiss. A flicker of worry crossed her mind, something they hadn't thought of in the heat of the moment, but she pushed it aside for now. Arturo drove home, smiling. Gosh, he was intoxicating, and now he knew her name. Hero Donati. No wonder she'd been bemused when he'd named them Beatrice and Benedict, from Much Ado About Nothing. He'd been so close to the truth, only one character away. He hated leaving her at the hotel. He wanted her in his bed always, but he knew he had to tread carefully. She was clearly a flight risk. At home, he opened his laptop and typed her name into the search engine. Nothing. He added Chicago and pressed enter. He would have missed the entry entirely if he hadn't scrolled down the page. A death notice. Thomas and Beth Lambert, beloved husband and daughter of Hero D. Lambert. Funeral to be held at St. Maria of Sacred Heart, Thursday the 5th of January. No flowers, please. Donations to Chicago Children's Hospital. A shock ran through Arturo. She had been married? Had a child? Reeling with the shock, he searched further until he found the newspaper report. Father and daughter killed in horror smash. Chicago. A father and daughter were killed Christmas Eve when a drunken driver crashed into their Toyota in heavy snow at Kenosha. Schoolteacher Thomas Lambert, 30, and his 3-year-old daughter Beth were fatally injured, with the child pronounced dead at the scene. Mr. and Mrs. Lambert were transported to the nearest emergency room, where Mr. Lambert died 5 days after the crash. His wife, Hero Lambert, 26, remains in a coma in critical condition. The driver's blood alcohol content was found to be 5 times the legal limit. A drunk driver. In 1 second, Hero's life was destroyed. Arturo felt sick and a little guilty for invading her privacy. If she had wanted him to know. No? He just wouldn't tell her what he knew. That was best for now. If his plan to seduce her worked, then he would let her tell him in her own time. He closed his eyes. The thought of Hero, lying in the wreck of a car, screaming for her lost husband, her darling daughter, made his chest hurt. She looks so much like Flavia. Is that the reason? He shook his head, sighing, and closed the laptop. Comparing the two women would not help matters. He went to bed, hoping for at least a few hours of rest before work, but sleep didn't come easily. His dreams were restless, filled with shadows and sorrow, visions of Flavia's lifeless form drifting away from him, and Hero, his beautiful Hero, in danger he couldn't stop. He watched, helpless, as fear twisted into nightmare, unable to protect the woman he was beginning to care for more than he'd ever expected. In a foul mood because of his nightmares, Arturo went into his office, stalking down the hallway right past his assistant's desk without saying anything. Peter called. Marcella followed him into his office, used to ignoring his moods. He says he's found a few promising options for the new hotel. He wants to know if you just want to put the Patrizi apartments straight back on the market as is, or go ahead with the refurbishments. Arturo sat down heavily in his chair. Tell Pete to call me, please. I want to refurb the whole place. Might as well make some profit off it. Thank you. By the way, good morning. Arturo did smile then. Good morning, Marcella. Grouch? You're fired. Marcella grinned. Want coffee? Yes, please. Well, you know where the coffee pot is. Arturo laughed. American-born Marcella had worked with him for years and had been his confidant and his friend, almost his sister. When he got too arrogant, she would just stare at him, do the pencil-tapping thing, until he backed down. She told him to back off to his face when he was rude to her. She brought him hot tea and pastries when he was down. Marcy, can I ask you something? Marcella, who was halfway out of the door, stopped and studied him. Work or pleasure? Pleasure. Ooh, gossip. Ask away. She flopped into the chair opposite him and crossed her long legs. Arturo cleared his throat. I met someone. Marcella's eyes opened wide. No. Way. Arturo held up his hands to forestall her excitement. It's complicated. Marcella sighed. When is it ever simple with you? Did something happen between you two? Arturo glanced away, suddenly very interested in the floor. Turo, she said, drawing out his name in playful reprimand. Could you try taking things slow for once? Not everything has to be instant sparks and reckless moves. She chuckled, then her tone softened as she met his eyes. Do you like her? I do. But I don't even know her. Rather, she doesn't want me to know anything. I might have gleaned some facts on my own. Stalker. I don't want to invade her privacy or overstep her boundaries. But I did find out something pretty major about her. Should I tell her that I know? Marcella shook her head. No. That would freak her out, believe me. We women live in a world where any invasion, however well-meaning or sweet, could mean something bad. Something like violence. So no, Arturo, don't tell her. If she wants you to know, she'll tell you. Thanks, Marcy. Who is she? That, he said, nodding, is what I intend to find out. 3 things happened in a very short space of time that morning. Hiro found a pharmacy and bought a box of rubbers. They'd left it unsaid, but if Arturo turned up at her door again tonight, she knew she wouldn't be able to resist him. She considered a pregnancy test, but it was way too soon for that. Of course, she would have to find a doctor to test for STDs, and she berated herself. How stupid was she to have risked her health for a quick, albeit spectacular night of intimacy? The second thing was, her realtor called and told her the paperwork for the apartment had gone through. Congratulations. You can move in whenever you want. Hiro thanked her and told her she'd be in to pick up the keys that afternoon. I hear you've pissed off Arturo Bacci, the realtor said with a chuckle. Good. He deserves it. Hiro swallowed hard. You know him? Oh, I know him. He might pretend not to know me, but I definitely know who he is. So Arturo had slept with her realtor. Perfect. Just perfect. Hiro thanked her again and ended the call, her thoughts spinning. What was I thinking? She'd been in town less than a week, and already she had fallen for one of the most notorious flirts around. But she couldn't stop thinking about him, and she found that her guilt over betraying Tom's memory grew less and less. He'd want her to be happy, right? It didn't mean Hiro didn't miss her husband every single moment, because she did. But moving to Italy was supposed to be a new beginning in every way. Hiro pushed all thoughts aside and went to the art shop she had found on her travels yesterday. The store was empty except for the proprietor, a young woman about Hiro's age, whose tightly curled hair was piled on top of her head. She grinned at Hiro. Hello again. Couldn't stay away? Hiro smiled at her. The woman had an English accent, and her name badge read Fliss. She was small, tinier even than Hiro, and she wore a 50s-style tea dress with pink flamingos on a turquoise background. Hiro liked her immediately. I was window shopping yesterday. Today, I'm intending to spend money. Fliss laughed. Good to hear. What are you looking for? Everything. Over the next hour, Fliss showed her around the store, and Hiro immersed herself in picking out fat, round pastels in every color, a set of professional watercolor half pans, and pencils in every hardness. She and Fliss talked about their mutual love of art. Like Hiro, Fliss was the product of art college. I was doing my doctorate, but that's on hold for the moment. Hiro told her, and Fliss looked interested. Listen, it's been a while since I got to talk about art like the geek I am. I'm closing for lunch in 10. Want to grab a bite to eat? Hiro smiled. I'd love that. Fliss took her to a small trattoria down a small alley. This is one of Como's best-kept secrets, she said in a low voice. The tourists don't know about it. It's cheap, but my gosh, the food is so good. I recommend the rabbit stew with polenta. Over lunch, and Hiro took Fliss's advice and almost swooned when she put the first delicious bite into her mouth, they shared their stories. Fliss had moved to Lake Como after a school trip when she was young. I swore that I would do everything in my power to be able to live here. I got lucky. My parents are reasonably well off and gave me my first capital to start my business. When I told them I wanted to bring it over here, their first reaction was, Oh great, when can we visit? Hiro smiled, feeling a little envious. Have you got any siblings? 3 brothers, all older, all a major pain in my ass. They're all scientists. Can you believe it? But, and she leaned forward conspiratorially, I was the only one to graduate with first-class honors. Hiro laughed. For the first time in forever, she felt like more than a jaded 28-year-old who had already been a wife, a mother, and a widow. For once she felt relaxed. Damn, look at that man. Hiro blinked and turned towards where Fliss was looking. A man was dumping an armful of papers onto a stand, and Arturo Bacci's face was on the front of each one. Hiro's Italian was good enough to read the headline. Bacci upset at Patrizi's sale. Whoops. She turned back to Fliss, who was eyeing Arturo's picture with lustful glee. Do you know him? Fliss shook her head. No, but I hear stories. He's quite the wunderschlong. Hiro felt her face burn, and Fliss saw her expression. You okay? I'm good. Listen, I've had a great time. Can we do this again? Fliss grinned. You bet. They swapped numbers, and Hiro found her way to her realtor's office. With a swell of excitement, she picked up the keys to her new home. Now you know it's not furnished, right? Her realtor reminded her. Hiro nodded. I know. I won't actually be living there until my furniture is delivered, so if you need me and my cell phone is off, please call the hotel. She was shaking as she walked up to the top floor and paused before unlocking the door. Had she done the right thing spending all that money? Why had she been so determined to beat Arturo? Had it been just her attempt to show she still had some control over her life? Hiro took a deep breath, opened the door, and all her doubts fell away. She was home.
Chapter 7.
Arturo called her this time. I thought I'd do things properly for a change, he chuckled. Would you like to have dinner with me? Hiro, walking back from the Patrizi, smiled. I'd love to. Where did you have in mind? It's a surprise. Wear something slinky and easy to take off. She was still laughing when they said goodbye. Whether she admitted it or not, Arturo Bacci wasn't just a spectacular romantic partner, he had a sense of fun too, that she found appealing. She wondered if he would be very angry if she told him the truth about the apartment. Feigning ignorance wasn't an option. The fact he wanted the apartment was well known, even to her after only 10 minutes spent at the auction house that day. No, she would have to come clean, give him her reasons why she bought the place and paid such an outrageous sum for it. Dang it. As much as she hated lying to him, she also didn't want this to end. She craved his body. He was like a heady mix of sugar and heroin in her system. Walking back to the hotel, still a block away, she became aware that there was no one else on the street. The evening was dark with a cool breeze blowing up from the lake. As she walked, she heard the echo of footsteps behind her, and her gut twisted a little in apprehension. She stole a look behind her. A few steps behind her, a man tall and broad-shouldered followed. He was in shadow. It was probably nothing, but Hiro slowed her pace and then stopped. The man behind her stopped. Oh damn, he was following her. She turned to face him. What do you want? A second later, she regretted stopping when she saw a flash of steel in his hand. Oh gosh, no. Hiro turned and took flight towards the people she could see milling about in the town square. With relief, she darted into the hotel, breathless as she asked for her key. The receptionist gave her a strange look, but Hiro just shook her head. It was just a mugger, she thought to herself. But she was shaken. She pushed open the door to her room, and at first, she didn't notice the envelope that must have been pushed under her door. When she did, she picked it up off the carpet, opened it and read. You look beautiful today. It's a pity I'm going to kill you. She dropped the letter as if it were scalding hot. What the actual hell? She sat on the edge of the bed, shaking. Who wanted to kill her? She was new in town, and the only person she could have any beef with would be. No? She refused to believe Arturo Bacci was capable of hurting anyone, much less her. If he'd wanted to kill her, he would have done it that first night when no one had seen him take her home. He could have killed her, dumped her body in the lake, and gone on about his day. No? But who else could it be? She didn't know anyone else, and she was pretty sure Fliss wasn't a crazy killer. Besides, the guy that followed her just now was huge. That made her feel sick. There was no way she'd be able to fight back against a killer that size. She tried to control her trembling in order to get dressed. She slipped into a lilac dress and fastened a gold chain around her neck, but she moved automatically, not really focusing on her appearance. For the first time, she wondered if she had done the right thing by coming here. It just didn't make sense that someone had targeted her so quickly. In the car with Arturo an hour later, she studied him carefully. "Where are we going?" Arturo grinned over at her, and she could see no malice in his eyes. A surprise? His smile made her belly quiver, but her nerves were still frayed, and he seemed to notice. He reached over and took her hand. "Are you okay?" She didn't answer for a moment and then said, "Hiro. My name is Hiro." Arturo grinned sheepishly. "I know. I admit I saw the key card holder with your name written on it. Not Beatrice." So he was honest. Did it mean he was innocent? He was the only person who would have reason to hate her, and yet he was so caring, his eyes so full of desire for her. He drove them to a small compound, where a helicopter waited. Arturo helped Hiro out of the car, and then led her to the aircraft, still grinning and not telling her where they were going. He got into the pilot's seat, and Hiro had to admit that she was impressed. It also made her feel better that plenty of people had seen them take off together. Witnesses. "Stop it. He's done nothing wrong." Hiro pulled in a deep lungful of air and tried to relax. Arturo reached over and stroked her face. "Okay." She nodded and turned her head to press her lips against his palm. Arturo smiled, leaning over to kiss her mouth. The helicopter ride was exhilarating, and when they began to see city lights beneath them, Arturo said, "Milan. I thought you should see it at night." A thrill went through her. Milan, she'd never been to the city, and now as he landed the craft on top of a hotel, she felt as if she were walking in a dream. The restaurant was exclusive and expensive, and they were led to a private booth in the back. "I thought we could talk without people listening in," Arturo said, bending to kiss her cheek. He was holding her hand, his fingers entwined in hers, and Hiro felt a warmth surge through her. There was no way he was that good an actor to fake this affection. No way. They sat side by side in the booth, and after the waiter took their order, Arturo put his arm around her and drew her closer. "That dress, the color is incredible next to your skin." He drew the back of his finger down her cheek. He picked up her necklace, letting his fingers gently trace the delicate chain before drifting down to rest softly against her midsection. Hiro let out a quiet breath, her eyes closing for a moment at the warmth of his touch. Arturo pressed a soft kiss to her neck. "Sweet Hiro. I booked a suite at the Mandarin Oriental. I'd love for you to stay the night with me. No pressure, truly. One word from you, and I'll cancel the room. But will you stay?" Hiro nodded, lost in his eyes. "Yes," she said, her voice scratchy with emotion. She wanted this one last night, one more memory of being close to him, of feeling his arms around her, because she knew without a doubt it would be the last. She needed something to hold on to. Because the truth was, she was falling for him. And that meant she had to tell him everything. After that, she was certain Arturo would walk away and never look back. The thought of that was killing her. Arturo opened the door of the suite and stepped back to allow Hiro in. Gosh, she was so beautiful he could cry, but ever since dinner, where neither of them ate very much, she had been quiet. Was she nervous about staying with him? He hoped not. Locking the door behind him, Arturo crossed the room to where she stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Milan shimmering around her. The back of her dress dipped low, revealing a graceful line of golden skin. He reached out and gently trailed a finger down her spine. "You are perfect," he murmured, pressing a soft kiss to her bare shoulder. Hiro leaned back slightly, resting her head against his chest. The air between them shifted, warm, electric, charged with everything they weren't saying aloud. Arturo slowly untied the halter of her dress, letting the fabric slide to the floor. She turned to face him, her expression open and unguarded, eyes filled with something deeper than desire. They held each other, moving in quiet harmony, savoring the closeness. No rush. No need to speak. Her fingers threaded through his hair as he kissed her again, slowly, reverently, as if trying to remember every detail of this moment. Later, wrapped in each other's arms, Arturo brushed his thumb over her cheek, studying her like she might disappear. "You're so beautiful," he whispered. "So lovely." And as he held her close, he felt it, an ache in his chest, unfamiliar but undeniable. He was falling for her. Hard. And the thought of losing her, of something coming between them, filled him with a fear he couldn't explain. Not tonight, he told himself. Tonight, he would simply hold her. It was a perfect night, the flight, the quiet dinner, and now the simple joy of being alone with her. No gossip from Como. No weight of expectations or responsibility. Just the two of them, wrapped in peace and closeness, as if the world had melted away. She brought that out in him, or she had over the last few days, and he had to remind himself that they really didn't know anything about each other. She had finally told him her name, and he knew enough to realize that was a big step for her. He wouldn't be the man who pressured her, especially after what she had been through in her young life. All he wanted to do was be with her, acutely aware that this was a complete 180 shift in his whole philosophy. The last 3 days had been a revelation to him. Later, when she fell asleep, he slipped out of bed and snagged his phone from his jacket. Closing the bedroom door, he went into the living room of the suite and called Pete. "Hey buddy, did I wake you up?" Peter chuckled. "No, Turo. What's up?" Arturo sighed. "I got trouble." "What? What happened? Did you something stupid, Turo?" "Maybe. It's a girl, Peter. I'm in love."
Chapter 8.
Arturo, I'm the one. I'm the one who smashed your dream. I'm the one who outbid you, bought the Patrizzi apartment. I knew you were bidding, and I went all out to beat you. I'm the one. Hiro kept going through what she would say as she dressed the next morning. She had intended to tell Arturo when they woke, but he had kissed her so sweetly, and his eyes had been so full of love. That's what it had looked like, and she had been silenced. They had started out tenderly, their connection quiet and unhurried. But soon, Arturo's playful side emerged, and the suite filled with laughter as he chased her from room to room. She gave in eventually, letting herself collapse into his arms, both of them breathless with joy. They spent the rest of the evening wrapped in each other, kissing, cuddling, sharing secrets and smiles between the soft glow of city lights and the hum of room service trays. In the shower, they washed away the evening in warm water and laughter, teasing each other about the little bumps and bruises from all their playful tumbles. Her body was tired in the best way, her limbs heavy, her heart light. And somewhere in the quiet afterward, as they lay tangled in sheets and silence, Hiro felt something loosen deep inside her. A softness she hadn't let herself feel in a long time. She knew she should tell him the truth. She knew this perfect night wasn't built to last. But for just a little longer, she wanted to hold on to it. She felt his arm snake around her waist, and his hand slip beneath her dress to stroke her belly. "Hey." She leaned back into him, turning her head to kiss his mouth. "Hey." Arturo gazed down at her, his eyes serious. "Is it wrong that I don't want this to end?" Her stomach dropped. This trip, this city with you." She turned in his arms and locked hers around his waist. He nuzzled her nose with his own. "Hiro." The way he whispered her name made it sound like the most bewitching sound in the world. "Arturo, I have something to tell you." "Okay." She swallowed. "I? Tell him." Get it over with now. Offer to give him the apartment. Beg him to forgive you. I used to be married. Arturo's eyes were sympathetic. Would you be mad if I told you I knew? That stopped her. What? What the hell? Did he have a private detective on her? Did he already know about the apartment? Arturo's arms tightened around her. I see what you're thinking, and I swear just the results of a Google search. I was curious. Hiro breathed out. Okay, that was normal at the beginning of modern relationships, right? But you didn't think of finding out about his story like that, did you? Okay, that's fine. Then you know about your husband and daughter. I do, and I cannot tell you how sorry I am, my darling. Come sit. Let's really talk. I've ordered breakfast. Over breakfast, she told him about Tom and Beth, and to her surprise, it was easy to talk to him, and it felt good to really reminisce honestly about her grief, her love for Tom, and her darling Beth, her light. She really was the most amazing kid, she said, her eyes filling with tears. I know every mom says that, but my gosh, I couldn't believe this incredible little creature came from me. Do you have a photo? She dug around in her purse and brought out 2 photos. One was just of Beth, yelling a banshee cry into the camera, grinning wildly. The other was all 3 of them, Tom encompassing his family in his arms as they smiled, not at the camera but at each other. Arturo studied them both. Wow. Wow. She looks just like you. Hiro felt a lump in her throat when Arturo used the present tense. She does. The tears escaped then, and she began to sob. Arturo folded her in his arms and just held her until she cried herself out. When she finally pulled away, she felt lighter and surprisingly unembarrassed. Arturo smiled at her and stroked the back of his fingers down her face. Sweet one, your daughter will always be with you. And your husband. He looked back at the photo of Tom, and for a second, Hiro couldn't read his expression. He looks like a great guy. He was. He was my best friend. She sighed. It was just, everything changed on a dime, you know? One second we were in the car singing pop songs and the next minute, gone. So final. She looked away for a moment, until he turned her face gently back to his. I'm glad you told me. I want to know you, Hiro. Hiro squeezed his hand. What about you? Me? You know me. My reputation precedes me. Arturo. He shrugged. There has been no one special in my life for years. She looked at him curiously. So there was someone once? The pained look on his face was so fleeting that she wondered if she'd imagined it, but then he was talking again, and she dismissed it. I'm a walking cliché, Hiro, he said bluntly. I'm arrogant as hell, and I sleep around. Slept around? 3 days ago, I met the woman that one day I hope to marry. That floored her and frightened her. Arturo, a marriage is more than great intimate moments. I know. Or rather, I don't, but I hope to find out. He held her gaze steadily. Hiro felt her heart beating way too hard against her ribs, and she got up. Don't make fun of me. Arturo caught her as she moved away and made her look into his eyes. I've never been more serious about anything in my life, Hiro. I'm in this. Are you in this with me? She had no idea how to answer him. Back in Como, he took her back to her hotel. Kissing her goodbye, he cupped her face in his hands. Tonight? Dinner? Hiro hesitated. Can I take a rain check tonight? I just have some stuff I need to figure out. Arturo didn't seem fazed. Of course, my darling. You have my cell phone number if you change your mind. Hiro took the stairs to her room, wanting to take her time. Gosh, what was she going to do? She had fallen for him so entirely that even the thought of him finding out about the apartment made her feel sick. Should she put it back up for auction and take a hit on the price? She could sell it to him, anonymously maybe. The thing was, she loved the apartment. Ever since she'd walked into it that first day, was it really only 4 days ago, She had known it was her haven. Her heart was telling her that Arturo was worth giving it up. Her head was telling her not to be foolish. Stick to her plan. A gorgeous man wasn't worth giving it up for. Was he? Shoot. Hiro sighed as she opened the door to her room, then froze. 3 more envelopes on the floor. She grabbed them and ran back down to the reception. She asked to see the security guard, after the receptionist denied that any of her staff delivered the letters. Do you have CCTV? I'm afraid it is currently out of order, Signorina. He looked at the envelopes in her hand curiously. What is in the notes? Hiro stared at him and then shook her head. Never mind. She stalked back upstairs, but before she locked herself in, she checked in every part of the room. She was alone. She double-locked the door and sat on the bed, the envelopes laid out in front of her. After a moment, she ripped the first one open. Tramp. Charming. She steeled herself for the next one. Dead woman walking. Oh, buzz off. It helped a little to ridicule the note. She opened the third. There was no note, but 2 photographs fell out. Hiro frowned, but she bent to pick them up. As she studied them, she gave a gasp of horror. The first photo showed a woman, terrified, cornered mid-scream. Her dark hair fell over her face, but Hiro recognized the resemblance instantly. The second image stole her breath. The same woman, unmistakably dead. Blood soaked her clothes. A knife was still lodged in her stomach. Geez. Hiro sat frozen, unable to look away. Time blurred, minutes maybe more, before she finally moved, legs stiff and numb. Down at reception, her voice was steady, but her insides felt like ice. I need you to call the police. When the officers arrived, she met them with quiet composure. No drama. No panic. Just truth. She handed over the envelope and said, "Someone wants to kill me. And I have no idea why."
Chapter 9.
The next morning, Hiro got another message, this time phoned through to reception and of an altogether more pleasant kind. George Galliano was inviting her to have lunch with him. Hiro considered. She didn't want to get into the middle of anything between Arturo and George, but the more allies she had in this town, the better. She called him back and agreed to meet him at the restaurant. I can't wait, he said in a warm voice. Hiro promised herself she could make it clear that it was just lunch as friends. Until then, she had a few hours to kill, and she spent it arranging furniture for her apartment to be delivered by the end of the week. Now that it was officially hers, she was antsy to move in and be less vulnerable. She arranged for locks to be fitted to the windows, even as unlikely as it was that anyone could scale up to that height, and a deadbolt fixed to the door. It would be her little fortress. She noticed that the other apartments had just started getting renovated for individual sale, and Hiro was glad that there would be plenty of construction workers around should anything happen. Gosh, you sound paranoid. But the vicious, utterly random threats had affected her more than she wanted to admit. The Polizia had been sympathetic, but they told her there was nothing much they could do unless she were actually harmed. Do you know who that woman is? They'd studied the photographs and exchanged loaded looks, but both swore blind they didn't know who she was. It's probably some hoax, the kindly lead officer said. Some people just like to frighten a woman on her own. They made it sound like she should expect this kind of thing, being on her own. Hiro's feminist hackles went up, and she gathered up the notes and photos, and thanked them stiffly before turning away. She almost dared someone to attack her, as she walked back through the lobby. Come at me. Her fear had turned to anger now, and she stalked past the hotel's security guard without acknowledging him. George Galliano was waiting for her, sitting at one of the restaurant's outside tables, smoking a cigarette with a glass of red wine in front of him. He stood when she approached and kissed both of her cheeks. You look beautiful, Miss Donati. Please join me. Over a lunch of fresh crab salad, he asked her about her plans for the apartment. To be honest, Mr. Galliano, I just want a haven. I've arranged for it to be furnished, of course, but beyond that I hadn't thought. Well, I know some good interior designers should you require them. He paused. I see Bacci has already begun to remodel the other apartments. He owns them all, then? George nodded, a nasty gleam in his eyes. As I told you, you pissed him off royally by beating him to that last one. Bacci has dreams, I think, of owning every major hotel in this region, maybe even in Italy. His plans are, like him, ridiculously conceited. I think it's healthy to have ambition, Haven said carefully. George smirked. You are very generous, Miss Donati. Hero, please. Hero. Such a pretty name. Tell me, Hero, has Arturo's legendary prowess in the bedroom been exaggerated? Hero looked at him steadily. If anything, it's been underplayed. But George laughed. Fair enough. I meant no offense. I only asked because I wanted to see how loyal you were to him. I'm as loyal as I would be to any friend. I've been here less than a week, Mr. Galliano. I have no interest in being drawn into disputes between the two of you. Understood. His smile faded and he sighed. For my part, I wish I could understand why we drifted apart, how it got so awkward between us. Hero's curiosity got the better of her. You mentioned a woman you both loved before. He nodded. Flavia. She died 20 years ago now. She was a beautiful woman, like yourself, but that beauty was to be her downfall. How so? George's eyes went distant, shadowed by something heavy. She was murdered, stabbed to death. They never found out who did it. The flicker of emotion she'd seen on Arturo's face resurfaced in Hero's memory, followed by the haunting image of the woman in the photograph she'd received earlier. A chill swept over her. Stabbed? She asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. George nodded. Multiple times. She never stood a chance. It devastated the town, myself and Arturo the most. I think neither of us has been the same since. Of course, Arturo was her romantic partner at the time, and so the general consensus was that he was the only one suffering. He shook his head. But I sound like a bitter man. The realization that Arturo had also lost someone he dearly loved in some way cemented the connection between them even further. Suddenly Hero had to admit it to herself. She was falling hard for him in more ways than between the sheets. It now seemed impossible to avoid coming clean to him about the apartment and trying to make it right. Mr. Galliano, thank you for lunch, but I have to go now. George stood as she did and kissed her cheek, lingering perhaps a beat too long for her comfort. He took her hands, searching her eyes. Please know, Hero, Arturo is not your only option. Please be careful. He is not who he says he is. Hero pulled her hands away, her expression steely. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Galliano. Creep? Hero bid him goodbye and got out of there, much to her relief. Not my only option. The arrogance of the man. She felt the need to connect with someone from back home, and so as she walked to her new apartment, she called Imelda, getting only her voicemail. Melly, I'm just touching base. Call me back. I need to hear your voice. She gave a small chuckle as she ended the call. She'd never said that to her sister, ever. Funny how distance changed relationships. Hero stuck her phone back into her bag and carried on towards the Patrizzi. Peter's face was blank with disappointment. You don't like it. He and Arturo were at an old rundown hotel on the north shore of the lake. Peter had seen it last minute and had been sure Arturo would go for it. It had an old-world rustic charm, as well as a fantastic terrace overlooking the lake. A stone pergola draped in the most glorious wisteria led to lush gardens of azalea, camellia, and jasmine conveying beautiful scent along the breeze. The hotel itself had been abandoned for so long that vines had snaked their way into the interior, giving the whole place a strange but organic post-apocalyptic feel. Peter had fallen in love with it at first sight, but he could tell from Arturo's expression that his friend felt differently. He sighed. So no? Arturo turned to him, and Peter felt a shock run through him. He'd been wrong. Arturo's eyes were shining. It's incredible, but not for a hotel. Gosh, Peter. Peter was confused. So let me get this right, you don't want it for a hotel, but you love it? For a home, Pete. For a family home. A family home? Peter echoed in confusion. For whom? Arturo laughed. For me, of course. For the family I intend to have in the future. He didn't say with whom, but Peter knew this expression of old. Arturo, you've known her for less than a week. Peter stared at his old friend in astonishment. Arturo was known for being impulsive when it came to absolutely everything except relationships. In that particular area, he could always be trusted to love him and leave him. A week, Peter repeated. What makes her any different, Arturo? Arturo shrugged. You need to meet her, Peter, and then you'll understand. She's bright and funny and beautiful, and I'm crazy about her. So crazy, you're imagining your future estate together already? This isn't you, Peter said. You're obviously having some sort of. Gosh, I don't know, but you need to slow down. You don't believe in love at first sight? Peter rolled his eyes. No. I don't. At all. Wanting to sleep with her isn't the same as love, Arturo. I don't need to tell you that. It's not that. If it were that, I'd be over it already. But look, I'm going to call her and arrange for you two to meet. Then you'll see. Peter was about to protest, but Arturo had already pulled out his phone. Peter watched the smile spread over Arturo's face as the woman answered his call. Bueno giorno, Bella. How are you? Good. Listen, are you free for a drink this afternoon? I'd love you to meet my best friend, Peter Armley. Yes? Great, see you soon, cara mia. Arturo was, there really was no other word for it, glowing when he ended the call and smiled at Peter. You'll see, Pete. She's perfect. Peter held his tongue. Sometimes it paid to pull your punches with Arturo until the right moment. He usually figured things out for himself first anyway. And what about this place? I want it, but for myself. Can you get it done? Peter sighed, watching his hotel dreams vanish in a puff of Arturo's fantasies. Of course, but are you sure? There's no rush with this. It's been on the market for 5 years without a taker. Take some time. Think about it. Arturo shook his head. I want it. Give the owner what he's asking for, and get the paperwork through as soon as possible. I want to bring Hero here and show her what I have planned. Geez, Peter hissed under his breath. It was only an hour later, when they walked into a bar in Como, and saw Hero Donati waiting for them, that Peter understood. He took one look at the beautiful woman sitting elegantly, her long dark hair pulled over her shoulder, her large brown eyes shining at them, and immediately saw the striking, no, not striking, the almost uncanny resemblance to Flavia, and he turned to Arturo, horror in his eyes. Arturo, he said, what have you done?
Chapter 10.
Hero liked Peter Armley very much, but she was a little bemused by the way he kept staring at her as if he knew her from someplace. Arturo, if he noticed it, didn't say anything, and all three of them chatted lightly. Peter stayed until the early evening, and then excused himself. Dinner plans. He kissed Hero's cheek. It's wonderful to meet you, Hero. Welcome to Como. After he'd gone, she and Arturo lingered over a pre-dinner aperitif. Arturo stroked her face. Are you hungry? She shook her head. To tell the truth, all Hero wanted was to be wrapped up in his arms, feeling safe and cared for. He pressed his lips to hers. I have an idea. Oh? There's a moonlight boat trip out on the water tonight. There will be other couples there, but I thought you might like it. Hero smiled. I would love that. This really is a beautiful town, Arturo. I'm glad you like it. He kissed her again. Hero, I don't want to come on too strong and scare you away, but I would really like to see where this goes. You and I cards on the table. I haven't felt like this perhaps ever. Hiro smiled, but the desire to ask him about Flavia was in the forefront of her mind. She had to be the girl in the picture she had been sent, and even Hiro could see the likeness between them. Knowing Arturo had loved the dead girl, and now someone was threatening Hiro's own life, could she trust him? Was Arturo the man behind the threats? Hiro knew she should end this thing between them, and yet she couldn't. What time is the boat trip? 9? Arturo's green eyes were intense on hers. We have a few hours to kill. Hiro felt his fingers brush the inside of her thigh, and a soft breath escaped her lips. Why did he affect her like this? It was like he short-circuited her logic with a single touch. Addictive didn't even begin to cover it. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Arturo, take me home." His answering grin was full of mischief and promise. 20 minutes later, they were in his apartment, their laughter mingling with hurried kisses as Arturo helped her out of her dress. They tumbled together, hands everywhere, caught up in the thrill of closeness, teasing and stealing moments between shared smiles. He held her close as they sank into the bed, their rhythm slowing, becoming something deeper. Time seemed to melt away as they moved together, eyes locked, completely attuned to each other. She arched into him, overwhelmed by the way he made her feel, cherished, wanted, seen. "You're intoxicating," he murmured, his voice low with emotion. They collapsed together, breathless and warm, limbs tangled. Hiro kissed him gently, then rested her head on his chest, listening to the beat of his heart. "You make me feel beautiful," she whispered. He touched her cheek and smiled, his gaze full of wonder. "You are." There was nothing rushed now, just the quiet certainty of two people who had stopped pretending this was casual. In the quiet that followed, Hiro knew she would never forget this night. He held her close, their breathing still uneven, his arms wrapped around her like he never wanted to let go. The room was quiet, except for the gentle rhythm of their recovery. Hiro let out a groan and sat up slightly. "We forgot again." Arturo blinked. "Forgot what?" She rubbed her forehead. "Protection. I can't believe this keeps slipping our minds." He gently ran his hand along her back, trying to soothe her. "Cara mia, there's nothing to worry about on my end. I'm completely healthy. I can even have my doctor confirm it for you if you want." Hiro gave a faint smile, then sighed. "That's not all I'm thinking about. There's the possibility of pregnancy too." Arturo sat up and pressed a kiss to her bare shoulder. "And if that happened, would it really be so terrible?" She turned to stare at him, wide-eyed. "Arturo, it's been a week." 1 week. He tried to wrap his arms around her, but she pulled back, shaking her head as she slipped out of bed. "This is all moving way too fast," she said quietly, almost to herself. "First you talk about marriage, and now this?" He watched her, concern softening his expression, but she didn't stop pacing. "Please," he added, voice strained, "just slow down." She ran her hand through her hair, pacing up and down. Arturo watched her. "I'm sorry, Hiro. I get a little overexcited sometimes, and I guess I'm spoiled. I'm used to getting what I want when I want it, and sometimes I forget about other people's feelings. I'm sorry." Hiro was taken aback by his honesty, and her panic, so overwhelming just a moment ago, faded. "Talk to him." She sat back down on the bed. "Arturo, I'm just not ready for something so serious, so final. There's a lot going on in my life and, well, I just got here. That's not to say I don't love being with you. I do, I really do, but we need to slow down. Please." "Of course. I really am sorry." He sighed but gave her space, not reaching for her again immediately. "I never thought I could feel like this again." "After Flavia?" Hiro said quietly. A long silence. "Yes. So you also Googled me, I take it?" "Here we go." "No." She looked at him. "I had lunch with George Galliano today." She watched his expression go from shock to anger to jealousy to acceptance. "I see. Just as acquaintances. We met at the auction." So, a little lie, but it didn't matter. He was kind enough to tell me all about your beef with him. Arturo snorted. I bet he did. Hiro half grinned at him. You don't have to worry, he's kind of a creep. You're not wrong. Arturo laughed, looking relieved. So, he told you about Flavia? She nodded. Arturo, I'm so very sorry. Why didn't you say anything? Especially after I told you about Tom and Beth. I didn't want to freak you out, he admitted. Because we look alike? Arturo nodded. You do. When I saw you that first time, I thought I'd seen her ghost. But Hiro, listen. You are two totally different people, and I know that. Your resemblance to Flavia is incidental to how I feel about you, I swear. I swear. She nodded but wanted more than that. What kind of woman was she? First of all, let me say this. You are a woman. Flavia was a girl. She was 18 when she was murdered. And I loved her, I truly loved her, and she loved me. But she also loved men and intimacy, and after her death I found out she had been sleeping with George too. He was my friend at the time, and I believe he enjoyed telling me that my sainted girlfriend had been a cheater. As you can imagine, we've rarely spoken since. What a jerk, Hiro shook her head. What a spiteful, needless thing to do. She put her hand on his face. You're a million times the man he is, Turo. Arturo smiled. I like that. You calling me Turo. He leaned in slowly and she met him halfway, giving permission for the soft kiss, but then his smile faded. They never caught the killer, and I never found out why she died. Maybe it was another jealous romantic partner. I don't know. The Polizia found nothing. He shook his head. I still have nightmares about her and her terrible fear and pain. Hiro felt sick. Tell him. Tell him about the notes, the threats, but she couldn't do it. Couldn't give him that kind of worry again. She kissed him softly. I'm so sorry, Turo. Arturo wrapped his arms around her. You make it better, cara mia. She leaned into him and sighed. I hope I do. You make my pain go away, Turo. I hope one day I could do the same for you. You already have. They were in each other's presence once more. The earlier intensity had softened, giving way to something far more significant, a silent agreement of souls. Their eyes, holding fast, were the windows to a powerful bond that deepened with every shared moment. At 9 o'clock, Arturo took her on the boat trip around the lake, and they snuggled down in their seats, enjoying the night, laughing together, hands clasped. It was the perfect end to an intense day, and Hiro felt herself relaxing with this man. She still had to tell him about the apartment, but she had decided if he really wanted it, she didn't want to lose him over it. They could work something out. From the other end of the boat, he watched them. There was something different about the way they were together now, a new understanding, a new closeness. Perfect. He wondered if Hiro Donati would scream when he drove his knife into her over and over and over again.
Chapter 11.
Hiro packed the last of her things into her bag and threw it over her shoulder. She glanced around the hotel room which had been her home for the last 10 days and felt nervous. Today, she would move into the Patrizzi apartment, and later she would tell Arturo what she had done. She couldn't justify spending any more money on hotel rooms now. She had a €5 million apartment, and she had to live there. The cab took her to the apartment, and she opened the door and stepped into her new home. It echoed with silence, but with the furniture in place, it had the beginnings of a real home. She pushed open the doors to the small balcony and stepped out into the air, breathing in great lungfuls of air. Home. She couldn't help the small thrill that ran through her, but it was tempered with sadness. Tonight she would tell Arturo, and it would either be the end of them, or the beginning of something else. Her cell phone rang. Finally. Hiro said as her sister said hello. Don't be a pain, my phone got dropped in the bath. You mean you dropped it in the bath? She grinned as Imelda sighed. Fine. How are you? Good. I moved into the apartment. Good. That's good. Is everything else okay? You sounded weird on the voicemail you left. Hiro hesitated. I'm fine. I just wanted to touch base. How are Mom and Dad? A spike of adrenaline ran through her when her sister hesitated. Melly? Imelda sighed. Don't panic, but Pops had a little heart thing. He's okay, he's fine, but... Oh gosh, Melly. Hiro walked back inside and dropped onto the couch, her heart racing, her insides frozen. I'll get on a plane. I'll book a flight this second, and... No, you will not. I said don't panic. He's going to be okay, they're just keeping him in for observation. He's fine, sis. Honestly. It was just a little bit of a scare. That lessened Hiro's panic only marginally. How could you not tell me? Because Mom said not to. Because she says, and I agree, you need this. You need to be away from Chicago, making your own life. Dad is fine, I promise, and I will absolutely call you if anything changes. But you stay there, Hiro. You need to do this. Hiro was silent for a long time. You promise you'll tell me if he gets worse? I promise. Imelda let out a long breath, and when she spoke again, her voice was softer. Hiro, are you doing okay? Hiro choked back a sob and steadied her voice. I'm fine. It's beautiful here. Made friends? More than that. A couple. Good. Sweetheart, you did the right thing. I'm proud of you. Hiro was too shocked to reply, and she heard Imelda's soft laugh. Take care, little sister. And believe me, I do actually care. I'll see you soon. The phone clicked off before Hiro could reply. She sat for a moment, trying to take in her sister's words. First the news about her dad, and then just now, that had been the closest to I love you she'd ever gotten from Imelda. The world is shifting on its axis. Hiro shook her head, and before she could change her mind, she called Arturo and got his voicemail. Arturo checked his voicemail an hour later, as he sat in his office and frowned. That was weird. Peter looked up at him, putting down the sheaf of papers he held. What? That was Hiro. She wants to meet later, at the Patrizzi apartment. Peter frowned. Why on earth? I have no idea. Arturo tried calling her back. Hey, it's me. Look, of course I can meet you there, but what's going on, Hiro? Well, call me back if you can, but I'll be there at 6. He ended the call and put his phone down on the desk, chewing his bottom lip. That's very strange? Peter half smiled. Maybe Hiro's the buyer? Arturo rolled his eyes. Yeah, because she has millions of euros just laying around. She might. Arturo looked at Peter over his glasses. Really? You think so? No. Listen, can we get back to this? Villa Claudia is yours as soon as you sign. I can't believe you got it for $500,000. Arturo grinned. By the time I finish with it, it'll be worth 10 times that. Not that I'll be selling. Still planning your marital home with the lovely Hiro? What's your problem? Arturo looked up at the cynical tone in Peter's voice, his eyes narrowing. Don't you like Hiro? I liked her very, very much, Turo. She's sweet and smart and beautiful. Peter fixed him with the hard look. And she looks just like your murdered girlfriend. Arturo, how troubled are you by that? Arturo sat back and sighed. She's a completely different person. Pete. How? She's Hiro and not Flavia for one, he said dryly and rolled his eyes at Peter's look. She's also American, you know. Versus Italian. Big difference there. And she's softer somehow, yet at the same time more assured. Wiser. She's a woman. Flavia. Arturo felt the usual sadness at the memory of such a beautiful young life cut short. Flavia was just a kid. Hiro was married, you know, with a child? Pete's eyebrows shot up. Was? They died in a car wreck 2 years ago. Geez. How old is Hiro? 28. Peter shook his head. Damn. She tell you about them? Yup. Arturo leaned forward. And I told her about Flavia, including the fact that they resemble each other. Sadly, I didn't get there first. George told Hiro about Flavia. She knows George? Peter looked bemused. Arturo chuckled. Yup. She thinks he's a creep. She gets points for judging that character right, at least. Arturo smirked. Anyway, he took her to lunch, tried to pull his usual con job, but she saw straight through him. But yeah, he told her about Flavia. And she wasn't scared off? Arturo didn't hide his smile. Nope. But she did tell me to slow down. Good. Peter sighed. More points in her favor. Arturo nodded, his face becoming serious. Pete, she's special. I know you think it's because of Flav, but it really isn't. She's very dear to me. Yes. Already. Peter studied his best friend. You're in love with her? Yes. Does she know? Arturo took a deep breath in. I haven't said it. The whole slow down thing, you see. But yes, I'm in love with Hiro Donati. And he could see that finally, Peter believed him. At 6 p.m., Arturo drove into town and parked outside the Patrizzi. He spoke to some of his contractors, noting the work already done, then headed up to the apartment. It was quiet on the top floor, and he strode around the corridors. The apartment was in the farthest corner away from the elevators, and as he approached, he could see the door was open. He frowned. Why the hell was Hiro here? He stepped into the apartment, and then recoiled in shock at all the blood. At the body. Oh gosh. No. This can't be.
Chapter 12.
Hiro? Miss Donati? Can you hear me? If you can, please open your eyes or squeeze my hand. Nothing. The paramedic exchanged a glance with his partner. She's completely out. Arturo clenched his jaw, holding back a cry of desperation. From the moment he'd found her unconscious on the floor, he hadn't let go, cradling Hiro in his arms, calling her name again and again. But she wouldn't wake. His voice had grown hoarse. His clothes were soaked in her blood. Paramedics moved quickly around them, barking orders, checking vitals, but to Arturo it was all background noise. All he could see was her, still pale, slipping further away. And still, she didn't wake. And now he couldn't hold her, because she was being prodded by half a dozen medics. All he could do was clench his teeth in frustration and try to thank God that at least she was alive. Or so they kept telling him. She has a nasty gash on her scalp. Scalp wounds always bleed like a mother. I'd say she was hit from behind, or maybe she fell against something. Yes, there. Look. The paramedic pointed to the metal range in the kitchen. She could have fallen or been pushed, the police will find out. Arturo couldn't take his eyes off Hiro, so pale, her golden skin so yellow and wan. Will she be okay? We need to get her checked out. He rode in the ambulance with them, holding Hiro's hand. As they neared the hospital, she groaned and opened her eyes. Turo. Relief rushed through him so powerfully that if he'd been standing, he would have gone weak-kneed. Hiro, thank God. I'm here, Bella. I'm right here, sweetheart. Her dark eyes swam with tears, and Arturo was about to call out to a medic that she was in pain when her voice stopped him. I'm so sorry. Arturo frowned. Cara mia, why are you apologizing? Whatever happened, it was in no way your fault. The ambulance stopped, and then they were taking her through to the emergency room. Arturo held her hand gently as she looked at him, pain in her eyes. I'm so sorry, baby, she said again, her voice weakening. It was me. I was the one who bought the Patrizzi apartment. Arturo let go of her hand as the nursing staff stopped him at the door, staring after her, not understanding for a moment what she had told him. They took Hiro through the doors to the ICU, and he lost sight of her. Shocked to his core by her admission, and by the horror of her accident or attack, Arturo didn't think. He turned on his heel and walked out of the hospital. Fliss Seymour jumped into the hospital room with a flourish. Ta-da! Hero, despite her pounding head and the heavy weight that had settled on her chest, chuckled. You loon. Thank you for coming, Fliss. I didn't know who else to call. And the man I'm crazy about hates me now. Fliss hugged her gingerly. It's my pleasure, love. Are you okay? Just a concussion and some wounded pride. Fliss peered at her. And some pretty radical bruises. You got all that from falling over? No. My own fault. I tripped over some shoes I left lying around. As the man who was trying to kill me beat my head against the metal range. She closed her eyes for a moment. You okay? Should I get a nurse? Hero opened her eyes. No, just some dizziness. Fliss, really, thank you. Fliss grinned at her. I was going to bring flowers, but I thought you'd enjoy these more. She brought out a small box and handed it to Hero. Inside was a row of chunky jewel-colored soft pastels. Hero grinned. These are beautiful, but you have to let me pay for them. No way, but you could share some gossip I heard. What's that? Hero was admiring the deep, rich red of one of the pastels. Fliss grinned. Word is, Arturo Bacci was the one who brought you in, and he was pretty upset. Hero's heart sank. He was the one who found me. Because you were the one who bought the Patrizi apartment. Fliss crowed, obviously enjoying herself. Man, I bet the Polizia went to town on him. Hero frowned. The police? They arrested him on suspicion of attacking you. No, it wasn't him, oh my gosh, no. Hero felt hysteria bubbling up inside her. Fliss looked alarmed and got up to hug her. SSH, it's okay. Calm down. They let him go. He had more than one alibi. But Hero, so someone did attack you? Hero nodded. Yes. But it wasn't Arturo. I swear it wasn't. I believe you. Fliss's usually merry face was somber. Are you planning on telling the Polizia? Hero nodded. Yes. I have to get my mind around things first. How do you get your mind around almost having your head bashed in? Okay. And you and Bacci? Not anymore, Hero whispered, still aching at the fact that he wasn't by her side. That he had left when she needed him so badly. Not anymore. Not after? The weight on her chest grew too heavy then, and she began to sob quietly. Oh, sweetheart. Fliss wrapped her arms around her and held her as she cried herself out. Finally, Fliss swept Hero's damp hair away from her forehead. Listen, when are they letting you out? A couple of days. Well then, you can stay with me. For as long as you need. I have a guest bedroom, it's warm and safe. No arguments. Hero smiled at her. Anyone tell you you're the best? Frequently. Fliss grinned. Now, I think you should get some sleep, sweetheart. Do you need some sleeping pills? Hero shook her head. But I could do with some painkillers. Fliss squeezed her hand. Be right back, babe. Later, alone, Hero fell into a fitful sleep, tormented by images of Arturo's beautiful face full of rage and hatred for her. She didn't understand him walking away so coldly. It was only an apartment, and he'd said he had real feelings for her. Even so, she should have told him sooner. She didn't care about the damn apartment now. He could have it. But the thought of him being in the world and hating her made her miserable. Even in this short time she knew, she loved Arturo Bacci. And now she would have to live through the heartbreak of knowing she would never see him again.
Chapter 13.
Run that past me again. Hero bought the Patrizi apartment? Arturo gave a quick nod. Peter sat back in his chair, clearly stunned. And someone attacked her there? So it seems. But who? Does she have any idea? Arturo looked away from Peter's intense gaze and said nothing. Peter sighed. You haven't been to see her? No. You mad? Yes. And no. Hell, I don't know what to think. She kept it from me all that time. Peter fixed him with a glare. All that time? Arturo, it's been less than 2 weeks. Maybe she didn't know how to tell you. Maybe she got scared. Maybe she didn't want you to find out. Then why did she invite me to the apartment? She knew. Arturo got up and stared out of the window. Peter watched him. Turo, he said in a soft voice, I told you not to fall in love with her. Doesn't matter. It's over now. Forgive her. It's just a damn apartment. Damn it, Turo. You claim to love her, but you don't have a clue what love is if you're holding something so petty over the woman's bashed-in head. Arturo turned and gave him a sad smile. I forgave her the second she told me. It's a matter of her forgiving me, and I don't think that's going to happen. I walked away, Pete. I walked away when she needed me the most. How the hell can I ask for forgiveness for that? The look on Pete's face told him his friend more than agreed. Arturo opened the envelope and drew out the documents, frowning. What the hell? It was the deed to the Patrizi apartment. In his name. What the hell? Marcy? Who dropped these papers off? Marcella came in. Young girl. Short curly hair. English. Very sweet. What are they? Arturo handed her the documents, and she read them, her eyes widening. Wow. So you finally bought the apartment? No. That's why I'm confused. The phone at Marcy's desk buzzed, and she went back out, closing the door behind her. Arturo read through the paperwork again. So, Hiro was giving him the apartment? No way, this must be a mistake. But there it was in black and white. His dream, handed to him on a plate, and it hadn't cost him a penny. It just cost him the woman he loved. The real dream. Fliss insisted on taking care of everything, having Hiro's things moved from the apartment where she'd never even spent one night, to Fliss's large and beautifully furnished guest room. I'm paying rent, Hiro insisted, and although Fliss rolled her eyes, Hiro wouldn't take no for an answer. She and the English woman became close very quickly, and as the weeks passed, Hiro even began to help out in the little art store. One day she was alone in the store when a man she didn't recognize came in, smartly dressed. Miss Donati? Her guard went up immediately. Who's asking? He had a kind smile. I work for Signore Bacci. He asked me to bring you this. He handed her an envelope, nodded, and left the store. Hiro stared at the envelope. Hearing Arturo's name left her simultaneously hot and cold inside. Gosh, she both wanted to know what he said and was terrified at the same time. She braced herself and tore it open. There was no note, just a check in the amount of 5 million euros. The message was clear. Arturo didn't want any more ties to her. Oh damn it, Hiro murmured, tears pooling in her eyes. There went the last hope. She stuffed the check back in the envelope and then raised it to her face. She could smell his fresh, spicy scent on the paper, and a memory came rushing back, his skin against hers, his lips hungry for her kisses, his arms wrapped around her. The way he would brace himself above her, looking into her eyes like she was his whole world. Hiro dropped her head and began to cry. Pull yourself together. But she couldn't. It was a different kind of loss, a fresh one, and the pain was overwhelming. From his hidden position outside across the piazza, he watched her. Arturo's chest hurt as he saw her weeping. Was it from relief that he'd paid for the apartment? Or was it pain over their parting? He had lost any anger he felt towards her, for the apartment. Hell, he'd lost any passion he'd had for anything now. Arturo knew he could walk over to the shop to see her and beg for her forgiveness, but the thought that she might send him away. His courage failed him. His heart simply would not stand it. He knew now that he'd loved Flavia like the selfish boy that he'd been. He loved Hiro like the man she'd tempted him to truly be. Arturo turned away and walked quickly to the police station. He might not be with Hiro any longer, but he was damned if he'd stop trying to find out who attacked her. The police had questioned him, yes, but he still had influence. He found out more when he asked to talk to the lead detective. Signorina Donati was getting threats, Signore Bacci. Death threats? She came to us last week with some of the notes, but there was nothing we could do. That's all I can tell you. Arturo just managed to keep his temper. Blowing up wouldn't get him any more information. But someone did attack her? Are you giving her protection? We don't have the manpower. Arturo was steaming angry when he left the station. Getting on the phone, he asked his security chief to arrange protection for Hiro. But, and this is important, she mustn't know. They must be discreet, and I don't want her spied on. He outlined what else he needed and ended the call. He was so tempted to go back to the little side street with the quaint little art store, but stopped himself. It would just cause him more pain. Worse yet, it would just hurt her more, and that he could not justify no matter how much he ached. Instead, he drove to the office and went to find Peter, who took one look at him and grabbed his jacket. Come on. Where are we going? The Villa Claudia. You need something to distract you. Hiro was locking the shop when she heard her name being called. Turning, she saw a smiling George Galliano walking towards her, and her heart sank. Arranging her features into a smile, she greeted him. Ciao, Bella. He kissed her on the cheek, then nodded to the store. You work here now? Just helping out. He nodded. I see. I was just passing, and I thought it was you. Come, have a drink with me. Out of politeness, Hiro went with him to a bar out on the lakefront. Shall we sit outside? It's such a warm evening. Hiro didn't care. Fine. George chatted pleasantly for a while about nothing in particular, and Hiro barely listened to him. Then he sat back and studied her. I heard some things. Your accident? I'm very sorry. Are you still in pain? No. Not physically. And you and Arturo? I heard you split. Hiro sighed. For something that was private, news sure travels fast. This is a small town, Hiro, and Arturo for some reason is always a source of gossip and chatter. You seem to take an interest. George shrugged. Arturo and I, we go back a long way. You told me. Flavia cheated on him with you. It came out as an accusation, and Hiro regretted it the moment it left her mouth. George leaned forward and his eyes gleamed with malice. She did. She was desperately unhappy with Arturo, but I don't suppose he mentioned that. He always likes to paint himself as the innocent one in all of this. He'll do it to you too, make out that you're the villain, the gold digger who used him and then dumped him. Hiro recoiled from his spite. That isn't the man I know. You've known him 2 weeks, Hiro. George sat back. I've known him a lifetime. Look, I think I'd better go. Hiro got to her feet. I really don't want to get involved in any conflict between you and Arturo. George laughed. You don't get it, do you? You are already involved. You were involved the moment you became intimate with Arturo. Furious, Hiro turned away from him and ran straight into Arturo.
Chapter 14.
Arturo stared at her and felt a desperate longing to take her in his arms and kiss the pain out of her eyes. Hiro looked pale, angry, and achingly beautiful. Hiro? Her eyes filled with tears. Hello, Turo. Gosh, when she said his name like that. Look, Then he saw him, George Galliano, getting to his feet. Arturo's heart froze and his jaw set. Galliano. Hiro, gosh, she was so beautiful, looked down at her feet, her face reddening, and Galliano looked smug. What the hell was she doing with him? George looked triumphant, his eyes shining with malevolence. Bacci. Armley, he added to Peter, who was standing behind Arturo. Arturo cut his eyes back to Hiro, who looked up and met his gaze. No one said anything for a long moment, tension crackling in the air between them. Abruptly, Hiro, her hand at her mouth, stepped away from all three of them, ran across the piazza and disappeared into a side street. Arturo stared after her, his heart breaking. Come back. Come back, I love you, I'm sorry. You were careless with that little girl's heart. Just like you were with Flavia's. George Galliano's voice seared into his brain, and Arturo turned back to him, fists clenching. You leave her alone, Galliano. Hiro Donati is not a game you can use to win points from me. George laughed. I'm not playing any sort of game, Arturo. I'm just stating a fact. And besides, you probably gave up any right to her heart by dumping her at the hospital. What kind of man does that? Arturo didn't reply, because he was too busy punching George from across the table. George slammed backwards into three more, tipping them over, causing patrons of the cafe to jump to their feet. Pete practically threw Arturo into his car, and he drove away before Arturo could get out and pound on George some more. Geez, Turo. He shook his head as they sped out of town and towards Arturo's home. You have got to get your head on straight again. Arturo, his anger dissipating, slumped in the driver's seat. Did you see her? Gosh, she looked so hurt. Peter sighed. Turo, you're not going to like what I have to say, but you two together, it's toxic. You're bad for each other. Stay away from her. Arturo wanted to argue, but he had no strength left. His misery was consuming him. After Pete finally extracted a promise from him later that evening that he wouldn't seek her out, he was left alone. Arturo couldn't stop thinking about her though, the still vivid bruises on her face, the sorrow in her eyes. He knew she loved him, knew it, but maybe Peter was right. Maybe they were a disaster together. Maybe she wouldn't have gotten hurt, or threatened, if she'd had nothing to do with him. He leaned his head on the cool glass of his villa window, and looked out at the lights of the town. I'm sorry, he whispered and closed his eyes. The next morning, Hiro awoke to raised voices. Blinking in the pale morning light, she pulled her robe on and went to find out what was going on. Fliss met her in the hallway. You have a visitor. I told her you were asleep, but she told me to wake you up. She? But then the door opened, and Hiro saw her. Melly? Who else? Hiro jumped out of bed and tackled her startled sister in a fierce hug. Fliss, apparently terrified of Imelda, made her excuses and went to work. Help yourself to anything you need, she told them, then said in an undertone to Hiro, Valium, heroin, morphine. Hiro hid a smile. Thanks, Fliss. I'm sorry if it seems I'm taking over your whole life. Hey, moi casa es su casa. I'll see you later. Hiro sucked in a deep breath and went to face her sister. Imelda was making coffee, opening the fridge and searching out some cream. She stopped when Hiro came in and leaned against the door jamb. So, Imelda stuck her hand on her hip and fixed Hiro with a laser beam stare. Who did that to you? She stabbed a finger at the fading bruises. Why didn't you call me when you were in the gosh damn hospital? And who is this billionaire you've been sleeping with? Arturo walked through the Villa Claudia, trying to focus on what he wanted to do with it. The worst of it was, he had seen his future here and it was with Hiro. He could imagine her, trailing her fingers through the wisteria and the jasmine, the scent on her skin later as they danced under moonlight, candles guttering on the long stone table, the remnants of their supper, empty bottles of wine, Hiro barefoot in a light cotton dress, her hair streaming down her back, in his arms, her lips against his. Arturo closed his eyes and dreamed the rest of it. He kissed her eyelids, her dark lashes brushing against her cheeks. Her whispered, I love you, lingered in the air like a promise. Gently, his fingers slipped the thin straps of her dress from her shoulders, letting the fabric fall to the ground. She stood before him, vulnerable and radiant, and he held her with reverence, memorizing every detail with his hands and eyes. He laid her gently on the soft grass beneath them, brushing his lips along her collarbone, down her arms, along her stomach, each kiss deepening the connection between them. She trembled beneath his touch, her breath catching, her eyes shining with trust. And when they came together, moving in perfect rhythm, Her cheeks were flushed with emotion, her fingers entwined with his. It wasn't just passion. It was love, unmistakable, overwhelming, and real. Arturo groaned and sat down on the cold stone floor. How had this happened to him? He didn't get hung up on a woman, he messed around and never called them back. He never ever got involved. And he certainly never felt like this after knowing a woman for 2 weeks. The hell with this. He would make this place into the home he imagined anyway. He would live here alone and never ever let any woman affect him like this again. No. That wouldn't work for me. For us. Damn it. He raised his head and looked around once more at the space, hearing Hiro's soft laughter echoing through it. That did it. I'm going to get her back.
Chapter 15.
So who did you piss off? Imelda looked down at the notes Hiro showed her, and the photographs of the murdered girl. Hiro shook her head. I don't know. I got the first one just a few days after I got here. The other 3 later. She thought back. The first one, I just got back to the hotel and someone had followed me. A man. He had a knife, I think. Imelda gaped at her. And you didn't go to the police after that? No. I ignored it. Who would threaten me like that? I figured they got the wrong room. Her excuse sounded flimsy even to her, as she saw Imelda look skeptical. You were with him that night, yes? Yes. So you were blissfully unaware. Hiro snorted with laughter. I had what? Blissfully unaware. All those endorphins flowing through your system. You were under his spell. Hiro chuckled, feeling lighter now her sister was here. I don't know what makes me say this, Melly, but I missed you. Imelda studied her younger sister. You know what's strange? I missed you too. Thanks, Hiro said dryly, but Imelda waved her hand. No, I mean, for once when you weren't there it was odd. And it wasn't like when you married and lived all that way down in Chicago. It felt like you were gone. Gone. When we didn't know where you were, I honestly thought you'd done something stupid. Hiro, when I told you to move, I was just trying to shock you into doing something. I didn't actually want you to move to another country. I know that, Melly. Imelda gave a little sigh. I wasn't very nice to you when we were growing up. No. I was jealous. Hiro's eyes widened. You were jealous of me? Why? Because you were nice, and I didn't know how to be like that. I was just born with sharp edges. You are not mean, Hiro said firmly. You just tell it like it is. She paused then grinned. Okay, maybe sometimes you dip into the attitude jar. They both laughed. It feels so good to laugh, Hiro said, rubbing her face as her smile slowly faded. I messed up right from the beginning here. Imelda didn't speak for a moment. When she did, her voice was soft, kind. Was he special? Hiro nodded. I've never met anyone like him, Melly. Not even Tom, and I really loved Tom. He was my best friend in the world. But Arturo? She blushed slightly. It wasn't just about attraction. Being with him, it felt right, like I belonged. Tears welled in her eyes. And that's what makes it so hard to let go. Imelda sighed and took her sister's hand. Hiro, I hate to say this because I can't forgive him for leaving you at the hospital, but if you really feel that deeply about him, maybe there's a chance. I really want to believe that, but I don't think there's much hope. Arturo finished speaking to his board, after securing their agreement to change the name of the Villa Patrizzi. He saw they didn't really care what he called it. They were just delighted that he'd acquired the last apartment, and as far as they were concerned, it was free of charge. He didn't tell them that he'd paid Hiro back everything she'd paid. The cost was nothing with all his millions. Peter had been annoyed, but eventually let it go. Hey, it's your money, buddy. Arturo grinned. So very passive-aggressive. Peter had laughed. Fair enough. Listen, Filippo came out of his belfry to ask if you would go see him soon. Arturo's uncle, Filippo, might run the Bacci Foundation, but he was a reclusive figure. Arturo could count on one hand the times he had seen his uncle in the last 10 years. Peter saw his uncle more than he did, given that he was the liaison between Arturo and the trust fund his uncle handled. Arturo was surprised now that he had been summoned, and when he and Peter drove over to see him, he was shocked to see his uncle so frail. He shot a look at Peter, who looked equally surprised. "Uncle, how are you?" Filippo waved his hand. "Old, my boy, so you can take that look off your face. I asked you to come here for one reason. Your 40th birthday is a year away, but I have made the decision to release your trust fund early. There is a good chance I won't make it to your birthday. Cancer." Arturo hadn't even begun to process that news before Filippo continued. "No, don't look like that. I've had a good life." He looked at Peter. "But there's a caveat. Peter will now be the executor. I've not forgotten what drove your father to craft these conditions, the way you behave." "Uncle, my trust is the least of my concerns right now," Arturo replied. "There must be something we can do. I could take you to Sloan Kettering to get some treatment." Filippo shook his head. "I'm not fighting this. I'm prepared for my death, Arturo. I just want to be with my Giovanna." The wistful look on the cranky old man's face brought Hero flooding straight back into Arturo's mind, and Filippo seemed to see right through him. "Speaking of love," a smile cracked the old man's visage. "I hear you have a new amore. An American girl." Arturo cleared his throat, awkwardly, still trying to figure out how they could be discussing his love life after his uncle announced he was dying. "It's complicated, Uncle." "Pa," his uncle spat. "Uncomplicated if you love her." "Do you love her?" "Very much." Arturo could sense Peter looking at him, and shot him a look. "I'm going to try, Uncle. Do I have your blessing?" "What do I care?" Yes, have my blessing. Don't waste love, Arturo." Filippo fixed him with the stern, powerful look that had lost no ground to the disease that was killing him. "That also means don't waste time, by the way." In the car on the way back to the office, Peter studied his friend. "You're going to try and get Hero back?" "Yes. She's all I want, Peter. All I want. Nothing means anything without her." Peter was silent, and Arturo knew his friend was concerned. He shot him a half smile. "Pete, I know what you're thinking, but I'm older now. I know what I want. I just don't want you putting your life in the hands of someone you met 2 weeks ago, no matter how great she is in the sack." Arturo sighed. "Pete, it's not just the intimacy with Hero, it's her. I've never had this connection with anyone, not even Flavia. You know me, I don't get involved, and yet when I met Hero my world shifted. I realized what is important." "But you left her at the hospital." He winced. Shock. Confusion. My dumbass male pride. "I don't care now. I want her back. I know I always get what I want, but I think she wants it too, Peter. We're good for each other. We're right. I need her so much, I believe she also needs me." Peter said no more. When Arturo got back to the office, he greeted Marcella and then went into his office and closed the door. Drawing in a lungful of air, he picked up his phone and flicked through his contacts to Hero's number and pressed call. When he heard her gentle voice, nervous and shaking, he smiled. "It's me? Can we talk?"
Chapter 16.
Arturo saw the tall, willowy blonde cross the restaurant, and was surprised when she stopped at his table. Her face, patrician and elegant, was beautiful, but her eyes were suspicious and unfriendly. "Signore Bacci?" "That's me." She held out her hand. "Imelda Donati. Hero's sister." Arturo stood and shook her hand, frowning. "Is Hero okay? I'd heard she was recovering from her injuries." "She's fine. She's currently at home, sulking because I wouldn't let her come." "May I sit?" "Of course." He held out her chair for her, so many questions whirling around his mind. Had Hiro changed her mind about seeing him? What did this woman mean by not letting Hiro come? Imelda Donati was studying him. I can see what you're thinking. She's a 28-year-old woman. How do I get to keep her from doing whatever she wants? Signore Bacci, I wanted to see you first to meet you, to see the man who got my sister into this mess she's in. Arturo nodded. In that case, let me waste none of your time. You're here to see if I'm good enough for Hiro. Let me set you straight. I'm not good enough for her. But I'm going to do everything I can to become that man. Imelda raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow. You should know, Signore Bacci, that I'm not easily swayed by a pretty face, even one as handsome as yours. It'll take more than words to persuade me that you care for my sister. We nearly lost her when Tom and Beth died. When she woke after 3 months in a coma to find her husband and daughter were dead, and I had to be the one to tell her that we buried them without her, I never want her to go through that again. I swear to God, I will make sure she is cared for the rest of her life if she lets me, Arturo said fiercely. I don't want to dictate what Hiro does. I want her to be free, happy, and more than anything, safe. Safe. Imelda's expression changed then, losing some of its blank ferociousness to fear. Signore Bacci. Please call me Arturo. Arturo, did you know Hiro was threatened before she was attacked? He nodded. I just heard recently about some notes she got before the Axie attack. She's confirmed it then. She was attacked at the Villa Patrizzi? Imelda sighed. Yes. A man grabbed her from behind, beat her and told her he wasn't going to kill her this time. Arturo's mouth turned to sand, but Imelda was still talking, so he couldn't lose himself in the horror or misery. She has no idea who he was or why he would target her. Arturo, if you care for her as much as you say you do, prove it. Help me find who is threatening my sister. Anything. Arturo reached across and grasped her hand, pressing firmly. Anything. Imelda considered him, lightly turning her hand free. Then perhaps you can tell me who this woman is in these photographs that Hiro was sent? She placed the 2 photographs on the table in front of him. Arturo's chest hurt when he stared down at them. Flavia. Hurt and terrified, then butchered. Looking so much like Hiro, the meaning was clear. Whoever sent the notes, the killer, wanted to kill Hiro too. Why? He swallowed hard. No. Not going to happen, you son of a gun. You don't get to decide whether Hiro lives or dies. No? Arturo looked at Imelda, his eyes intense and serious. I would die before I let this happen to Hiro. I would kill anyone who tried. You have my word, Imelda. Imelda studied him for a long moment, then stood to go. You can see Hiro. Tonight. She dug in her purse for a scrap of paper. Here's the address. Don't let me down, Signore Bacci. I swear to God I won't. I won't let you down. More importantly, I won't disappoint Hiro. Imelda told Hiro that Arturo would be picking her up at 8. Pack an overnight bag. You're staying with him this evening. Happiness soared in Hiro's heart. He said that. No, I did. I allowed it. Hiro grinned. Pimp. Stop it. Big pimp sister. Imelda rolled her eyes. Are you done? Hiro hugged her sister. I am. Thank you, thank you. Hiro, he seems like a good man, but you're the best judge of that. I showed him those horrible pictures of that girl, Flavia. He agrees with me, you're in danger. But like you, he has no idea who might be targeting you, because he doesn't know who killed his ex-girlfriend. He's convinced it's the same man, and I agree. So be careful. He's arranged protection for you, and rather annoyingly for me too, while I'm in the country. Her mouth hitched in a smile. He's quite tenacious. Hiro took a long soak in Fliss's tub that afternoon, and dressed carefully. Her entire body was tingling in anticipation of seeing Arturo, but she was still nervous as hell. When he'd called, she had been beyond elated, but Imelda told her to temper her excitement, and then she insisted on vetting Arturo before she allowed Hiro to meet him. Only her newly established relationship with Imelda, as fragile as it was, had made Hiro agree to the arrangement. So now, in a couple of hours, she would see him. The thought of looking into his eyes and feeling his skin against hers, she hoped for it. Gosh, how the hell was she supposed to keep her cool? Hiro drew in a shaky breath, opened the window to the balcony of her room, and gazed out over Como. It had been a hot day, but now late in the afternoon, the heat began to dissipate, leaving a sultry feeling. Hiro slid into a light cotton dress of a pale pink and brushed her long hair out. Grinning to herself, she hoped it would get mussed up and tangled before the night was out. She closed her eyes and let the thought of his fingers stroking her bare back make her shiver with anticipation. By the time 8 o'clock came around, her stomach was in knots. Fliss and Imelda had gone out to dinner. Fliss taking one for the team, as she put it, so Hiro was left alone to pace the apartment, getting more and more nervous. When the intercom buzzed, she started a little, her heart hammering against her ribs. She paused before opening the door. The first sight of him, so devastatingly handsome in a dark blue sweater and blue jeans, made her whole body tremble. His eyes gave away his own nerves, but as he opened his mouth to speak, Hiro couldn't stop herself. She threw herself into his arms and crushed her mouth against his. His arms clamped around her, his hand cradling the back of her head as he kissed her back, his mouth hungry. Hiro's tears wet both their faces. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," Arturo's voice broke as they paused for air. "Gosh, I can't tell you how sorry I am, Hiro, il mio amore, please forgive me." "If you'll forgive me, Turo. I'm so sorry about the Patrizi, about everything." She was weeping with joy at being in his arms. Arturo kissed her again, until she couldn't breathe. "There's nothing to forgive, my sweet darling, nothing. Hiro." He cupped her face in his hands. "I love you. Ti amo, ti amo." "I love you too. I know it's stupid fast, but I don't care. I love you, Arturo Bacci." He groaned and swept her into his arms. "We'll go to my place later. But right now I can't wait, my love. Where's your bedroom?" She kissed him breathlessly, as he carried her down the hallway. Once inside, they hurriedly shed their clothes. Laughter and longing tangled between them as they fell onto the bed. Arturo gently brushed his hand along her side, his touch reverent, as if committing every curve to memory. "You've been thinking about this," he whispered with a soft smile. Hiro nodded, breathless. "All afternoon. I didn't want you this much, but I do." He kissed her again, slowly, deeply, their bodies pressed close as they moved in harmony, tender and connected, every touch infused with emotion. She wrapped her arms around him, her hands roaming across his back, his shoulders, his face. Every kiss felt like a vow. When they finally lay still, their bodies entwined, Hiro held him tightly. "Don't let me go again," she whispered. He pressed his forehead to hers, his voice full of quiet conviction. "Never again, never, ever again." They dressed, and Arturo took her hand as they walked to his car. "I have a surprise for you." Her cheeks were sweetly flushed, her hair tousled by the wind, and her dark eyes sparkled as they drove out of town. Instead of heading south toward his home, Arturo veered onto the North Shore Road. Hiro, her hair streaming behind her in the night breeze, laughed. "So this surprise is..." "Patience," he said with a playful grin. She stuck her tongue out at him, and Arturo chuckled. It amazed him how natural it felt between them again, like no time had passed. Or rather, like they had skipped ahead, bypassing the awkward steps and landing right back in something easy and true. "Sweet one," he said gently, glancing at her. "I know we have a lot to talk about, and we will. But just for tonight, can it be you and me? Just love?" Hiro touched his face. "I'd like nothing more. We have all the time in the world to talk." Arturo turned the car into the long driveway of the Villa Claudia and waited for Hiro's reaction. Hundreds of thousands of tiny white lights had been strewn around the rundown hotel's terrace, alongside a few braziers of open flame set along the grounds. Under the pergola, candles guttered on the stone table, and champagne was on ice with 2 glasses next to it. Hiro blinked a few times and looked at Arturo. He smiled at her. Do you like it? It's beautiful, Turo, absolutely stunning. Wow, wow. Arturo stopped the car and they got out. He offered her his hand, and slowly they walked up the stone steps to the terrace. Arturo showed her around the grounds first, and then they walked into the hotel. Hiro moved around, running her hand over the old-fashioned fixtures, the walls with the peeling wallpaper. It's incredible, she enthused, so much character. Is it another hotel? Arturo, watching her carefully, shook his head. No, this is a personal project of mine, and hopefully yours too. Hiro looked confused. What do you mean? He indicated the hotel. A home? Our home. If you would do me the honor. He stepped closer to her and cradled her face in his palm. Sposami, Hiro Donati. I love you like I've never loved anyone else. Like I'll never love any woman ever again. Marry me. Be my wife. Hiro stared back at him. It's too soon. We don't know each other. This is crazy. All of these things played on a loop in her brain, but instead of saying them aloud, she just said one word. Yes.
Chapter 17.
Married. Hiro nodded her head from side to side. Sort of. Kind of. Yes. And no. Imelda looked at Fliss, who shrugged, enjoying Imelda's outrage. Imelda ground her teeth. Hiro Donati, are you married to Arturo Bacci or not? Well, yes. Except not legally. Yet. We had our own ceremony last night, at our future home. You should see it, Melly Fliss, it's incredible. It used to be a hotel, and... Hiro, stop. Slow down. Imelda rubbed her temples. Are you trying to tell me Arturo proposed, you said yes and you fake married him? Hiro sighed. Yes, and it wasn't fake. It was real to us. As far as we're concerned, we're married, but we're going to wait a while to make it official. So we can, get to know each other. Right on, girl. Fliss looked impressed, but Imelda shook her head. You just go from one disaster to another, don't you? Imelda had clearly reached her limit. I swear you get more insane every day. Did you at least talk about some of the problems between you two? Or the fact that a psycho who has already killed once is now targeting you? Because of your relationship, marriage to Arturo Bacci? Do you think that's all just going to magically go away because you got laid and got silly? Wow. Hiro's smile vanished. Melly, do you think you're talking to a 3-year-old? Do you really think we didn't talk about it all night? Between the intimacy and the silliness, of course. Why do you think we're waiting? Okay, so we're going to call ourselves husband and wife, but we know the mountain we have to climb. I've climbed a few in my life already, you'll recall. We know, Melly. But we're not going to let it stop us from living our lives. You may think that your love can conquer all. I'm sure Flavia thought so too, before some maniac put a knife in her gut repeatedly. There's someone out there that wants to do the same to you, Hiro. Did you forget that? Of course I didn't possibly forget that. Hiro exploded now, sick of her sister's patronizing. It's me he wants to kill. Do you think I'm not aware of it, every waking second? I might be murdered at any time, and I have no idea why. It could happen today, tomorrow, in 5 years' time. Am I supposed to put my life on hold until then? This is a good thing for me, Melly. Can't you see that? I love him. Imelda stared at her for a long time before stalking from the room. Hiro and Fliss stared at each other for a few moments, then they heard Imelda come back. She had her suitcase with her. She didn't look at Hiro. Felicity, thank you again for letting me stay. You have been the most gracious hostess. Fliss nodded, her eyes wide, not wanting to get between the two sisters. Hiro paled, looking at her sister. Where are you going? Back to the States. I'm clearly not needed here. Mel? But Imelda was gone. The apartment echoed with the silence. Fliss put her arm around Hiro. Sorry, honey? Look, I have to say, I'm friggin' delighted for you. Hiro smiled at her, tears swimming in her eyes. You are? Hell yes. I'm all about the romance. But then I'm young and irresponsible. And it seems to me, Hiro, after everything you've been through, you get to be young and irresponsible and live the dream. And Arturo Bacci, you get it, girl. Can I ask something personal? Fliss had such a mischievous look on her face that Hiro couldn't help but nod. Well? Fliss grinned. Does he live up to the fantasy? He looks like he would. Hiro blushed but laughed. Let's just say he's very impressive. Details. Fliss teased. We talking more about charm or, general wow factor? Fliss. Hiro shook her head, grinning. Both? You lucky woman. Oh, I know. And he somehow has the energy of someone half his age. Fliss groaned. And the confidence of someone who knows exactly what he's doing. Honestly, Hiro Donati, you hit the jackpot. And that face? Come on. Hiro pointed at her own smug smile. See this expression? Victory. Smugginess, Fliss declared, and they both burst into laughter. You know it. Hiro looked at her watch. Well, he's coming to pick me up in a half hour. Want to meet my husband officially? Arturo's smile hadn't left his face from the moment Hiro said yes until now, when he told Peter. Peter smiled and shook his head. I might have known. You're both so impetuous, you deserve each other. Congratulations, my friend. Did you settle everything else between you? The apartment is water under the bridge. I should never have been so obsessed with it in the first place. It's just bricks and mortar. Peter frowned. No, it was your dream, Turo. Your business. But anyway, it doesn't matter now. Did you tell her the name of the new hotel? No, that's a surprise for another day. I took her to Villa Claudia. Marcella told me. She said she'd never strung so many Christmas lights at one time. Arturo laughed. Marcy is a wonder. She'll see my thanks in her paycheck. It looked amazing and the whole night was unforgettable. Peter smiled. I've never seen you this besotted. Not even with Flavia. Arturo looked down at his coffee for a long moment. If it's possible, I love Hiro even more. They could be sisters in looks, but they are a million miles apart in character. Hiro is goofy and funny, Flavia was more serious and... He trailed off. Self-involved. Peter's voice was harsh. Time for the truth about Flavia, Arturo. We already know she was cheating on you. Arturo nodded, reluctantly accepting what he'd always dodged in his memories. Flav used her looks to get whatever she wanted. Hiro's not like that. Not even slightly. She doesn't use people for any reason. Peter studied his friend. But Flav's killer is now targeting Hiro. Which leads me to ask, why didn't he kill her at the Patrizzi? He had her alone and vulnerable and geez, the girl's tiny. I don't know. Unless what? No. Never mind. Arturo sighed. Look, I have to go pick her up. She'll be moving into my place as soon as she's ready. Which I hope is now, but I'm trying to hold back. Peter didn't smile. Sure, I could tell with this whole we're husband and wife thing. Unofficially, but Arturo grinned. I cannot wait until we do make it official. Turo. Arturo shrugged. I'm in love, brother. I'm not apologizing for that. Hiro was stuffing the last of her clothes into her case, while Fliss sat on the guest bed, pouting. I'm going to miss having you here. I won't be far, and I'll still come help out in the store. If Arturo thinks I'm going to be a stay-at-home wifey, he'll have another thing coming. And hey, when we start on Villa Claudia, I'll need your artistic skills. Her cell phone rang, and Fliss hopped off the bed. I'll give you some privacy. Hiro was smiling when she answered the phone, not even checking who was calling. Hello? Hiro Donati? That's me. A low chuckle. Immediately, Hiro's hackles went up. Can I help you? Can you help me? Well, let's see, beautiful. She frowned, not placing the voice or even the accent. It was being disguised somehow. Who are you? Another low, amused laugh. Your killer, Hiro. The one who's going to end you. Her blood ran cold. Why are you doing this? Doing what, calling you? I just wanted to hear that lovely voice of yours. And to describe in exquisite detail how your life ends. I've been looking forward to it. Hiro's fear ignited into anger. You twisted coward. Do you honestly think I'm just going to sit back and... Shut your filthy mouth, tramp. The voice snapped, rising from a whisper to a violent roar. Hiro froze, trembling. She checked the caller ID. Blocked? Of course. I don't know who you are or why you're doing this, she said, struggling to steady her voice. I haven't done anything to you. I don't even know you. And just so you know, I'm not unprotected. Oh, I know, the voice said, calm again. But it won't matter. I'll take my time with you, far longer than I did with Flavia. You'll beg for it to end. And I'll savor every second. Hiro swallowed hard. Her grip tightened around the phone. Then come find me, she snapped. But you better hope I don't find you first. She ended the call and almost threw the phone across the room, but she stopped herself. No? Calm down. It's what he wants. Instead, she checked her watch. Arturo would be with her in a few moments. She sucked in a breath and grabbed her things. Fliss was waiting in the living room with 2 glasses of sparkling wine. Just to celebrate our brief time as roommates. Hiro hugged her. You are a true friend, Fliss. I'll get the movers to pick the rest of my stuff up as soon as I can get it organized. No problem. Just don't forget me. Never gonna happen. He grinned to himself as he heard the phone line go dead. That should ruin her evening with the good-for-nothing. Gosh, he couldn't wait to carve her up, but this, the anticipation was just as sweet. After all, he couldn't kill her twice, although because she looked so much like Flavia, it was kind of like reliving that glorious night. It was almost disappointing how quickly Flavia had died. The party just yards away had forced his hand, one swift, silent act before she could cry out before anyone wandered too close. But Hiro Donati, she would be different. He wanted her to feel it. To know it was coming. To understand, moment by moment, that her time was running out. He wouldn't rush it. When the end came, it would be precise. Controlled. And devastating. And when it was done, he would make sure Arturo found her. Let him see what was left. Let him understand he had lost. Again. If Flavia's death had almost made him insane, Hiro's murder would destroy him entirely. He couldn't wait.
Chapter 18.
Hiro told Arturo about the call. I don't want it to spoil our evening, but we agreed. No more secrets. Arturo was angry. Figlia di patana. He pulled her into his arms. You're safe, you know. I won't let him hurt you again, Hiro. I swear it. I do know. Hiro kissed him. But Arturo, I think we need to up the ante on finding this jerk. We can't be passive. Agreed? Look, let's go to my place and make a plan. We'll call in every detective we can, go to the Polizia, not that I think they will be much help. Well, we'll try everything. It's not like either of us can't afford good security, but I don't want to live looking over my shoulder. The hell with that. Arturo smiled at her. I love your playful words. They'll be wrapped around you soon if you keep talking like that. I'll make you keep that promise, Bella. She kissed him until they had to break for air. Let's go home, baby, and lose ourselves completely. There's time enough to be super cops tomorrow. Arturo groaned as he slid into the driver's seat of the car. What you do to me, Hiro Donati. She grinned at him. Drive fast, Bachi. Okay. Hiro set down her laptop on the table in front of Arturo the next morning. My best chance for help is via the U.S. consulate. If we can get the Como police to provide us with their reports of my attack, and the time I went to them with the notes, then we're good to go. Arturo nodded. Good. What will the consulate do? Well, we'll still have to investigate for ourselves, they won't do that. But they have more pull in getting information that we may not have access to. So here's what I think. The nearest consulate is in Milan. We go, tell them our story, and ask what resources they have to help us. Then we let the local polizia know that the U.S. State Department knows about the case. That might make them take it a little more seriously. I agree. For my part, I've been thinking we need to go see my uncle. First because he's a sick man, and I would like him to meet you before, well, you know? He's also a little odd, but he's really good at not letting emotion cloud his judgment. A little too good, maybe. If he can see the details of this in his dispassionate way, he might see something we can't. Such as? Arturo hesitated. Perhaps someone who works for us, who might be more involved than we think. Hiro's eyes opened wide, and she sat down heavily on the chair next to him. Turo, you don't mean Peter, surely? I hope not. Gosh, I hope not, but something's been bugging me lately. It may be nothing, and I hope to God it isn't anything, but I keep going back to the night Flavia was murdered. When I got to the party, Peter had already left. George was still there though, he was the one who told me Flavia was missing. Had Peter ever been aggressive towards Flavia? Arturo smiled slightly. Peter's never been aggressive to anyone, as far as I know. Hiro shook her head. I don't know where this is coming from. Granted, I don't know Peter as well as you, but Turo, surely out of anyone, even me, he's the person you trust the most. He looked at her for a long moment. You're right. I'm just being paranoid. Hiro smiled at him. I think you are, baby. Let's not throw suspicion on someone we know is on our side. But Arturo wasn't convinced. When he met his friend later at the office, Peter seemed cool towards him, and Arturo finally asked him outright. What's going on with you, Pete? Have I offended you in some way? Peter sighed. No, Turo. No, it's just I'm wary. You tell me Hiro is getting threats, and her life is in danger, and I can't help but be worried that if something does happen to her, you won't survive it. And if you don't survive, neither will I. You're my brother, Turo, my family. I was there last time, when you so nearly lost the will to live. It was horrific. I don't want you to go through that again. And hell, I don't want to go through it again either. Once was enough for 5 lifetimes. Arturo felt a wash of guilt over him. Nothing is going to happen to Hiro, Peter. We're dealing with it, both of us, and we could use your help. We're going to find out who killed Flavia, and who is threatening Hiro and why. You're the common thread, Turo, Peter pointed out. I'm concerned for you. I worry that whoever it is, they're setting you up, especially now that your uncle is dying. Think of the morality clause in your father's will, Arturo. If something does happen to Hiro and you're arrested, you forfeit everything. Everything. Arturo nodded. I know. Pete, believe me when I say that without Hiro, nothing would mean much to me anymore. I frankly don't care. Which is all very noble and romantic, but this is the real world. Arturo sighed. Peter, even without the company and my father's fortune, I have more money than I need. A lot of it is tied up, Turo. Your cash in hand is a lot less than the figures might indicate. Arturo shrugged. I leave that up to you, Peter. If I lose it all, I still have everything if Hiro is safe with me. He studied his friend. There's something else, isn't there? Do you not like Hiro? Peter hesitated. I don't want to keep mentioning it, but she looks so much like Flavia. I keep seeing Hiro ending up like Flavia. Arturo winced. Believe me, Pete, I see that image every day. Every day. But Hiro's a fighter. She's not going to take this lying down. Will you help us? Of course. Of course. And for the record, I do like Hiro. I like her very much. I just feel like you two are on a tightrope, and if she falls, it'll end you. Then we won't fall, Pete. It's that simple. I hope you're right, Turo, Peter said quietly. I really do. Hiro tried Imelda's number again and got her voicemail again. She hated the way she had left things with her sister, especially after they had begun to find a new peace between them. Hiro rubbed her face and ended the call without leaving another message. Instead, she called her mom in Kenosha. Darling, how wonderful to hear your voice. Deirdre Donati's soft voice made Hiro want to cry. How are you? I'm good, Ma, really good. How are you? How's Dad? Your dad is doing great now, honey. He's just sulking because I won't allow him fried chicken anymore. Her mom laughed, and Hiro felt a wash of both fondness and sadness. I miss you, Ma. We both miss you terribly, Hiro, my darling, but I hear you have a new man in your life? Hiro told her about Arturo, messaging her mother a photograph. Oh my, Deirdre said with a chuckle, I might have to fight you for him, Hiro. What a pretty boy. Hiro laughed aloud. You are incorrigible, Ma. I can't wait for you to meet him. Her smile faded. Ma, have you heard from Melly? Her mother sighed. No, darling, I'm sorry. You know what Melly is like when she's in a snit. Gone to ground. She called from the Milan airport, but since then, nothing. I'll leave it a few more days, then I'll do the mom thing and yell at her. Don't yell too hard, Ma. It's my fault, really. She was just looking out for me. Hiro felt tearful again. She hadn't told her mother about the death threats, especially after her father's health scare. There was no point in panicking the rest of her family. Tell her I love her, would you? I love her and I'm sorry. I will, sweetheart. We love you very much, Hiro. Remember that. I love you too, Ma, so much. Give Dad a kiss from me. After she ended the call, Hiro felt a little more positive. She went to find her bodyguard, and found him in the kitchen drinking coffee. Gaudio was a hulking Italian, his dark hair slicked back, his brow heavy and brooding. He looked terrifying, but Hiro had liked the man as soon as Arturo introduced them. Gaudio might look scary to anyone attacking her, but Arturo trusted him, so Hiro had no trouble in believing Gaudio would keep her safe. She had also hatched a plan that was a million miles away from the reality of her stalker. Gaudio, I'd like to go into town today, go see my friend Fliss. Can we make that happen? No problem, Piccolo. Hiro smiled. She loved the informality of Gaudio's personality. It made having a guard so much easier on her. They drove into Como late morning. It was a cloudless day, and Hiro let the sun soak into her skin. So much darkness, she thought, and yet this place is so beautiful, so full of possibility. Fliss threw her arms around her. It's been 2 whole weeks, she accused a grinning Hiro. Please tell me you at least spent all that time shagging that gorgeous man of yours? Fliss, this is Gaudio. Gaudio, my good friend Fliss. Fliss looked the gigantic man up and down appreciatively. I might have to get myself a stalker if it means getting one of you. Hello. Gaudio's white, even teeth shone through his thick beard. Hello, ma'am? Gosh, no, it's Fliss. Ma'am is my mum. Or the queen. She winked at Hiro, who chuckled and moved towards the staff room at the back. How about you two talk and I'll make some coffee? Hiro said. Smiling, she left them alone and made herself busy with the coffee machine, one ear on the conversation. She'd had the idea last night. Gaudio and Fliss shared the same goofy sense of humor. She'd said as much to Arturo, who rolled his eyes. Matchmaking? Hell yes. Now she waited for the coffee to steep. She noticed an envelope with her name on it, thrown on the table along with some other mail. Her stomach constricted a little. Her name was typed neatly on the expensive-looking paper. She picked it up by the edges, then, curiosity getting the better of her, handled it with some tissues as she opened it. Her shoulders slumped with relief. An invitation, printed on heavy cardstock. Miss Hiro Donati plus her chosen guest are formally invited to the Summer's Eve party at Villa Charlotte as a special guest of Signore George Galliano. RSVP. Chosen guest. He meant Arturo. George, you are a jerk, she said to herself. She threw the card back onto the table, then changed her mind. Maybe Arturo would get a kick out of it. She stuck the card in her purse, then took the coffee through to her friends. She winked at Fliss. So, you two going out or what? You're as subtle as a sledgehammer, Fliss said, not even slightly embarrassed. Just so happens, G and I like the same kind of movies. G already? Hiro grinned at her bodyguard, and had just opened her mouth to speak as the window behind them exploded, and all hell broke loose.
Chapter 19.
Arturo drove like a madman into Como, seeing the crowds of shocked-looking people, the police, the ambulances. Mio Dio. He parked the car as close as he could to the store, and then ran the rest of the way. There was a police cordon, but Arturo ignored it, ducking under the tape. He could see Gaudio, Fliss, and, thank God, Hiro standing talking to the police. She saw him, and he rushed over and wrapped his arms around her. Are you all right? Cara mia, are you hurt? He demanded over and over again in between frantic kisses. Totally fine, she reassured him. Just shaken. We're all okay. She looked up at him. It was a busted gas line, nothing sinister. The restaurant across the street is pretty messed up, and there's some people hurt but no one was killed. Mio Dio, when I heard, I thought. Yeah. Me too, she admitted. I thought that was it. But I'm still here. Gaudio threw himself on top of Fliss and I. He got a little cut up from the window blowing in, but he's been a big brave boy about it. He knew she was joking to make him relax, and he smiled down at her. I love you. Come on, let me go thank Gaudio. They found the big man surrounded by paramedics, waving them away like so many flies as they inspect his myriad cuts. Arturo grasped the bodyguard's uninjured hand and wrung it firmly. Crazy, Gaudio. I owe you big time. Just doing my job, boss. Gaudio winked and grinned at Fliss, who mock-slapped him. The things you will do to get a grope in. Come on, G, let's go see the damage. Gaudio looked at Arturo, who, his arms securely around Hiro, nodded. Hiro smiled up at him. Thank you for getting here so fast. Think I broke all the traffic laws, but just so you know, I'd break them all happily anytime. Hiro brushed her lips against his. Do you have to go back to work? Feeling frisky? That whole adrenaline thing. Arturo laughed. I think I'm married to a nympho. Hiro giggled. You made me a nympho, Bachi. Arturo grinned and took her hand. Come on. I have a plan. The car climbed into the mountains until they reached a small plateau. Not many people come up here, Arturo told her, so we should have the place to ourselves. It was cooler, a lot cooler in the mountains, but Hiro didn't care. She unbuckled her seatbelt and straddled Arturo. Making out like teenagers in the car, she murmured, her lips against his. We'll be doing much, much more than teenagers do, cara mia, believe me. He slid his hands under her t-shirt, his green eyes full of fire and intensity. Do you like this t-shirt, Bella? Hiro shook her head. Not particularly. Good. He tugged at her t-shirt, the sudden movement and the rush of cold air making Hiro gasp. Arturo's hands moved over her with urgency, his mouth seeking hers as he held her close. She clutched his shoulders, pressing against him, their bodies fitting together as if they were made for one another. Their breathing grew shallow, and the tension between them crackled in the close space of the vehicle. There was something deeply intimate about being there, just the two of them, skin brushing skin, eyes locked, hearts racing in sync. "I love you," Hiro whispered, her voice barely audible. "I've never loved any man as much as I love you, Arturo Bacci." He closed his eyes, the words striking him like a promise. "As I love you, my precious darling. Please don't ever leave me. Promise me." "I promise," she breathed, her voice shaking as the emotion swelled inside her. She leaned into him, overwhelmed, and Arturo kissed her throat, pulling her into his arms, his face pressed against her neck as he held her like he never wanted to let go. "Hiro, Hiro." On the drive back to Arturo's home, they joked around with each other, teasing, sharing intimate smiles and knowing looks. Arturo lifted her hand to his lips. "Is it wrong that I kind of hope we made a baby?" Hiro was shocked that she felt no fear when he said that. Not even the memory of Beth changed the peace that she suddenly felt. She would always love her little girl, but that didn't mean she couldn't love another baby just as much. "No, because I would love that too." If she stopped to think how much her life had changed in just a few weeks, she would get scared, but all she knew right now was that this man was her future, and if she were to get pregnant, she knew it would only solidify that for her. However, when they got back to Villa Bacci, everything changed. Waiting for them was Peter and a man they didn't recognize. Peter introduced them. "Turo, Hiro, this is Simon Lascelles. He's from the American consulate in Milan. Mr. Lascelles, Arturo Bacci and Hiro Donati. I think we had better go inside." Hiro shot a worried look at Arturo, who squeezed her hand and nodded. "Let's." Inside, Simon Lascelles sat down with them. "Miss Donati, I'm aware you contacted us a few days ago about the threats to your life. While we have been looking into them, we discovered something rather disturbing." Hiro's chest tightened. "What is it?" "You were kind enough to give us your family's details, and we checked their well-being as a matter of routine." "Oh gosh. Mom, Dad?" "They're fine," Lascelles assured her quickly. "It's your adoptive sister. You told us she left Milan to fly home?" Hiro couldn't speak. "Oh gosh." Lascelles nodded. "I'm afraid we have confirmed it. Miss Imelda Donati never made the flight. She never left Italy." Arturo talked to Lascelles and Peter as they left, but Hiro couldn't hear anymore. She dropped her head into her hands. Why? Why go after Imelda? Her cell phone rang, and she knew immediately who it was. "Where the hell is my sister?" Her tormentor laughed. "Safe. For now. She'll be released right after my knife finds its mark in you." "Why are you doing this? What have I ever done to you?" Her voice was a whisper now, the pain of knowing he had her sister overwhelming her. There was a long pause, and when he spoke again, his voice was so full of malice and malevolence that it made her shiver. "Because you love him." The line went dead. Arturo came back into the room then, and saw her defeated look, the phone on the floor. Hiro looked up at him, the pain in her eyes palpable, and it made his chest hurt. "Il mio amore, what is it?" But she just shook her head, unable to speak. He sat down next to her and wrapped his arms around her, feeling her tremble. "He called you again, didn't he?" "He has Imelda," she whispered into his chest. "He says she'll be released after I'm dead. He won't release her. He'll kill her too." "He is not going to kill anyone." Arturo felt a murderous rage of his own. "We're going to find out who this creep is and end him once and for all." Hiro looked up at him and nodded. "Agreed? Any clue how to do it?" Arturo felt hopelessness seep into his bones. "No. But we'll figure it out." He stroked her hair away from her face. "Just promise me you won't ever give up." "I promise. We will get to have our happy ever after, Turo." "Yes, we do. Damn right we will." "And we'll get my sister back safe and sound?" The hopeful, trusting look she gave him melted Arturo completely, and he drew her back into a tender kiss. "Yes. I promise, cara mia. We will stop at nothing to ensure her safety. And yours." No matter how much Arturo spent on detectives, or leaned on the local polizia or the American consulate, no one could tell them anything. One afternoon they sat in his office with notepads in front of them, and stared at each other. "Look, I know with the police we've been through anyone that would hold a grudge against us, but I think we have to do it again. Everything. Ex-girlfriends and boyfriends, one-night stands, old school friends or enemies. If it's just a random psychopath, then there's not a lot anyone can do." Hiro nodded. The strain of knowing her sister was out there in pain, in such terrible danger, had gotten to her, and now Arturo saw the violet shadows underneath her eyes. It had been a week since they'd discovered Imelda's abduction, and there was nothing. No one had seen her. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. "Okay, so we go into our histories. School days. School days, if I'm honest, school days for me were about one person. Flavia. We met when we were in 7th grade. Every boy wanted her. But I got lucky. Or unlucky." Hiro frowned. "Why do you say that?" "Because looking back now, Flavia always got her own way. In everything. I've only really begun to remember it that way since I met you. Not that I'm comparing you." Hiro smiled at him. "I know. But the comparison is there though. Our similar looks, the fact that we both loved you, the fact that someone wants to kill me the same way he says he killed her." "Why do you say it like that? He says he killed Flav?" "Because what if this isn't about Flavia or me," Hiro asked, "but about you, and not in an obsessive jealous way? What if this is about business? About sending you over the edge? Your uncle is sick, dying. You're about to become one of the richest men in Italy, possibly even the world, and the scope of the business you're about to inherit, it boggles the mind. What if this crap is all about unsettling you?" "It's working," Arturo said darkly inside. "So, you think that maybe Flav's murder is entirely separate?" "I don't know," Hiro shook her head, "but it's an option we should look into. A copycat. Maybe they think killing me will destroy you." "Then they'd be right. Why take your sister?" "Obviously, they know about the extra protection I have. They know I'd give myself up in a heartbeat to save Melly." "Mio Dio." Arturo closed his eyes. "Please don't say things like that." "You would do the same," Hiro said gently, reaching out and stroking his face. "You know you would." He caught her hand with his, pressing it to his face. "Then we'll just have to be ruthless in who we investigate. That means everyone." Staring with that figlia di patena, George Galliano. Hiro nodded. "He is a creep, no doubt. But something cautions me about really going after him. He's too obvious a suspect. He's like a comedy villain. Like the Hooded Claw." Arturo raised his eyebrows. "Who?" Hiro chuckled. "Never mind. But here's a thought, we could always try a bait and switch." "How do you mean?" "We should break up." "What the hell are you talking about?" He had gone cold at her words, but she was smiling. "Not for real, obviously. But we should argue publicly, and make sure George sees it. He'll try and slide in, I guarantee it. Sorry if that makes me sound arrogant, but he's the type. He would love to seduce me to get back at you." "Using yourself as bait?" He grimaced in disgust. "No way. Not bait. There's no way I'm going to do anything with him, but if he has a conversation with angry me, I can gauge his level of..." She searched for the word. "Violence." Arturo shook his head, but Hiro held up a hand. "Wait, let me explain." She took a breath. "What I mean is, women can usually tell when a man's intentions aren't right. Whether it's just unwanted attention or something more dangerous. We have this built-in radar for it, most of the time. I don't even know how to explain it, it's instinct." She looked at him steadily. "We deal with it constantly. Men who don't take no for an answer, who get aggressive even if all we do is politely decline a drink. The ones who really mean harm? They hide it well. But George? He's not subtle. He's not clever enough to fake who he is. This all seems very based on gut instinct. That's right. Provable in court? Nope, but I'll get a read on whether George is capable of killing me, or if he just wants to be intimate with me. Arturo got up and paced around, cursing under his breath in Italian. Hiro caught his hands with hers. We do it somewhere public, where people can see us really duking it out. We can get one of your detectives to follow George, to see when he goes to lunch, then we perform our little play. I'll cry a lot. George won't be able to conceal his glee. He'll want to be the White Knight. We'll let him. Then we get a read. Arturo stared at Hiro unhappily, and she returned his gaze steadily. I don't like this. It'll all be totally in public. What if he wants you to go somewhere else with him? If you say no, he'll get suspicious, I'm telling you. Hiro took a deep breath in. Then we'll have a detective follow me. Arturo closed his eyes. He was haunted by the image of Hiro, in a pool of her own blood, her belly torn open, her eyes closed forever. Stop it. No. There are too many things that can go wrong. Turo. Hiro stood and put her arms around him. He, whoever he is, has my sister and the police have no clues. We have to do this. We have to investigate every one of our friends and colleagues, one by one. No one is going to help us with this. Arturo pulled her close. If anything happens to you. It won't? I'm pretty scrappy. The dude in the Patrizi apartment, I just didn't see him coming. This way, we're tackling it head on. We're prepared. Arturo tangled his fingers in her hair and was silent for a long moment. Promise you won't put yourself in danger. No more than I have to. It takes a second, a momentary lapse, and then you're bleeding out and I lose you forever. Not going to happen. Hiro nodded confidently, and Arturo knew she would not be persuaded otherwise.
Chapter 20.
George Galliano looked up from his newspaper to see Hiro Donati stalk into the restaurant, followed by an angry-looking Arturo. Arturo grabbed her arm and she whirled around on him. Don't? I told you, it's over. Leave me alone. Please don't do this, Hiro, I love you. I'm sorry. Hiro pushed Arturo away as he reached for her. No, I don't want this. Please leave me alone. Please. She began to cry, and Arturo ran his hand through his dark curls. He looked utterly destroyed. I can't believe this is over. Hiro shook her head, tears pouring down her lovely face. It should never have started. Arturo stared at her for a moment longer, then turned on his heel and stalked out. Well, well, well. George made sure he was the first one to approach a sobbing Hiro, steering her into a private booth. Bella, please sit down and calm yourself. Could we have a brandy over here, please? He smiled at a worried-looking waitress who nodded and took off. He sat down next to Hiro, his arm around her trembling body. He stroked her long dark hair back over her shoulder. Come now, lovely Hiro, please don't cry. It's over, it's over. She kept repeating and shaking her head, but finally he got her to take a few deep breaths and calm herself. She sipped the brandy he had ordered her. Okay. Gosh, I'm so sorry, thank you, George. What must people think of me? It's just... George smiled at her, taking her hand. What happened? She met his gaze. He was getting too possessive. I'm not sure if I should tell you this, but I've been getting threats. Death threats? Mio Dio, no. Hiro nodded. They, whoever they are, have taken my sister. I'm supposed to hand myself over to whoever it is, and they'll let her go. And you? She met his gaze, the terror in her lovely brown eyes searing. I'll be killed. But why, for heaven's sake? She shook her head, tears dropping down her cheeks. I don't know. I don't know. And Bachi is what? Telling you how to run your life? He said. Gosh, I don't even think he meant it now, but just hearing the words come out of his mouth. Tell me. George leaned forward and she searched his eyes. He said if it meant me dying, he would let Imelda die. George sat back, sucking in a deep breath. I can see his point, but you still must have been shocked. I was. I challenged him, and that's when things got bad. He practically wanted me to be a prisoner in my own, hell, not even my own home, but his. He took my phone, wouldn't let me call my parents in the US. The last week has been nothing short of hell. Gosh, I really shouldn't be telling you this. I should go. Hiro stood, flustered and flushed, but George caught her hand. No, don't go. At least until you've calmed down. I can find you somewhere to stay tonight. No, really, it's fine. Thank you. Hiro. George stood, dwarfing her tiny frame. Allow me to help. However much you might think it, this is not a safe place for a beautiful woman on her own. Hiro looked wary for a moment, then her shoulders slumped. Fine. She allowed him to steer her out of the restaurant and into his car. I'll take you to a hotel outside of town. That way you can find some peace. Thank you. She still seemed a little nervous, looking around as they pulled away from the sidewalk. George kept glancing over at her. Was she scared that Arturo might see them? Was she scared of him? He smiled to himself. He had waited weeks for this moment, to be alone with her, vulnerable and distressed. He tapped in a number on his cell phone, switching it to hands-free as he drove. Yes, this is George Galliano. I need your best hotel suite. Yes, today. I have a friend in need of it. Thank you, we'll be there directly. He ended the call and looked at Hiro, who was calmer now and silent. She looked pale. The Villa Helena has a suite for you. I can't thank you enough. I'll arrange for your things to be brought over from Villa Bacci. Hiro sighed. I never thought when I came here that this would be my life. George put his hand on hers, and she stiffened but didn't pull away. I believe I've said this to you before, Hiro. Arturo Bacci isn't your only option. Hiro didn't say anything then. After he'd settled her into the suite at the Villa Helena, he kissed her hand and left her alone. Down at reception, he slipped a €100 note to the desk clerk, a young blonde he was certain still remembered their previous encounters. I want to be informed of her every movement, he said smoothly. Phone calls, visitors, anything unusual. The woman nodded with a smile that lingered a little too long. George returned the look with a charming one of his own, already thinking of how he might reward her cooperation. But his thoughts were elsewhere, on Hiro. Because George Galliano always got what he wanted. And right now, he wanted Hiro Donati. Whatever it took.
Chapter 21.
He's having you watched by the hotel staff. Hiro sighed. I thought as much. Did he send one of his goons for my clothes? Arturo laughed darkly. He wouldn't dare. He'll come himself to rub my nose in it. Gosh, he's such a creep. I'm sorry, baby. Look, we can call this off any time, you know that. Hiro smiled down at the burner phone she was using. I do know that, but while Melly is still missing, I'll do anything. Turo, she faltered a little. Getting a read on George might mean me going along with what he wants, to a point of course. Arturo was silent, and Hiro felt her heart clench. Baby, I love you, only you. But I might need to appear to be. Gosh, submitting to his charms. So gross. Arturo gave a half laugh, and she relaxed a little. Be careful, Hiro. I couldn't bear the thought of him touching you. What's your read on him so far? Unsettling individual, hates you, wants to be intimate with me just because I'm yours, or to his knowledge, your ex. Following my gut? I just don't know yet. I need to get a little more information. See if he gives anything up. Mio Dio, Arturo sighed. Do what you have to do, cara mia, but please, take care. I will. What's your plan? Going to my uncle. Besides you, he's the only person I trust to be honest with me. Hiro bit her lip. You're going to talk to him about Pete? Yep. Gosh, I hate that I have to question my oldest friend's motives. He's been nothing but a rock to me. I know, baby, I'm sorry. But like you, I have to follow my gut, if only to rule him out. She sighed. I know. Listen, the rooms next to your suite have my people in them. You get scared at all, scream. They'll be right there. Hiro sighed. Gosh, I miss you already. And I you, my darling. Do we really have any idea what we're doing? Hiro gave a half sob, half laugh. No. But we have to do something, and this is it. I know. You should hear some of the ridiculous notions going around my head about who could be targeting you and me. Like? Arturo hesitated. Like what if he faked his death? What if blah blah blah? You see? Ridiculous, and I feel bad for even thinking that about your husband. I'm sorry. No, I get it. I'm having crazy thoughts like that as well. I didn't get to see Tom and Beth buried, so there's always going to be that lack of closure for me. But they're just that, crazy thoughts. And Arturo? Yes, Karamia? You are my husband now. Arturo laughed, a deep rich sound which warmed her soul. You bet I am. I love you. I love you, baby. Sleep well. Good night, il mio amore. Arturo wasn't surprised when George Galliano showed up at Villa Bacci the next morning. George's smile was insidious. I come on behalf of a friend to ask you to send her belongings onto her. She asked that I take possession of them, as she doesn't wish for you to know where she is. Arturo ground his teeth together and had to remind himself this was all a ruse, or else he would have punched the smug smile off of George's face. Drop the crap, Galliano. Hiro can fight her own battles, she doesn't need you. George smirked a little. You abandoned her in tears in a restaurant. She's utterly humiliated. And what do you know about Hiro? You've spoken what? 3 times since she's been here? Stay out of things which don't concern you, George. Now, are you going to tell me where she is? No, I think she'd rather you didn't know. From what I hear, she's already going through a tough time. Arturo went very still. And what do you know about that? George smiled. Hiro told me everything. Seems you just can't keep your women safe, can you, Bacci? First Flavia, now Hiro. Nothing is going to happen to Hiro. Arturo kept his cool, but his knuckles were going white as he curled his hands into fists. I certainly hope not. What a waste it would be, such beauty. This community couldn't take another tragedy. George was enjoying this, but Arturo couldn't tell whether his enjoyment was from goading Arturo or from the thought of hurting Hiro. He prayed it was the former. What do you want, George? George's smile disappeared. Nothing you could give me. I've come to expect nothing from you. As should that lovely girl. You're a cancer, Bacci. You ruin lives. You deserve every bit of pain that comes to you. Maybe Hiro would be better off dead. Arturo lunged for him. George sidestepped him neatly, and Arturo went sprawling. As he clambered to his feet, George chuckled. You know what, Bacci? My mission from now on will be to poison lovely Hiro against you. Given the state she was in yesterday, it'll be a cakewalk. You'll see. That beauty will be in my bed soon enough, and once again you'll be left with nothing. Any wonder your women always choose me? He stalked out, and Arturo heard him laugh as he left the house. Arturo got to his feet slowly, dusting himself off. It had taken all of his will to fake that lunge, send himself sprawling to the floor, humiliating himself in front of his old enemy. He picked up the burner phone and called his wife. He bought it, he said, and began to smile. My dear, I'm afraid I don't think Bacci will be sending your belongings to you. He's behaving like a child, petulant and selfish, as always. Hiro nodded, sighing. Well, it was only clothes, George. There are plenty of stores. I'd rather not risk a confrontation with him. I'd rather not see him at all. George sat down on the suite's couch. Hiro took a seat opposite him. You've been very kind, George. I can't thank you enough. I just have to figure out what my next move will be. He nodded. I would like to help you if you'll allow. Perhaps we could send out some detectives to find where your sister is being held. Hiro's heart began to thud a little quicker. Arturo already did that. There was no sign of her around Como or Milan. Perhaps Bachi doesn't have the contacts I do. George's smile was snake-like, and Hiro felt a cold shot of adrenaline through her stomach. Careful, careful now. What do you mean? I mean, he is more discerning about who his business contacts are. I'm not naive like him. I go where the money is, and sometimes that means the underworld. Why would someone in the underworld want me dead? George studied her, his eyes like gimlets. There is always a good reason to kill a beautiful woman, Hiro. His words felt like a knife in her gut. Ironic, she thought, seeing as he is now my #1 suspect for wanting to knife me in the gut. Would you kill me, George? Her voice was soft. His expression changed immediately. My dearest Hiro, no, that is not what I meant. I wasn't talking about myself, rather the world in general. He sighed. So much jealousy in this world, so much entitlement. She is mine. If I can't have her, no one can, etc., etc. We see it every day, on our television news. Dear one, no, I only meant, there doesn't appear to a limit to the reasons why. He had a point, but it still made her feel sick. In a flash, he was sitting next to her. She tried not to flinch, as he stroked her hair back behind her ear. His eyes were intent on hers, and she looked back steadily. You are truly exquisite, he murmured. It would be a tragedy if any harm befell you, Hiro Donati. A tragedy. I will not let that happen. Oh gosh, he's going to kiss me. Go along with it. Fake it. Don't throw up. But instead, George picked up her hand and kissed the back of it. She breathed out shakily, letting him hear her nerves, hoping he would think it was desire. His arrogance won out. Darling one, I will call on you later. If I may, that is. For supper? She forced a smile on her face. Sure. He did kiss her then, just a light brushing of lips against hers. Hiro clenched her fists but didn't pull away. Later then. His voice was full of meaning. Hiro smiled. Later. She waited until he had closed the door and heard the elevator ping down the corridor, before she scooted out and knocked on the room next to hers. Gaudio opened the door. Hey there. His big grin made her feel a lot more secure. Got a problem, Hiro said after hugging him. I might need you to do some serious acting for me tonight to get me out of, well, having to sleep with George Galliano. As Gaudio's eyes opened wide, she grinned and nodded to a chair. Have a seat. This might take some planning. No way. Hiro chuckled. There's no way I'm actually going to go through with it. I've worked it out with Gaudio. He's going to interrupt at the appropriate moment. Arturo sighed. I hate this. I hate not being with you, not being able to protect you. Don't worry about me, baby. Have you called your uncle? I have. He's not doing so good. Peter has been over with him and says if I want to see him, I'd better do it soon. My last remaining family. Not true, sweetie, but I know how you feel. I just keep thinking of Melly. I feel in my bones that she's still alive, but what she's going through I just can't imagine. She's tough, but whoever this psycho is. I know, sweetheart. You have to do whatever you can to find your sister. Hiro, I love you. I trust you. That the man's hands will be on you. Geez, I want to kill him. But I trust you. I will never ever betray that trust. George had obviously dressed for a seduction. Hiro tried to smile at him as he glided into the room. He reminded her of Al Pacino in Scarface. The effect was slightly comical, and Hiro channeled her amusement into a welcoming smile. You look handsome. He kissed her. And you look ravishing. He ran his hand down the side of her slinky red dress. Hiro tried desperately to not squirm away. I have to admit, I've been thinking about this ever since you came to Como, Hiro. The same as every man here. Hiro smiled and turned to grab her purse. When she faced forward again, George was suddenly much closer than she expected, and before she could react, he pulled her into a stiff embrace. Her stomach turned. Something about his touch made her skin crawl. Shall we go down to dinner? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. He gave her that unsettling smile. No, I changed the plan. We're dining in. A knock at the door interrupted them, and George opened it. 3 waiters entered silently, each pushing a trolley, and then exited just as quickly. Hiro frowned. That's a lot of food. Are you really that hungry? George chuckled. Only 1 trolley is for dinner, dear. The others are for later. What on earth is he planning? Hiro shot a subtle glance toward the adjoining door. She prayed Gaudio wouldn't miss his cue. To her frustration, the food was exquisite. Perfectly prepared marinated salmon, a fresh side salad, and crisp, flame-grilled asparagus. George poured them each a glass of wine as if nothing were amiss. She studied him carefully. He was without a doubt the most arrogant man she had ever met. And she could see it in his eyes. He was completely convinced that the evening would end the way he wanted. Not happening, my friend. The thought of him touching her made her want to throw up. But she smiled and conversed politely, trying to get the measure of him. The more he spoke, the more she was convinced he was too damn stupid to have come up with everything her tormentor had put her through. And moreover, he was too vain to get himself into any bloodletting. He couldn't live the lifestyle he wanted from behind bars. After dinner, Hiro got up. Shall we take our wine to the balcony? George smiled. I don't think so, Hiro. Come now. We both know why I'm here. He got up and took her hand. Come see the toys I have for us. Toys? Oh no. He lifted the silver platter covers to reveal a plethora of intimate items, lubricants, and restraints. We can have a good time tonight, Hiro. And just think of it, when I tell Arturo that I had my way with his beautiful ex and the things she allowed me to do to her, you'll enjoy his pain, no doubt. Hiro tried to smile through the nausea. Let me just go, freshen up. Of course. Don't be too long. Hiro played along, sliding her finger under his tie and letting it slip across her hand. Oh, I won't. It'll only take a second to padlock my chastity belt. Her nerves were making her want to giggle, and she fled to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. She snagged the burner phone from beneath the cabinet. Gaudio, 30-second warning. You got it. Hiro stuck the phone back and flushed the toilet, running the shower. She had put on sensual but not transparent underwear, just in case things needed to get that far, but she couldn't bring herself to strip. She sucked in a deep breath and went back out to see George already shirtless waiting for her. He held out his hand. My dear? They both jumped as the fire alarm went off, screeching through the hotel. A look of pure frustration crossed George's face, and he reached for her again. It's probably just a drill. Hiro was already running toward the door. I'm not taking that risk. Gaudio, I damn well love you. She ran out, followed by a cursing George, tugging his shirt on. She made eye contact with Gaudio, who was helping people down the stairs, and nodded, a tiny movement of her head. He winked at her. Downstairs, the guests of the hotel were milling around in the evening air. It was cooler now, but Hiro's adrenaline was racing. George wasn't letting her out of his sight. Once the alarm was found to be false, and they were allowed back into the hotel, he'd want her back to join him in his sordid little game. Hiro was quite aware of what he was doing. He wanted to brag to Arturo that he'd done things with Hiro that Arturo never had. Wait. Hiro began to smile to herself. There was her answer right there. Go big or go home. As she expected, they let them back in. Gaudio looked at Hiro, but she shook her head, mouthed, It's okay. I got this from here. Back in the suite, Hiro trailed her fingers over the dildos, riding crops, the paddles. She picked one up and studied it. George's eyes were alive with excitement. Shall we? Hiro put her best bored look on her face. Is this it? That stumped him. Sorry? She threw the paddle back on the trolley and looked up at him. It's a little tame for my tastes. George rocked back a little. Tame? Hiro laughed. Paddles, George? Riding crops? I outgrew them when I was 15. She sighed a bored, irritated sound and sat down. What else you got? She had him. He had to save face in front of her. Hiro prayed he wouldn't get nasty. She still had to be 100% convinced he didn't know where Melly was, but as the minutes ticked by, she looked at the man in front of her and saw only a petty little toddler. George was no more a killer than she was. George nodded. I understand. I was testing your taste for things. I thought if I really told you what I like, you would get scared. What do you like, George? He smiled. Maybe we should save this conversation for another night. The fire alarm killed the mood. It has. She stood and went to him, placing her hand flat against his chest. Thank you for a lovely supper, George, but I think for now I just want to focus on getting my sister back. After she's safe, well. George nodded. He pressed his lips to hers briefly. Hiro broke away, but smiled to soften the blow. Good night, George. Good night, Bella Hiro.
Chapter 22.
She waited a good 10 minutes after he'd gone to call Arturo. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, cara mia. Listen, do me a favor. Double lock your hotel room door for me right now. Hiro's hackles went up, and she did what he asked. Now close the drapes. Done. Arturo gave a little laugh. Now, come to the adjoining door to Gaudio's room. She did, and as she opened her side of the door, the other door opened, and she burst into laughter as Arturo came through the door, grinning at her. Gaudio called me. How did you get in without being seen? She threw her arms around him and kissed him until they were breathless. I have a friend with the Vigili del Fuoco, the fire service. They let me borrow a uniform, so when they were called to the false alarm. Hiro laughed. You're a genius. And I just so happen have a fire in me, Signore Fireman, and I need you to put it out. Arturo grinned. Gosh, I missed you. Yeah, me too. I need you, Bachi, right now. Arturo swept her up into his arms and took her to bed. I like this dress, Hiro. I'm just sad he got to see it first. Rip it off me, she teased with a grin. I can get another red dress just for you. Arturo chuckled, gently unzipping the back and sliding the dress off her shoulders with deliberate care. She was already tugging his sweater over his head, laughing as they playfully rushed to be close. There was an easy rhythm between them, joyful, breathless, full of anticipation and trust. Soon their clothes were discarded in a heap, and Hiro opened her arms to him. He kissed her deeply, cradling her face in his hands as they sank into the warmth of the bed. Every movement was unhurried, every touch full of meaning, as if they were rediscovering each other with reverence. You must never spend another night away from me, he murmured against her skin. She smiled softly. Keep looking at me like that, and I won't want to. They held each other close, sharing slow kisses and quiet laughter. It wasn't just desire, it was something deeper, something that wrapped around them like a promise. Hiro's hands lingered on his face, his shoulders, his back. She couldn't stop touching him, needing the reassurance of his presence, his devotion. As they rested together in the aftermath, tangled in sheets and soft silence, Arturo pressed his forehead to hers. Hiro, he whispered, his voice rough with emotion. Marry me. For real? Right now. Tonight. She was breathless, overcome. Her answer came in a smile and a kiss. Yes. The answer is yes. She glanced at the clock and gave a small laugh. But I think we might have trouble finding someone to marry us at. She squinted. 3 a.m. Watch me wake people up, he said, reaching for the phone. She caught his hand. Don't? Tomorrow I'm going to Milan to meet with the consulate advisor. Come with me. We can do it there. Arturo's smile lit up his entire face. We're getting married. We are, she said, kissing him again. For real? She sighed then, her joy dimming just slightly. I almost feel guilty being this happy when Melly is still missing. Hey, he said gently, stroking her cheek. You deserve happiness. Melly would want that for you. But we're not giving up on her. I swear to you. Did you get anything from Galliano? Hiro shook her head. Turo, there's something almost pathetic about him. It's like he's trying to prove to himself that he's better than you. Honestly, I don't think he knows anything about Melly or the threats. He's spiteful and petty and completely full of himself. But I don't think he's capable of something truly dark. I hope you're right. Arturo shook his head. Gosh, that leaves Peter, but I can't bring myself to ask the questions. Hiro thought about it. What if I ask? Not directly, of course, but did you tell Peter about our ruse? No, he thinks we've broken up too. Gotcha. Then maybe I should reach out to him as your broken-hearted ex. Arturo's mouth set in a line. Putting yourself in the firing line again. Only if Peter, you know? She watched as a million emotions flitted through her romantic partner's eyes. Turo, for what it's worth, I can't imagine it's Peter. He just doesn't seem like the type. And why would he turn on you after all these years? For money, power? I don't buy it. Me either. He knows. Gosh, he knows that if it was a choice between having you safe and alive or having the business, he could have it all. So why? Why would he do this? Hiro nodded. I agree. If he wanted me dead, he could have just done it quietly and still gotten the same result. Why would he keep calling me and risk discovery? No, I don't buy it's Peter either. They sat in silence for a long time, both lost in thought. Finally, Arturo turned to Hiro and shrugged. Then who? But she had no answer for him.
Chapter 23.
When Hiro woke in the morning, Arturo had gone. He'd left a note for her. It's unlucky to see the bride before the wedding. Also, we don't want Galliano to catch us. Meet me at the City Hall in Milan at 6 p.m. A car is waiting to take you to the consulate, and will bring you to the courtroom afterward. I love you so much, Hiro. See you at the end of the aisle. She smiled to herself. After she'd showered and dressed, there was a knock at the door. A woman with a dress bag smiled at her. Signore Bacci sent this over. Hiro thanked her and took the dress bag. Inside was the sweetest little white dress with another note. Forgive my presumption. When all this is over, we'll do this again, and you'll have everything you ever dreamed about. But for now, this reminded me of you. XO. The dress was perfect, nothing over the top, just a light cotton dress that fell to just above her knees, a scoop neck and sweet bell sleeves. It was perfect. Another 2 knocks on the door, and she had little white pumps with delicate beading, and a thin gold chain which fell between her chest. He knows me in his bones, Hiro thought as she studied her reflection. He knows me so well already. She felt vaguely tearful and for a moment scared. She grabbed her purse and pulled out her wallet, taking from it the photo of Beth and Tom. I miss you both so much, but I'm going to be happy. I'm going to live the lives you should have had in your honor, my loves. I'll never ever forget you. You are part of me. She kissed the photo and traced the cheek of her lost daughter. Sweet pea, maybe you'll have a brother or sister soon. A few tears escaped then, and she quickly put the photo away. Another knock at the door, but when she opened it, her smile faded. Oh. George smiled at her. And good morning to you, too. You look sensational. Hiro quickly recovered. Dressing for summer. Hi George, how are you? Wondering if you'd like to spend the day together. He walked in without being asked, and Hiro felt her body tense with irritation. She arranged her face into a friendly smile. I'd love to, but I have to go talk with the American consulate in Milan. My car should be here in a while. George waved his hand. Cancel it. I can take you. No thank you. They're used to seeing me with Arturo, and if I turn up with another man, they might think, well. Ah, I see. They might suspect you flit from man to man and aren't a reliable witness. Hiro's eyes narrowed. That wasn't where I was going, but thank you, that's very comforting. George wasn't in the least bit sorry for his slight. Ah, Hiro thought, still smarting from me outplaying him last night. She sighed to herself. Go away, little boy, I don't have time for your games. Well, can I at least reserve some time for dinner tonight? Then perhaps we can continue the conversation we had last night. Not tonight, George. I'll call you. Now I have to be going, so would you excuse me? His eyes narrowed, and for a second, Hiro could see real rage flaring in them. As quickly as she saw it, it disappeared. Of course, he said smoothly. I look forward to your call. In the car to Milan, Hiro tried to concentrate on what she would ask the man at the consulate, but soon all she could think of was Melly. Where was she? Was she in pain? Was she hurt? Was she alive? Gosh. And here I am getting married without her. The guilt weighed heavy on Hiro, but at the same time, she didn't want to wait a moment longer to be Arturo's wife. It felt like the safety harness she needed to get through all of this. Besides all the hurt, the fear, and the terror, she had found something real, something shining amidst the rubble of her life. The love of her life. Or rather, another love of her life. Hiro couldn't weigh Tom and Arturo's love against each other. They were completely different. And she knew in her marrow that Arturo would honor Tom's love for Hiro as he did his own. She wished with all her heart that they could have met. Would they have liked each other? She hoped so. Tom was so easygoing, and Arturo so charming. Hiro closed her eyes. Sometimes, just sometimes, I wish life could be easy. That Arturo and I could be happy in our love, without all of this pain, this hurt. Without this psychopath targeting her for God knows what reason. Whoever you are, just know, I'm not giving up. I get my happy ending this time, creep, whether you wish it or not. Her resolve hardening, she opened her eyes and stared out at the beautiful countryside passing by for the rest of the journey. Driving to the office he shared with Peter, Arturo made a decision. He would ask Peter outright if he wanted the business. And if Peter replied that he did, he would offer it to him. Give him everything he wanted. If the killer still pursued Hiro after that, they were dealing with an unknown entity. It would be a start. He would read his best friend and make a decision based on gut instinct whether Peter was lying or capable of hurting the woman Arturo loved. Or the women he loved and had loved. Peter had never liked Flavia much, but as a loyal, supposedly friend to Arturo, he'd never expressed it to his face. But would he have murdered her? In such a personal, intimate way? If he wanted her dead, he could have easily arranged a hit and run or a random mugging. Flavia's killer wanted Arturo to know that he enjoyed killing her, that for him, it was an animalistic, unsettling desire for her demise. Arturo shook his head, trying to clear it of the images that plagued him. Flavia's form morphing into Hiro's, bloodied and brutalized. No? Not this time, you monster. He smiled at Marcella as he went into the office. Buongiorno, Marcy. Is Peter in yet? Sure is. Want some coffee? Later, thanks. Arturo walked down the hallway to Peter's office. His friend looked up and smiled. Hey, I didn't expect to see you. Why not? I thought you needed some time after the breakup. It seemed you took it pretty hard. Arturo half smiled. I needed the distraction. Peter nodded. Fair point. Want to go over some numbers for the Patrizzi? Not just yet. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Peter looked interested. Oh? Here goes. Pete, do you want my business? Or rather, the family's business? Is it money you want, or position? Peter was silent for a moment, his gaze searching Arturo's face for a reason behind his question. Turo, just tell me. Do you want my business? If you do, it's yours. Just say the word. There are things more precious to me in this world than that. Peter got up and went to close the office door. Sitting back down, he sighed. Turo, what is this? Why are you asking me these questions? I need to know if you had a desire for more and what you would do for it. Such as? Peter's voice had a hard edge now, but Arturo was in too deep. Would you try and take the business from me by dishonest methods? The hell, Turo. Peter looked angry now, but Arturo pressed on. What I mean is, gosh, Peter, are you the person trying to kill the woman I love? His voice broke at the end, knowing this conversation, at the very least, would most likely destroy his friendship with this man. Peter dragged in a long breath. You think I could kill Hero? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Geez, Arturo. He got up now and began to pace. You really think I would? I take it this breakup is a ruse then? Yes. We wanted to smoke Galliano out, but he's not picking up the bait. George is no killer, and just for the record, neither am I. Arturo believed him. I'm sorry. I had to ask, and I owed it to you to be honest. You didn't answer my question about the business. Do you want it? Peter leaned on the desk, his handsome face tight with anger and hurt. He blew out a slow breath, clearly trying to keep his emotions in check. I would never be part of something that means harming an innocent woman, Arturo. Yes, I want to move up in the business world. Someday I'd like to stand on my own. But I've always believed I'd get there with your support, not by going behind your back. His voice cracked slightly. Is that really what you think of me? After everything we've been through all these years? No. But I had to know, I had to hear it from you, Arturo replied. I'm sorry, Pete. Really. But Hero is everything to me. If I had to give up my business, every penny of my money to keep her safe, I would. I had to ask, my friend, because we're running out of ideas as to who is threatening her. Her sister is missing, and the police have no leads. Nothing. We are at our wits' end. I understand that. Peter's tone was softer now, understanding. He sat back down. Look, I'm going to do everything I can to help you find this jerk, Turo, but looking at the people who you're closest to won't help here. He gave a wry smile. Not even George? Do you really think he has the balls or the intelligence to pull this thing off? Arturo half smiled. No. I'm just desperate. He calls her, you know, the killer, and he tells her what he's going to do to her, how he's going to kill her. The most depraved stuff. She's so strong, Pete, but I'm scared he'll get to her. We won't let that happen. No psycho is going to kill her, Turo, I promise. Peter sighed. We should go see your uncle. He has people at the highest echelons of government who might be able to help. We will, but not tonight. Tonight, Peter, I'm driving to Milan and Hero and I are going to City Hall. We're going to get married. Officially. Legally. Peter didn't argue for once, and Arturo went on, it's just something we have to do for ourselves. Some kind of sanity in the midst of this craziness. His old friend cracked a slight smile. Marrying a woman you've known, what, a month maybe? Maybe that doesn't qualify as sanity. Arturo grinned. Fair point. She makes me crazy in the best possible way. So she and I will get married, and then we'll talk to my uncle tomorrow. Peter nodded. I'll call him and ask him to get his people onto Imelda's case tonight, and we'll go see him in the morning. In the car on the way to Milan, Arturo thought about his conversation with Peter. He believed his friend when he said he would never hurt Hero, but there was still something niggling at the back of his mind. What is it? He murmured to himself as he parked the car outside the American consulate. His mind cleared though the instant he saw her walking down the steps to meet him. Hiro's smile was wide, her eyes shining, and his heart began to beat out of his chest. Did she have something to tell him? He got out and went to her. What is it? Hiro had tears in her eyes as she smiled at him. It's Imelda. They found her.
Chapter 24.
Run that by me again. Arturo was trying to make sense of what Hiro was telling him as they drove to City Hall. Imelda was safe, in Rome, Hiro told him, and in fact had never been abducted. On a whim, she had decided to take the train from Milan to Rome to spend a week or so off-grid. She was really annoyed when she found out we'd all been looking for her. She said something to the effect of, "I'm a 38-year-old woman, and I can do what I like." Apparently, the police who went to where she was staying were terrified of her. And she didn't think to call you? She was pissed at me. Still. Hiro gave a soft laugh. Who cares? She's safe. Gosh, Turo, I feel a billion times lighter. He took her hand. It's fantastic news. So we know your tormentor was bluffing now. But he knew she was missing, or at least that we thought she was missing. Which means? Arturo cursed. It's someone close to us. Yup. Back to square one. Damn it. Hiro sighed. Look, now that Imelda is safe, I feel a lot more confident in us getting to the bottom of this. And not only that, but now I can really enjoy this moment with you. We're getting married, Turo. Arturo looked at the woman he loved with all his heart and smiled. You bet we are. Hiro changed into her wedding dress in the bathroom at City Hall, brushing out her hair and reapplying some lip gloss. She loved the simplicity of this whole thing. It didn't matter if she didn't have a big meringue dress or a fancy reception party. The only thing that mattered was Arturo and their love. They waited their turn, hand in hand. Arturo pressed his lips to hers. You look beautiful, cara mia, and later I'll show you just how beautiful. Hiro smiled. I can't wait. They were married in less than 15 minutes, and afterward they kissed each other like it was their last time. Hiro finally broke away, laughing. I need to breathe, hubby. Arturo swept her up into his arms. I had the foresight to book us a suite. I knew that after you became my wife, I wouldn't have the patience to drive us back to Como without having you first. You can have me all night long, Hiro whispered in his ear. For the rest of our lives. Gosh, I love you so much, Arturo Bacci. The white dress was on the floor moments after they'd entered the suite. Arturo moved with quiet reverence, tracing his hands over her skin as if memorizing every inch. He kissed her slowly, tenderly, her shoulders, her collarbone, the curve of her waist, taking his time, savoring the moment. He brushed his lips over her stomach, pausing to kiss the soft rise of it, his touch gentle and full of wonder. She held him close, her fingers threading through his hair, and they lost themselves in each other, completely connected body and soul. Later, as they lay tangled in the sheets, Arturo kissed her mouth again, and let his hand drift down to her belly, resting there with quiet awe. His fingers spread gently across the softness, and for a moment, he allowed himself to imagine what it might feel like if she were his in every possible way, if their future stretched far beyond this room, this night. She was beautiful. And somehow, impossibly, she was his. Hiro looked at him with shining eyes, and he knew she was feeling the same thing. Shall we? Hiro smiled, and as he drew close, her skin brushed softly against his. She wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her forehead to his. Take me with you, Turo. I just want to be close. He held her gently, and together they moved in perfect harmony, slow, unhurried, completely in sync. Their connection was more than physical, it was emotional, magnetic, something neither of them could explain. Look at us, he whispered, brushing her hair back. We're beautiful. Hiro's breath caught as waves of feeling rushed through her. The way he touched her, the way he looked at her, it made her feel completely seen. She clung to him, her heart full, her body trembling with the intensity of the moment. When it passed, they collapsed into each other's arms, laughter and breath mingling in the quiet. I'll never get tired of this, he murmured. Never. They remained entwined long into the night, ordering champagne at 3 a.m., which Arturo proceeded to spray playfully over her. He savored every drop, making her giggle and gasp with pleasure. It was 4 a.m. before they fell asleep, wrapped in each other. At 5, Arturo got up to use the bathroom, reluctantly leaving the warmth of her arms. As he flushed the toilet and washed his hands, he heard something, a strange noise he couldn't place. He padded back into the bedroom and for a moment stood, confused. Hiro was in bed, the sheet pushed down past her hips. Lying on her back, she was breathing, but it wasn't natural breathing. She was gasping for air, gasping for, oh gosh no. His gaze drifted lower to where her hands were clasped over her belly, and dark liquid seeped from between her fingers. No, no, no. He dashed to her, lifting her hands to find her belly horribly wounded. This couldn't be happening. No. Hiro looked at him, confusion and betrayal in her eyes. You didn't save me, you promised to save me, she whispered, her voice breaking. Then she gasped, her body jolting violently, as if struck by some unseen force. Her hands clutched her stomach, and a look of pain and confusion crossed her face. And in that moment, he knew. Something terrible was happening. Something he couldn't stop. This isn't real, wake up. Wake up. Arturo. Wake up. You're hurting me, wake up. Arturo opened his eyes to find himself on top of her, crushing her with his weight, his hands pressing down on her uninjured belly to stop the imaginary blood. He rolled off of her immediately. Gosh, I'm sorry, are you okay? Hiro was panting for air but nodded, her eyes large and frightened. You were dreaming, then you just started to press down on me, I couldn't breathe. He gathered her to him. Gosh, I'm so sorry, I thought I saw. He couldn't say the words. Hiro stroked his damp dark curls away from his face, herself a lot calmer now. Was I dead? Her voice was steady, and he nodded. You were dying, he amended, and there was so much blood. I couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop it. Mio Dio. SSH, it's okay. She pressed her lips to his temple. I'm perfectly fine, it was just a dream. A nightmare. A nightmare is all it was. Arturo. The way she whispered his name to comfort him was a balm on his frazzled nerves. He wrapped his arms around her. Hiro, my love, my wife, we're going to make this right. I'm going to make this all go away. She smiled at him, so lovely, the moonlight making her skin glow, her lips soft against his. We're going to get through this, I swear we will. I love you. Ti amo, il mio amore. Ti amo. Outside of the hotel he waited, the blacked-out windows of his car making his surveillance easy. He knew what suite they were in, the penthouse. Arturo would settle for nothing less on his wedding night. So they were married. It made no difference to his plan. Hiro would be dead, and Arturo would be on his knees, utterly destroyed. He wondered if they had any inkling that they had less than 24 hours left before they were ripped apart forever.
Chapter 25.
It's important that no one here or in Como knows you're safe and well in Rome, Arturo told Hiro's adoptive sister the next morning. They were sitting in the American consulate's meeting room, on a conference call with Imelda, her lawyer, and the people from the consulate. If we can use the lie of your kidnapping to lure the killer out, all the better. He's going to use it, so we should too. He'll try and force Hiro to go to him to exchange for your safety, and we're going to let him think he's succeeded. That sounds dangerous to me, Imelda said sharply. Hiro, you're not going through with this, are you? Of course I am, but I'll be perfectly safe. He thinks I'll be so damn worried about you that I will do whatever he says. Of course, I'll be wearing a wire and have a weapon of my own, and the police and Arturo will be there as soon as he takes me. I don't like this. Neither do I, Melly, Arturo said, but it's the quickest, most efficient way to smoke him or her out. By using my baby sister as bait? Hiro felt a rush of love towards Imelda. Your baby sister? Imelda snorted, covering her slip. You know what I mean. I love you too, Hiro said softly. I would have died if anything had happened to you. There was silence for a long moment. Like I will if anything happens to you, Imelda said gently. Please, Hiro, there must be another way. I can't go on living like this, Hiro said. This is the quickest way. I promise you, Melly, I'm going to fight for this life. For my life? There was a strangled sob at the end of the line, and Hiro felt her eyes fill with tears. Arturo rubbed her back. Melly, he said, his own voice breaking slightly. I swear to you, in a few months we'll all be together, and you'll be playing with your new nieces and nephews, and all of this will be over. You're not? Not yet? Hiro chuckled softly. Turo was just painting a picture. Another silence. I like that picture. We do too. Now, the consulate is going to send over some people to protect you while this goes down. No, don't argue, Arturo told his sister-in-law. It's just a precaution in case this psycho isn't working alone. Is that likely? Anything goes. Christ. Just promise me you'll stay alive, Hiro. Make her promise, Turo. Oh, I have, and I will again. Over and over, Melly, I guarantee that. After they disconnected from Imelda, the consulate people and the police went through everything again. Hiro, wired and protected, would return to Como alone and pretend she was packing her things to leave. She would make her presence known every place she was connected with, the Patrizi, Villa Charlotte, the art store, their favorite restaurants. She would carry the burner phone the killer called her on, and answer his calls, telling him she was ready to exchange herself for Imelda. And then they would wait. Arturo would return to Como separately, go through with his plan to visit his uncle with Peter. The police had agreed with Arturo. It was someone who knew them. We'll have eyes on Galliano, the contractors at the Patrizi, your friend at the art store. I'm sorry, but we really cannot trust anyone with your life except the people in this room. Even your uncle, I'm sorry to say. Arturo nodded grimly. I understand. Hiro and Arturo went back to their hotel to get their things before the separate cars picked them up. They held each other for a long time. The worst part is waiting for him to make his move, Hiro said. If we could know this would all be over by the end of today, we could at least. If you use the words say goodbye properly. Arturo closed his eyes, his face creasing with pain. Hiro took his face in her hands. I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say, we could start our married life properly. Happily. It's going to be okay, I promise you that. But they both knew she couldn't know that for sure. The cars will be here in an hour, Arturo stroked her face. Let's not waste a moment of this time now. Just in case. There was a different kind of urgency between them that afternoon. A quiet intensity in the way they held each other, like they both sensed this moment might be their last if everything didn't go according to plan. As they lay tangled together in the soft hush of the room, Hiro looked up at him, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you think we have any idea what we're getting into? Arturo shook his head. I'm not even sure I know what the hell is going on, or even why this is happening. All I know is I can't lose you. I feel the same. He stopped moving for a second. Promise me that if it comes to it, if things get crazy, you'll do everything or anything to stay alive. Promise me. I promise. Even if it means offering yourself. Gosh, I can't even. Pain crossed Arturo's face as he faltered. I know. She nodded. Anything goes. But I'll kill him before I let that happen. Arturo winced again, but nodded. Do what you have to do, baby. I swear we'll get through this. He just hoped he was telling the truth. The car pulled up outside the hotel in Como, and dragging a deep breath into her lungs, Hiro stepped out. To her relief, she got to her room without incident. Without her personal protection, her gaudio in the next room, she felt exposed and vulnerable. She stripped off and went to shower, feeling the hot water easing her tense muscles. Dressing in jeans and t-shirt, she went into the living room to dry her hair. I hear congratulations are in order. Hero whirled around with a gasp. George Galliano was sitting in one of the easy chairs. He smiled at her, but there was no warmth in it. He leaned forward. Senora Bacci. Hero's chin lifted. What the hell do you think you're doing in here? How dare you invade my privacy like this? George smiled. I have friends in this hotel. And everywhere in this town. Word travels fast. So your little fake breakup was to what? Play me? Humiliate me? Get out? He moved too fast for her even to cry out. He slammed her against the window, one hand on her throat, one clamped over her mouth. Hero smelled liquor on his breath, and saw the dangerous glint in his eye. I just came here to get what you owe me, Hero. She bit his hand and he yelled, slapping her. Go to hell, George. I don't owe you a thing. She pushed him away and darted around him, but he lunged for her, dragging her to the carpet and pushing up her shirt. He saw the wire immediately. What is this? He yanked it off her, and Hero kicked out at him, catching him in the balls. Where the hell was her backup? Why weren't they busting down the door? George grabbed her wrists as she struggled beneath him. Stop fighting me, Hero, and this won't be unpleasant. You creep, it was you? The whole time? Threatening my life? George let out a crude laugh. Why would I want to hurt someone like you, Hero? You're a real prize. His gaze swept over her in a way that made her skin crawl. Why should Bacci be the only one who gets attention around here? Looks like it's my turn now. His hand was burrowing down her jeans, and Hero began to panic. George grinned as he yanked her jeans down. Relax, Hero, it'll all be over soon. Arturo called out for his uncle as he pushed open the door to his uncle's mansion, but he heard nothing. He stopped. Something wasn't right here. Earlier he'd called Gaudio and sent him over to protect his uncle if anything should go awry, and it wasn't like the bodyguard not to be at his post. Arturo swallowed the feeling of panic and strode through to his uncle's study. Nothing. Filippo? He checked the bedroom, the kitchen, and the living room. His uncle was nowhere to be found. Arturo yanked out his phone to call Hero, a nasty tightness in his chest. Her phone went to voicemail. Damn. Arturo turned to race to his car. He never saw the heavy marble bust before it smashed into his temple. Hero was in serious trouble, and she knew it would take something extraordinary to get out of it. George's full weight pinned her down, one hand clamped over her mouth and nose, cutting off her air. Her head grew light, the edges of her vision blurring. She didn't doubt for a second that he would hurt her if she fought back. So she went limp, pretending to lose consciousness. Her stomach turned when she felt him shift above her, a wave of revulsion rising. Please no, she begged inwardly. Not like this. I know you're faking, George growled, his breath hot against her skin. You better cooperate, or it's the end of the line. His hands wrapped around her throat, squeezing tighter. Her eyes flew open as adrenaline surged through her, her body reacting instinctively to the danger. George's face twisted into a sinister grin. Open your eyes, sweetheart, he sneered. Maybe if you behave, you'll make it through the night. I watched what he did to Flavia. It was unforgettable. I could do the same to you right now. Something in Hero snapped. Rage, fierce and blinding, exploded in her chest. With a cry of fury, she summoned every ounce of strength and kicked him off of her, scrambling upright. You monster, she shouted. You want to finish me? Then do it, you coward. She slammed into him as he tried to stand, his focus broken, and knocked him against the plate glass window of the suite. It shuddered but stayed intact as George recovered himself. You defiant nuisance. I'm going to rip you apart. He lunged for her just as the door to the suite was kicked in, and Peter Armley burst in, a gun in his hand. As George went for Hero, Peter shot him, the bullet slamming into George's forehead. George stopped dead, staring at Hero, then dropped to the floor, his eyes open and staring. Hero, trembling so much she could barely stand, stared at Peter, at the gun in his hand. For a moment she thought he might shoot her, but he shook himself, tucked the gun back into his waistband and grabbed a throw, wrapping it around her. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" He hugged her to him, his voice gentle, and she couldn't help but be comforted by it. She shook her head. "No, I'm not at all. Please, Peter, get me out of here. I need to be with Arturo." Peter frowned. "Arturo? Do you know where he is?" "I've just been to his uncle's house. There's no one there. Even Filippo is gone." Hero looked at Peter with horror in her eyes. No, he went there. His car was maybe 2 minutes behind mine at the most. We have to go there." She stood, wobbled, and Peter caught her. "Sweetheart, we need to get you to the hospital." Hero's tears poured down her cheeks. "No, please, Peter, please." She was sobbing then, barely able to get her words out. "We have to find him. George was working with someone. He told me he watched whoever it was killing Flavia. Please, Peter, we have to find Arturo before." Okay, just breathe for me, please. Take a deep breath, Hero." He waited until she obeyed him and smiled. "Good. Now, can I help you get dressed?" She shook her head and felt awkward as she pulled her jeans on as he watched. Her body ached from George's attack, but she pushed the horror of it to the back of her mind. There would be plenty of time to break down later, when they were all safe. Peter locked the hotel suite door behind them. "We'll explain about George's body later." As they hurried to the elevator, Hero wondered again where the hell her protection was, why the plan had gone so badly wrong. As Peter helped her into his car, Hero searched the street for any sign of the police. Nothing. What the hell was going on? "Here." Peter handed her a hip flask. "It's just scotch, but it might make you feel better." Hero hesitated, but as Peter started the car and turned to drive out of town, she took a sip, then a large swig. He was right, it did feel better. "Peter?" "Yes, sweetheart?" Hero swallowed. "Do you think Arturo is—" She couldn't bring herself to say the word alive. Peter reached over and took her hand. "It's going to be okay, darling. I swear it is." She squeezed his hand. "Thank you for saving me, Pete. George was going to kill me." His fingers tightened gently around hers. "No, sweetheart, he wasn't capable of that. George couldn't kill anyone, he didn't have the courage. What he did to you, that was the extent of his cruelty. And I'm so sorry you had to go through that." "Thank you." Her throat felt tight, but the alcohol had flooded her system, it seemed, and she began to feel lightheaded. Too lightheaded. "I don't feel right." "It's the shock, honey. Are you sure I can't take you to the hospital? You might need it." "No. Arturo, I need to get to him." Her voice sounded distant to her, and her ears rang suddenly. "What's happening to me?" "I told you." Shock. She swallowed. "Did Arturo call you? He wanted you to meet him at Filippo's?" Peter laughed, but it was curiously mirthless. "I told you that too. He called me, told me he'd found your sister, asked me to come get her to bring her to you. When I couldn't find him at Filippo's, I went to Villa Claudia. Your sister was there. She told me to come find you at the hotel. That's how I knew to find you there." It was like an icicle being shoved into her heart, and instantly Hero knew their worst fears were confirmed. She turned to look at him as he glanced at her, smiling, but his eyes were cold and dead. "Oh my gosh," she whispered and lunged for the steering wheel. Peter laughed as she struggled with him, then slammed his fist into her temple. The blow was so hard, her head bounced off the side window. Hero moaned from the blow, struggling to take her seatbelt off, clawing at the door of the car. Peter laughed. "Don't bother, beautiful, besides I'm doing what you asked. I'm taking you to Arturo." Hero, feeling her consciousness begin to slip, stared at him in horror. "Did you kill him?" "No. I didn't kill Arturo, but like you, he may wake up with a little headache. By the way, if you're feeling a little woozy, it's because of the drug that's in the scotch. I thought you might get a little feisty." "What happened to the Polizia?" Her voice was getting faint. Why didn't they come? Never underestimate the power of money, hero. She was struggling against the sedative, her voice sluggish. You want his money. No, he snapped. You don't get it. I don't want his money, I want him. How could neither of you, neither you nor Flavia, see that? Arturo belongs to me. Hero stared at him, stunned. There was something terrifying in the way he said it. You're in love with him? His expression darkened. It's not like that. It goes beyond that. It's not about attraction, it's about loyalty. About destiny. But I don't expect you to understand. You and Flavia, you are always so focused on how good he looks, how kind he is. But you never really saw him. You're wrong, she whispered. I do see him. I see every part of him. Her voice faltered, her vision dimming. Then through the haze, she found the words. You killed Flavia. Yes, he said calmly. And now you're going to kill me? Yes, hero. But not just that. I'm going to make sure Arturo watches. He'll see what happens when he gives his heart to someone else. He'll see the consequences. And when he loses you too, he'll finally understand he was never meant for anyone else. Hero's heart pounded, fear rising like a tide. But even through the fog, one thought rang louder than the rest. She had to survive. Not just for herself. For Arturo. You're insane. The darkness was approaching relentlessly now. Peter reached over and stroked a finger down her cheek. And you're about to be just another dead tramp, hero. Sleep now. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're awake to feel my knife driving into you. Hero fought unconsciousness, knowing it was her only chance, but then it overwhelmed her, and she sank beneath it, knowing she might never wake up again. Peter pulled up in front of Filippo's villa, and for a moment he smiled as he studied Hero's inert form. You really are very lovely, he said, and pushed her t-shirt up, exposing her belly. He splayed his fingers over it, stroking the gentle curve of it, imagining how the skin would split under his knife. Yes, you are perfect. I understand why he loves you. But for you, his love is a death sentence. A shame? I actually like you very much. He got out of the car and went around to the passenger side, lifting her out easily. He carried her into the villa, going straight to the kitchen. He laid her on the table in the kitchen. This will have to suffice as my sacrificial altar, sweetheart. He left her unconscious and yanked open the door to the basement. In seconds, he was hauling a semi-conscious Arturo up the stairs. Come on, Arturo. He dumped Arturo into a chair and watched as his friend, his great love, focused on Hero's unconscious body. Peter smiled then. It's time to say goodbye, Arturo. And he raised his knife.
Chapter 26.
Arturo threw himself towards Peter just as Hero opened her eyes and saw the knife curving down towards her. Her self-preservation instincts kicked in, and she rolled her legs up and kicked the knife away, just as Arturo tackled Peter. Both men tumbled to the floor, grappling with each other. Peter began yelling as Hero rolled off the table. Don't move. This is when you die. Go to hell, psycho. Hero scooted around to help Arturo. His beautiful face was soaked in blood from the vicious wound on his head, and for a moment, Hero felt herself freeze with distress. Go. Run? Her romantic partner screamed at her as he tried to quell Peter's attempts to get to her, but Hero, adrenaline beginning to course through her veins, smiled grimly. Not a chance. This is where it ends for you, Peter. Peter laughed at her, and then struck Arturo directly on his head wound, knocking him to the ground once more. Arturo couldn't help releasing his grip as he groaned in agony, and Peter took off after Hero, who ran to the other side of the kitchen, grabbing anything she could get her hands on to fight him with. Peter, tall and broad, dwarfed her, easily knocking the pans and weapons from her. Hero kicked out, aiming for his balls, but he grabbed her foot and twisted it until she lost balance. He grabbed her, hauling her struggling body to where Arturo was trying to get to his feet again. Hero bucked and jerked, kicking backward as Peter kept his grip on her. Turo, Peter growled, his breath hot as he pulled Hiro close. Time to watch her die. No. Arturo pushed himself to his feet, swaying, his body barely holding him up. Peter laughed, mocking. For a moment time seemed to stop. Hiro and Arturo locked eyes, fear, desperation, and love flashing between them. Then Arturo lunged. Peter struck first, driving the knife into Hiro's side. She gasped, her breath knocked from her chest. No scream, just silence and disbelief. No? This couldn't be it. This couldn't be the end. Arturo's face twisted in horror. But Hiro moved. She stomped hard on Peter's foot. He cried out, startled, loosening his grip just enough. She slipped free. Arturo reached them, tackling Peter to the ground. Hiro staggered forward and stomped again, this time on his hand. The knife fell. She grabbed it, swaying as she clutched her wound, and made her way back toward the struggle. Peter turned to look at her, and that was his mistake. Arturo struck, driving a blow upward that knocked Peter back. And Hiro acted. Her hands trembled, but her resolve held steady. With one final determined motion, she drove the blade forward, swift and sure. Peter froze, eyes wide, then crumpled to the ground. Arturo kicked him aside and rushed to Hiro. She collapsed into his arms, barely conscious. He held her close, both of them shaking, hearts pounding, clinging to life and to each other. No, please hold on, cara mia, someone will come, someone will come. Hiro gazed up at her husband and smiled. I love you so much, Arturo Bacci. So much. Arturo's tears were pouring down his cheeks, mixing with the blood. This isn't the way this ends. Just hold me until the end. Please. Her voice was fading now, and her eyes closed. Hiro, no, wake up, wake up. But she wouldn't wake up, and Arturo knew it was over. He cradled her in his arms and closed his own eyes, praying that death would come for him soon. Darkness fell. Voices. Familiar and not so familiar. Help us. Help her, please. Turo? Open your eyes, son. Arturo opened his eyes to a bright white room which made his vision scream with pain. That's it, Turo. Good. You're in the hospital, son. He knew that voice. Filippo. Uncle? A rough-skinned hand took his. It's me? You've been unconscious for a week now. They had to operate. You had a brain bleed, son. Arturo didn't care. Hiro? Please don't say she's dead, please. Baby? Her voice made all the breath leave his body. Hiro? Finally, his eyes focused as his love, the one true love of his life, leaned over him and kissed his parched lips. I'm here, baby. I'm not going anywhere. She was pale, her dark hair in a messy ponytail, but she had never looked more beautiful. Are you okay? You were stabbed. I thought. I was lucky, Hiro said quietly. The knife missed all the major arteries and organs. Filippo wrapped an arm gently around her shoulders. She lived up to her name, Turo. She crawled out of my kitchen, made it to your car, and found your phone. She called the police herself. Arturo reached for her hand, gripping it tightly. His voice was low, thick with emotion. I thought you were gone. There was so much blood. Hiro nodded. When I woke up, you were so deeply out, I knew I had to get help for us. She smiled a little ruefully. It took me a while. I kept passing out, but eventually, I got there. You're up and walking. Arturo shook his head in amazement, then winced at the pain. You know me, she said, smoothing his hair away from his face, smiling down at him. Ain't nothing gonna keep me down. Mio Dio, I love you, Hiro Donati. She smiled. Hiro Bacci, she said gently, and he grinned. Filippo cleared his throat. Ah yes. I have something to say about that. You got married and didn't invite me? Hiro hugged the old man. Don't worry, when we're both healed, we'll have a big old meringue fest at the Villa Claudia. My parents are here too, she told Arturo, then grimaced as Melly stepped into the room behind her. And so is Melly. She makes sure I don't exert myself too much. Hiro rolled her eyes. Arturo chuckled softly. I can't wait to meet your parents. Hiro bent down and kissed him, and now he noticed that she moved gingerly, still recovering from her wounds. Ti amo. Ti amo, Hiro. Listen, what happened to? The police are handling everything. It has turned into a little bit of an international incident. The consulate is not happy with the Italian polizia, it's safe to say. They're still trying to figure out how Peter got his information and how he managed to get us into that situation. He's dead. Hiro's sweet face hardened. Stone cold. Good riddance. He killed Flavia. She nodded. Arturo was amazed to see Imelda wrap her arms around Hiro without any hesitation and hold her fiercely. If Armley hadn't killed George, I would have done it myself for trying to force himself on my baby sister. Arturo blanched. Did he, Hiro? No. Very close. But no. She shook her head and leaned into her sister's embrace. Arturo sighed in relief, and Imelda reached out her free hand and took Arturo's. So much damage, but we're on the other side of it now. I will do everything in my power to make sure you're both okay. Filippo twinkled at her. I might be a little bit in love with you, Imelda Donati. Imelda grinned at him. Right back at you, handsome. For a moment, Hiro and Arturo looked at each other and grinned, and Imelda released her sister. Come on, Phil, let's go grab some coffee and leave these two alone for a while. Alone, Arturo patted the bed. I'll shift over, I need to hold you in my arms. Somewhat awkwardly, they managed to curl up in his hospital bed together. Hiro nuzzled her face into the crook of his neck, kissing along his jawline. Arturo stroked his hand down to her abdomen, feeling the heavy dressings there. Does it hurt? The muscles do when I move, but they'll heal. It's not so bad, really. I got lucky. Arturo gave a mirthless laugh. Lucky? I let him hurt you. You did nothing of the sort. I would be dead right now if it weren't for you. They were both silent for a moment, recalling the horror of that day. Seeing you on that table like some sacrificial lamb, mio Dio, Hiro. I thought that was it. I didn't know if I had the strength to fight him off, but there was no way I was going to let him. Gut me like a pig. What he did to Flavia. He was in love with you, Arturo. He swore up and down he wasn't gay, that his love transcended gender, that you had always belonged to him. Arturo winced. What the hell? He was crazier than a soup sandwich. Arturo, despite the topic, had to laugh. A what? Just a saying. A Chicago saying? Hiro grinned. No, I heard it on a television show one time. But it's true. Holding her in his arms again felt so right, so blissful that he forgot his pain. Hiro, when we both get out of here, we're going to begin our life together all over again. Hiro smiled at him. You bet we are, gorgeous. And she kissed him so passionately that he forgot anything else in the world existed apart from the two of them.
Chapter 27. 6 months later.
Hiro laughed as Arturo playfully tugged the towel from around her. Turo, we're going to be late. I don't care, he said with a grin. You look way too adorable like this. He pulled her gently onto the bed beside him, and she sighed contentedly as his lips brushed hers in a soft, lingering kiss. She could feel his presence, steady, strong, and full of love, and nestled against him with a smile. You're intoxicating, Signore Bacci, she whispered, her voice filled with awe. A soft sigh escaped her as they moved in quiet harmony, their connection deepening in every sense. Arturo smiled down at her, his arms braced gently on either side of her head, holding her as if she were something precious. In that moment, it felt as though their souls were quietly, irrevocably entangled. She stroked his face as their shared sensations intensified. Gosh, I love you. Arturo chuckled. Ti amo, il mio amore, per sempre. Forever. She smiled up at him. Lose me in this feeling, Bachi, until I'm utterly undone. My pleasure. He held her hands to the bed, and their movements became more fervent, Hiro yielding completely to the profound connection. We are definitely going to be late. Oh, Turo, yes. Still glowing from their time together, Hiro took the hand Arturo offered her and got out of the car. The piazza in front of the newly renovated Villa Patrizzi was full of press and partygoers for the grand opening. The hotel's signage was covered with the tarpaulin, no doubt so Arturo, or rather the invited dignitary, could unveil it as part of the ceremony. Arturo and Hiro mingled with the crowds, seeing their friends waiting to greet them. Gaudio had been given the night off, and he greeted them as old friends with Fliss wrapped in his arms. Hiro grinned at her. Still going strong? You bet it is. I'm moving in with him next week. Hiro hugged her. I'm so happy for both of you. Let's get together soon, yes? Definitely. Oh, looks like your man is about to give his speech. Arturo was indeed on the stage with the invited guest, an international movie star who had a villa on the lake. Arturo introduced his guest, and the actor made a brief speech, but then quickly turned back to Arturo. Now, you might think I'm here to pull the cord and unveil the hotel's sign, but in this case, friend, considering the circumstances, I think that honor should fall to you. So without further ado, please give it up for my good friend and the genius behind this place, Arturo Bachi. Hiro applauded wildly with the crowd, knowing Arturo would be a little taken aback by this. Arturo stepped back up to the microphone, thanking his guest. Then he paused for a moment, seeming to take a breath in. Friends, it's not a secret what I had long planned for this place and the, how should I say, checkered history I have had with it. Last year, I almost had all the pieces in place, then a beautiful stranger came in and changed everything. My whole life. And mio Dio, I'm so very thankful that she did. Hiro Donati, you are my love, my life, my wife, and this place would mean nothing if it weren't for you. This hotel has been years in the making, but to me, it only became a reality when Hiro entered my life. So when it came to renaming this place, there was no competition. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Villa Hiro. Hiro gasped in shock, and a million flashbulbs went off as Arturo pulled the cord, the tarp slipped to the ground, and the huge wrought iron sign lit up. Villa Hiro. There were tears in her eyes, and she fought her way through to him. I can't believe it, thank you. Gosh, what an honor, Turo. She felt giddy and discombobulated as the crowd jostled them, but when Arturo took her in his arms, everything melted away. The honor is all mine, Hiro Donati Bachi, it always was. And he kissed her until her senses swirled, and the noise of the crowd became nothing more than a song on the morning breeze. The end.
Sneak peek for the Billionaire's Lighthouse. We hope you enjoyed listening to Under Her Skin by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for the Billionaire's Lighthouse by Michelle Love. The Billionaire's Lighthouse series, a bad boy billionaire romance. Chapter 1. Elizabeth.
The stairway shakes a little as my grandfather lumbers up the swirling staircase in the middle of the old lighthouse. I follow closely behind him, a little afraid of the darkness inside the old building. His flashlight bobs with each step, making odd shadows dance across the peeling white-painted walls. They moved this thing in yesterday, Elizabeth? I thought you might like to see the inside of one of these things. It's pretty dark, I say. I can't really see anything. Wait till we get all the way up and we can look down, he says as he huffs and puffs with the long climb we're making. Then you'll see how neat this old building is. My grandfather has headed up the conservation committee in our small town of Chesapeake City, Rhode Island, for as long as I can remember. The city is full of old buildings he's petitioned to make into historical places. This lighthouse sits on the northern side of the city. This side isn't known for the historical sites as well as the southern side is. My grandfather expects a fight about making this lighthouse a historical monument, and getting government protection for it. Being this lighthouse was moved here, I think I'm in for a fight, Elizabeth. It might be a long one, and I hope you'll take over the fight when I can't anymore. He stops to catch his breath as he's begun to wheeze. My grandfather has had asthma forever. Lately, his color has been getting worse, and he is paler than usual. It has me worried about him. For the first time in my memory, I think he may be getting too old to fight for the things he loves so much. I'll be happy to take over the fight, Gramps, I say as I wait behind him. The wheezing stops just as suddenly as it began, and he forges ahead again. Great. I knew I could count on you to keep up my work. You can always count on me, Gramps. Always, I say as we make it to the top step and onto a flat surface. He points the flashlight down, and it lights up what seems to be a living area. Down there is a kitchen and dining area, a living area, and one bedroom and bathroom. A really cozy little setup. If this place was refurbished, it'd make a very nice, quaint place for a couple. Maybe newlyweds or an older couple. During the day, the view from up here is amazing. I can't wait to show it to you in the morning as the sun rises. A couple of sleeping bags are laid out on the floor, and a lantern is in between them. Gramps lights it up and turns off his flashlight. You made the trip up by yourself today while I was at school, Gramps? I ask as I climb into the sleeping bag. He nods and eases his large body down to sit on top of his. I did. There's a picnic dinner in that basket over there. What do you say to grab us a couple of those ham sandwiches and a couple of sodas? I say yes, sir. Taking the basket, I get the things he's asked for and hand him a sandwich and a soda bob. Grape, right, Gramps? His smile answers me. I know his favorite pop is grape. Gramps and I have slumber parties all the time. I'm my parents' only kid, and I think he feels sorry for me. He and my grandmother had 5 kids, and all of his other kids, my aunts and uncles, have large families. I think he feels I've been shortchanged by my parents. A loud siren rings out, making me jump. I shake my head as I sit up in my bed. It's my alarm. It was all a dream. My heart is pounding as I try to come back to reality. Gramps is gone. He died a year ago. I don't understand why I keep having these very vivid dreams from when I was a little girl. Looking out of my second-floor bedroom window, I see the sun rising behind the old lighthouse that still stands on the water's edge not too far away from my apartment. Gramps never could get that place into the history registry. Since it was moved there by the owner, it's not considered historical. It's historical to me, though. My grandfather and I had many sleepovers in the old building. We'd walk along the shoreline and pick up shells and bring them home when we made our visits. Nearly once a month we'd go. Until I went away to college. Not a month after I graduated with my history degree, my grandfather died, joining my grandmother in heaven. She left us 2 years before he did. Not a day goes by that I don't miss them. With my dream, I think Gramps is trying to tell me I need to make a visit to the old place. I haven't been over there in nearly a year. It sounds like a great idea for a sleepy Sunday afternoon, to go back in there and have a nice reminder of when days were simple, and me and Gramps were like best friends. We may not have been able to get that lighthouse protected the way we wanted to, but so far the owner has left it like it is. And thankfully, there's never been a no trespassing warning posted on the property. Luckily, we don't have very much vandalism in this town to make that a necessity for most property owners. Which is good for people like me, who like to hang around old buildings and conjure up old memories.
Chapter 2. Zane.
I want it boarded up and fenced off today, Troy. I don't want to wait for Monday. I plan on selling that thing, and I don't want any more damage to it than it already has. Hell, I may have to bulldoze the old thing, but until I can get down there to see it for myself and make a decision, then I want it secured. Vandals can trash an old thing like that in no time, I say, as I look out the window of my Plaza Hotel penthouse in New York City at the dawning day. But it's Sunday, boss. I don't think I can rally any of my men to do that today, he whines. I do not pay you to whine at me, Troy. I suppose if you have to fly down there to do it, then that's what you have to do. It's not like you don't make enough money to do that. And you can take my private jet if that's what you have to do. Hell, take the wife with you. Make a day of it. It's supposed to be beautiful in that quaint Rhode Island town. I tap my finger on the table to indicate for the maid to place my breakfast on it, instead of hovering around, waiting for me to get off the phone. It's Chesapeake City, right? He asks, and I hear his wife squealing in the background. She's delighted, so he should stop trying to get out of what I need him to do for me. It is. Picking up the cup of hot coffee, I blow over the surface, making the steam swirl. The lighthouse on the property may be a piece of crap, but I don't know that for certain. Either way, it will be removed from the property. I'm going to build upscale condos on it. With the purchase made, I want the property secured. The old owner left it wide open. I have no idea how bad the condition of the whole property is, but that really doesn't matter. Bulldozers make conditions right pretty damn quickly. Okay, boss. I'll get on it right away. I'll let you know when I've got it done. You want me to send you pictures? No, I'll be going down there soon. Just lock it up for me, I say, then end the call. Grabbing up a bagel and slathering it with cream cheese, I place a layer of smoked salmon across it and take a bite just as a knock comes at my door. The maid hurries to answer it, and I hold my hand up, then wiggle my finger for her to come to me first. She does so, and I whisper, "If that's Miss Saunders, tell her I'm not in." With a nod of understanding, the maid walks away, and when she opens the door, I hear the shrill voice of the woman I was worried would be coming here this morning. I made a grave mistake last night. The liquor got to me, I'm afraid. Where is Zane? She asked. I must see him. He's not home at the moment. I will be sure to tell him you stopped by, Miss Saunders. Easing out of the dining room, just in case Megan manages to get her head in enough to look around, I hide just inside the pantry in the kitchen. I feel like an idiot, but seeing her is not a thing I can handle right now. I still haven't figured out how to tell her that was a drunken mistake that will never happen again. Let me in to wait for him, Megan snaps at my elderly maid. He and I are a thing now. He'd expect you to let me in to wait for him. I'm sorry, ma'am, Lois says apologetically. I cannot let you in without him telling me to. Megan makes a loud huff, no doubt. Tell him to call me as soon as he comes in. I've tried calling him, but it keeps going straight to voicemail for reasons I cannot imagine. He and I had an intimate night, and I know he wants to see me today. Of course he does, ma'am, my maid says. I'm sure his phone has run out of battery. I'll make sure to let him know you were here and would like to speak to him, Miss Saunders. See that you do, Megan says with a snippy tone to her shrill voice. I'll be at the bistro on the corner. Tell him to come see me there. I will, Miss Saunders. The sound of the door closing lets me know I can come out of hiding, and when I step around the door to the pantry, I'm met with a pair of disappointed light blue eyes. Really, Mr. White? That woman? I know, Lois. My gosh, do I know. I had too much to drink, and she swooped in on me when I least expected it. I have no idea how I'm going to shake her now. Going back to the dining room, I sit down to finish my breakfast and suddenly don't feel the least bit hungry. How long has it been? Lois asks as she takes the feather duster out of her white apron and begins dusting the furniture. The lightweight particles fill the air and land on her black dress. She's been after me for years. I haven't kept count, I say, then sip my coffee. Her position as a judge in this town makes her a necessary acquaintance for me. It makes the eviction process much faster for the real estate my company rents out to be settled in a timely fashion. Money, Lois says as she moves a Tiffany lamp underneath it to clean it. The root of all evil. Her short white tight curls bounce a bit as she jumps up to reach the top of the lamp to dust it. I get up and hold my hand out for the duster. The woman is about 4 feet tall, and I hate to see her trying so hard to do the littlest thing, like taking the thin layer of dust off the top portion of the lamp. This is why you have that stepping stool I bought for you, with some of that evil money you're talking about. The same evil money that pays your wages. Nice wages, as a matter of fact. I hand her the duster back, after freeing the expensive lamp of the dust it had accumulated since yesterday's dusting. A nod precedes her words. I'm only saying that you don't have to make the judge your bedfellow to get justice, Mr. White. There is more than one judge in this city. Megan Saunders is not the only one, you know. And she's an aggressive piece of female. You've really put your foot in it this time. I know that. I do. I think a trip out of town might be the thing to get her to forget about me, I say, as I pick up my phone to check out some exotic destination to hide from her at. I doubt that would work. She's been waiting for you for quite some time. And now that you've given her a taste, well, I doubt she'll be easy to get rid of. Like a bad smell, you know. With a groan, I go and fall onto the expensive leather sofa in the living area and throw my arm over my eyes. What am I going to do about her, Lois? If you were married already, she could never have gotten to you in the first place. How long are you planning on waiting to find a wife? You're 35, for goodness sake. Most men have entire families by your age. Most men don't have the demanding job I have either. It's not easy accumulating the wealth I have, Lois. It takes lots of time, energy, and attention. Women take that too. I don't have enough for both. Shame then, she says as her feather duster kicks up some more particles into the air that float past her nose, making her sneeze. Bless you. And it is a shame. But I don't know what I can do about that.
Chapter 3. Elizabeth.
With Sunday's chores out of the way, I walk down the street to visit the old lighthouse. My grandfather has stayed on my mind all day long. The list of things I needed to do today, my 1 day a week to get things done, grew. Laundry, grocery shopping, wash my car, vacuum, mop, dust. It took nearly all day, and the evening snuck up on me. The summer air is nice, and there's a pleasant breeze coming in off the bay, as I walk along to make what now will be a quick visit to the place Gramps and I would hang out at so often. The sound of a hammer bangs away in the distance, and has my natural curiosity looking around to see who's doing what. The sound gets louder the farther I walk. Then I see a truck parked at the edge of the little dirt road that leads to the lighthouse. A woman is sitting on the passenger side of the truck, with the door open. "Hello," I call out as I come up to her. She turns and gives me a smile. "Oh, hello." Looking out at the lighthouse, I see a board is covering the door, and it sends a chill through me. A man walks around from behind it, and comes our way with a hammer in his hand. "What's going on here?" I ask the woman, with confusion. "This place has been bought by my husband's boss. You're soon to have a brand new set of luxury condominiums." She steps out of the truck and offers her hand to me. "I'm Sandy." I shake her hand. "I'm Elizabeth." "So the lighthouse has been sold?" I had no idea it was even up for sale. "Well, I don't know what to tell you. I guess it was. My husband's boss, Zane White, just acquired it. He told my husband to get down here and board it up, and put up some fencing to keep everyone out." My heart stops, and I look at the old place I may never get to see the inside of again. Not ever. "This is terrible," I mumble. "Why?" Sandy asks me. "It's just an old, run-down building. The property will be looking fantastic in no time. You'll see. This place has a lot of memories for me. My grandfather and I used to have sleepovers on the observation deck inside. We used to watch sunrises there and some sunsets too. We used to look for shells on the shoreline and pick them up and take them home." I look at the man who's just finished boarding up the place and find myself near tears. "Hi there," he says with a friendly tone. "Troy Sandoval with the Sandstone Company. How do you feel about getting a brand new condo complex right here in your little town, miss?" I feel like I don't want to see that there. I feel like I want to keep the lighthouse here instead of that terrible idea, I stammer. I've tried on many occasions to get this property declared historic, but haven't managed to do that yet. This place is special to me. Oh, he says, his green eyes drooping a bit at the edges. I'm sorry to hear that. But the lighthouse might be sold and moved somewhere else. If the owner decides to do that, instead of demolishing it. Demolishing it? I cry. He might tear it down instead of keeping it intact and selling it? That's terrible. The man seems stunned by me and goes around the truck. Sorry, lady. The fencing will be done tomorrow. He pulls something out of the back of the truck, and I see it's a sign on a wooden stake. A no trespassing sign. I watch him take the hammer and pound it into the ground. I can't go look around anymore? He shakes his head. Nope. Boss's orders. Sorry, lady. I turn and start to walk away in a daze. The lighthouse is off limits to me. It's been taken away just that quickly. I have no idea what I can do to stop this. I've circled numerous petitions, as has my grandfather, to get the place protected, and none have gotten enough signatures thus far. I don't see how that will help this time either. My head feels light as I walk back home. The truck comes by me as they leave the place I used to think of as our own little personal spot. The place we would hang out and talk about our day and our plans for the future. The place where Gramps and I could just hang out and enjoy each other's company. And it's going to be taken away. Gone like the wind. It's not fair. It's not a thing I can allow to happen. Maybe I should chain my body to the building. Maybe I should go back down there with my own hammer, and take the plywood off the door, and go inside and occupy the lighthouse to stop its destruction. But maybe the owner will decide to sell it. Maybe I could get the town to buy it, and put it in one of the parks or something. But it still won't be the same as where it is now. On the bay, where you can look out over the water and watch the birds flying around. We watched a storm come in once. I was afraid, and Gramps showed me how the storm was a necessary part of our ecosystem. The lightning that filled the sky and made me jump was explained as he told me it brought nutrients to the ground that helped things to grow thick, tall, and strong. Every day that next week, we went back to the lighthouse, and he pointed out the new growth the rain and lightning had made to the area surrounding the lighthouse. I remember being amazed that something that looked so destructive really wasn't at all. The wind blew away trash, debris, and old leaves, leaving the area clean. The rain washed away bird poop that had accumulated all over the shoreline, where birds would stand and wait for little things to get close to the edge of the water for them to grab and eat. The whole thing was mind-blowing to me and made me have a new respect and better understanding of nature. All because I was able to sit in the top of that lighthouse and look out the windows that surrounded the observation deck and watch the whole thing happen. Now I'll never be able to do that again. I'll never be able to take my kids, if I ever have any, up there so they can witness the things I have. I'll never be able to walk my dog, if I ever get one, up the swirling staircase to get some much-needed exercise. None of it. And it's all because of some fool who wants to tear down a piece of history to put up some damn condos, which we have way too many of anyway. I don't know if I can just sit by and accept that.
Chapter 4. Zane.
What do you mean she refuses to go? I ask my secretary, who has called me to tell me some woman from Chesapeake City, Rhode Island, is at our office and is refusing to leave until she can talk to me personally. I told her you only see people who have made appointments, and she said she wanted to talk to you, and it would only take a minute or two of your precious time, Lane tells me. Did she actually use the word precious? I ask as I walk down the sidewalk toward the building I own, and our offices are located at the top of. Yes, sir. I wonder who this piece of work thinks she is. Did she give you any idea what she wants? She's muttering a lot about a lighthouse as she paces back and forth in front of your office door. The lighthouse on the property I bought last week, I'm guessing. What the hell does she care about that? I ask as I turn to the right and head up the sidewalk that will take me in the back entrance so I can take the private elevator up that goes directly into my office. That way, I don't have to come in contact with a woman who has plans to bother me with such a mundane thing as an old building that was never hers. Yes, that lighthouse, Mr. White. I don't think you own any other lighthouse, sir. Cocking my head to the side with my secretary's curt remark, I choose to blow it off. The woman pacing around the reception area must be working her nerves, as she's never spoken to me like that before. I'm coming up, but don't tell her that, I say as I use my key to get into my elevator. What's this trick's name? Elizabeth Cook. Lane's voice changes to a whisper. And she is a feisty one, I can tell you that much. She has a very determined look on her face, sir. Few people are as determined as I can be. Tell me, what color is her hair? Blonde. Light or dark? I ask as I look up to see I've barely made it to the 5th floor. I'll have to have maintenance check out this elevator. It's going much too slow. A darker color, you know, kind of like a golden color, skirting on the edge of brown, she says. Short, long? I ask. Long past her shoulders, she answers me. Pretty ugly, fat, short, tall, tell me about her. I watch the elevator slow to a crawl, and get the feeling my ride on it will not take me all the way up. To be honest, I have to say she's beautiful, sir. Pretty dark green eyes, tall but not too tall, you know. Curvy, not rail thin. A real beautiful woman, but let me tell you, she has this look on her face like she means business. I don't know exactly what it is she wants, as she said she's only going to tell you that, but get ready to give it to her. We both know when it comes to business, I don't give in. The elevator stopped completely, and luckily, I was on the 11th floor, and it didn't stop in between floors. Call maintenance, and have them see what is wrong with my personal elevator. It just completely crapped out on me. Now I have to come in through the front. Don't greet me by my name when I come in. Call me by some other name, and buzz me into my office. Act like I'm there with an appointment with me instead of me being me. I smile as I walk out of the elevator with my quick thinking. I can sidestep this broad for an eternity if I want to. Why bother with a conversation with her? I'm not about to give in to whatever she's wanting from me anyway. Getting into another elevator, I end the call and place the cell phone into the inside pocket of my suit. It's a new Saint Laurent wool number in black and pretty expensive, but she'll never know that if she's from Rhode Island. 2 and 2 won't be put together by the poor hick of a female. A tremor of emotion I hardly ever get runs through me as the elevator doors open when we stop on the top floor. Fear. For a second, I wonder if the bloodhound, Megan Saunders, is lurking about. I've managed to evade her quite effectively since my mistake. I had to take one phone call. I told her I was sorry about everything. I never meant to use her, and it would never happen again. She replied that it would happen again, and I needed to understand she's out for more than a one-night stand. She wants me to be the father of her children, the yin to her yang, the groom to her bride. She's a very open book, that woman. The amount of people in the elevator makes it impossible to ease out of it and take in my surroundings for her. Megan is thin and could be hiding behind the slimmest of furnishings. A small tree limb moves in one of the planters near the office door. I hesitate, then realize it was just the wind caused by a large man passing by it. Relief is expressed with a loud sigh, and I realize my hands are balled into fists. Shaking off my anxiety, I open the door and step inside the office. Looking back, I close the door behind me as Lane says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Dungaripur. You can go right into Mr. White's office. He's waiting for you." A smile moves over my lips with her over-the-top, made-up last name. I give her a nod as I hear another woman say, "I thought you said he wasn't here." A hand touches my arm, and I freeze. "Please, Mr. Dunga, Mr. Dung." "Oh, for Pete's sake. What was your name again, sir?" "I'm so sorry. I didn't get the whole thing when she said it. Without looking at her, as her voice is soft, sweet, amazing, and sensual without her realizing it, I look at Lane and give her a look that says I can't remember the entire made-up, ridiculous name she came up with either. This is Mr. Dungareepoop. Poor. Lane's face turns red. Dungareepoor. And you can't bother him, miss. He has important business to see to. Lane gets up and comes to pry the woman's hand off my arm. Please, sir, please, she begs me as her grip tightens. I only need a minute with him. I just have to ask. Please. I try not to look at the woman who's begging me, and holding my arm, and sending some amazing feelings through me with her touch and the sound of her sweet voice. Something takes me over, and I can't help it. I turn to look at her. She's a nice height, maybe 5'8" or 9. The top of her head comes to my chin. Her dark green eyes look kind, and are framed with not overly mascaraed lashes. Her lips are stained pink, and her bottom lip is plump. Her cheekbones are high and rose-colored. Her hair hangs around her face, framing it with golden hues. Hey, I say like some kind of a dork. Hello, sir. She lets my arm go and steps back, making her below-the-knee-length royal blue dress move like fluid around her calves. With her hand extended, she introduces herself. I am Elizabeth Cook. I'm from Chesapeake City, Rhode Island, and I really need to talk to Mr. White. If I could borrow only a couple of minutes from your meeting, I'd be so grateful. You have no idea. Well, damn. Now, what do I do?
Chapter 5. Elizabeth.
The man in front of me is the most handsome man I've ever seen in real life. He's tall, broad in the shoulders, and wearing a very nice suit that feels like it's made out of a fabric I've never felt before. His eyes are a mixture of greens and browns, a hazel color I've never seen quite the same before. His smile is nice. Not soft, not hard, just nice, really nice. Too bad his last name is so jacked up. So what do you say, Mr. Dungapoo? I ask. White, he says. Feeling confused by his answer, I frowned as I asked, huh? The secretary who was tugging at me stops and walks back to her seat behind the large reception desk. I knew it, she mumbles. The attractive man takes the hand I was holding out to shake his and turns it over. As he brings it to his lips, which are the nicest color of caramel, I watch them touch the top of my hand and my knees go very weak. His other hand moves through his dark hair that's just long enough to lose your fingers in when they go through it. It looks soft as silk, and I bet it smells great too. I was trying to avoid you, Miss Cook. I am Zane White, the man you've been looking for. His voice is deep and flows like satin when he speaks. The man I've been looking for, I repeat. And maybe he is that man. With my weak knees, my right ankle twists a bit, and my high heel makes me fall a little. His strong arm is right there to stop me. Oops, he says with a laugh. His arm goes around my waist to hold me up, and he looks over his shoulder at the secretary. Hold my calls, will you, Lane? Of course, sir, she says as she pulls her glasses down and looks at him over them and shakes her head. He smells so expensive he should charge women to breathe in his scent. I can't even explain the smell, as it has to be things I've never even heard of before. The best way to describe it is money. Tons and tons of it. Because that's what it would take to get this perfect mixture of pleasure and fantasy rolled into one smell. The sound of a beep makes me look up, as I've been watching my feet. They feel as if I'm floating, but I am taking a step at a time. My black heel-covered feet walk next to his black fancy shoe-covered feet. Just walking next to him like this makes me feel as poor as a church mouse. His attire alone probably costs more than the car I drive. Opening the door to his office, his hand moves to the small of my back. I'm so sorry about how this all started. I've had some issues lately. Please accept my apology, Miss Cook. His hand stays on me as we glide over the black carpeting. His office is a mixture of blacks, deep browns with some reds here and there. Masculine to the max. With the company name of Sandstone, I thought your office might be more of a neutral color. How wrong I was. I say as he keeps his hand on my back all the way until I sit in the soft black leather chair with tons of cushion in the back and the seat. I like dark colors. Sandstone came from the stone I chiseled for my father's marker. He moves around me to lean on the front of his large dark wood desk that has not one thing on top of it. Marker? I ask as I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
He died when I was 19.
He had cancer. His eyes stay on mine and show no sign of pain in them at all, which is amazing to me as he talks about his dead daddy. I'm so sorry, I say. I certainly didn't mean to bring up anything so hurtful. He shakes his head a little, unbuttons the 2 buttons on his black suit jacket and then leans back, using his hands to hold himself up. I can see the muscles of a 6 or 8 pack of abs bulging under the white button-down shirt. My mouth waters. That was a very long time ago. No reason to be sorry. He repositions himself to stretch out his long-as-hell legs that swell as his upper thighs give the fabric of the pants a workout. I swallow hard as I watch them ripple a little. You work out? His smile beams radiantly. Yes. Do you? I shake my head. No, sir. I mean, I walk a lot. All the time, actually. But I detest exercise. It's boring to me. You know, too repetitious. I prefer walking and taking in the sights over going to gyms. Rhode Island offers you a lot of outdoor time, doesn't it? You look fresh. Sun-kissed, he says as his eyes roam over me. I feel very odd with his gaze, and try to recall why the hell I'm here. Here with this gorgeous man who's looking at me with such an expression I can't recall any other man ever looking at me with. The lighthouse on the property you purchased. It's special to me, I blurt out like a person with no social skills whatsoever. I might as well be Frankenstein with all the diplomacy I used to say those words. How so? He asks as his arms cross over that wide chest of his. It makes his biceps knot, and the heat that's been building inside of me goes 2 degrees higher. 5 more and I most likely will spontaneously combust. My grandfather took me there when I was a kid. I watched a thunderstorm once from it. I stop myself as my words are coming out all choppy, and I just can't think straight with the way he's looking at me, and smelling so great and looking so damn fine it ought to be illegal. How'd you get so rich? Oh damn. The way he moves is like a cat. He leans forward and when his hand touches my chin I shiver. I work very hard, Miss Cook. Hard, now that's a word I would definitely use to describe this man. I bet he does everything very hard. And now I'm sweating. 3, 2, 1. Am I on fire yet? I'm sure you do. So do I, Mr. White. You see, my grandfather and I have spent years trying to get that lighthouse under the protection of the Historical Society of our town. But we've never been able to. And that was okay, until you bought the property, and now it's just not okay to get rid of the memories my grandfather created for me there. His fingers leave my chin and I swear it burns. He moves back, then his back turns to me as he gets up and goes to sit in his massive black leather chair with a very tall back. He sits and laces his long, thick fingers together as he looks at me with those brown-green eyes which have gone dark. You do understand the nature of business, don't you, Miss Cook? I do, I say as I fidget in my seat. But you understand the nature of memories and love, don't you, Mr. White? He turns his head to the left and mumbles, the nature of love isn't a thing I know much about. My father was my only family, and he left this world what seems like a lifetime ago, leaving me alone. His eyes are dark as night as he looks back at me. All I know is the nature of business. And business dictates that the lighthouse has to go. One way or another, it has to go, Miss Cook. Well, what do I do now?
End of sneak peek for the Billionaire's Lighthouse. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.